We're on the air. David Jaffe.
What up? What do you mean he's not going to be on at all, though? I'm like, wait a minute.
Dustin is sensitive about, which I totally appreciate. He's sensitive about everyone busting his balls, that he just sits there and does his thing.
Oh, yeah, but he's going to be producing still and reading the chat.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
But he's going to be off screen. So apparently, I can't even see the stream right now, but apparently he's off stream. How are you right now, Jaffe? How's life going for you, my friend?
I am tired, man, because I was up, dude. Today Next Fest starts, if you're into that sort of shenanigans.
Yes.
You guys have a new demo up, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Do you guys have a new demo up of your game?
Yeah, we updated the demo and put like co-op in it and a bunch of other stuff. We don't want to show too much of the game. Yeah.
Okay. Is it online co-op?
No, local co-op.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm excited for that. But I was up really late because all weekend long I've been playing this pirate game that a lot of people were talking about. It's a terribly named game. I can't believe they went with this, but it's a survival pirate. Winrose is what it's called, and it is just, if you like those kinds of games, and as I've gotten older, I've started to really like survival games. But what I love about this one is it has the survival sandbox aspect, crafting and building your own shit, and you have a lot of freedom, but it's well integrated within a pirate kind of narrative. So and there's a couple games doing that. There's one called Deep Dish Dungeon, and Next Fest is doing that as well, where they are starting. That's a cool name. It is, and they're really starting to take the best of kind of that open world sandbox freedom and push it into a more narrative structure. And I think this pirate one, Winrose, just has such a great blend of those two that it's just been super addictive. So I'm good. But it's been one of those last couple of nights that I love, where you realize it's like 1 or 2 in the morning and you're like, I really need to go to bed.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But you're so lost in the game that it's hard not to.
I do all my game. I don't want to say all of it, but most of my gaming between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. That's when I play games.
Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. But you get up later though.
It's I just got up like a half an hour ago.
Okay. Right.
But I noticed on your schedule, Jaffe, that you do a morning show now on.
Yes.
Well, yeah. You're busy. Yeah,
I'm busy. I love it.
How did you find your way back to those guys? Locale.
So my daughter's boyfriend was on Locale. He's really into all that stuff, and I just, I'm always just like, dude, I don't give a shit about any of their drama or any of it, But he'd been doing a show called Locale Crypt and said, hey, you want to come back and do this? I'm like, well, I thought I was fired. And he's like, yeah, you were, but it's fine now. I'm like, okay. So what ended up, so I had first came back and I'm like, yeah, if you want my help. And he thought my name would bring in some more viewers, and we've done well on it over there. But it's nice because it's the place where I get to go to talk about aliens and politics and existential dread and all kinds of stuff that's not the game stuff, because whenever I put that on my channel, it really fucks the algorithm up.
Right.
And people are like, what the fuck is this thing? So that's allowed me to focus on my channel specifically with game content only. And then in that I get, so I'm doing the morning show 5 days a week, and then I'm doing my stuff as well. But yeah, I mean, it's a joy, man. It's a delight. I love streaming and making videos and stuff. So it's fun to be busy. I like it.
Cool, man. Yeah, well, it's good to see you. I'm glad you had a good weekend.
How about you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm busy just because we're going gold soon. So with Saint Slayer, so just a lot of shit to do. But we
are you sick and tired of your game already? Are you like, I never want to fucking?
I've replayed it so many times. Like I rewrite and rewrite things, and then I really like to see it in context.
Right.
And I could use the dev, like I do use the dev tools sometimes to just speed around a game.
Yeah, you mentioned last week you can jump to the top. And
yeah, right, exactly. I was like, I put infinite jump on and just jump all the way across it. But I like to see everything in action, and then I'm like, nah, I don't like that.
Right.
And so yeah, so I think I have like probably 25 or 30 hours on Steam or something in the game, which is crazy when you consider the kind of game it is. It means I've played it a million times.
How many people have you put in front of, like, before you go gold, like in terms of play testing and stuff?
I'll even give you a copy for sure, but we'll start getting we'll start getting, we have to get more people to play it because we've had problems in the past, not with broken, like everything's fine. We had a few broken trophies, I think, in Twin Breaker, but we've made games that are, I think, too hard sometimes, and we
Yes,
don't know it.
that's exactly right.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised. I think I've said this to you before. Like when people say Habroxia and Habroxia 2 are hard, I laugh because I'm like, those games really aren't hard. You can really manipulate the shit out of those games to make them easy by just buying things for your ship. But Twin Breaker and Tribreaker broke people. I think Tribreaker was so hard in some places we actually updated it to make it a little easier.
That was the best lesson I ever learned from Twisted Metal Black. Was we thought we were putting out a game that was tuned for the masses, and it was like, dude, you got to play test your shit, because for us it was medium. The medium was medium, but for everybody else it was like, are you shitting me? This game's impossible. Saint
Slayer's hard. I mean, I think again, I'm used to it. I know how to play it, but it's very unforgiving.
Is that intentional, or do you not?
Yeah, we want it to be a hard NES style game, but there are 4 difficulty levels, so you can make it easier for yourself. So there should be no excuses.
It's interesting because a lot of people would push back, like the FromSoft guys, even though I mean, I love FromSoft games. I adore, and I understand their philosophy, which is like, they're actually not hard because we give you lots of ways to play it, blah, 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 especially Elden Ring. But it's interesting with your game that you're saying you want it to be this kind of exacting NES game. Why do you feel that you don't have that same kind of resistance to add difficulty then? If it's like, no, the vision is we want it to play like, as hard as Bionic Commando or whatever NES game you're using as your litmus test, what's the reason you added the difficulty then? Doesn't that dilute the vision?
Yeah, in a way. I think, I don't want to spoil too much, but I think one of the difficulties is a very classic style game, and then everything else is a little more accessible. And yeah, it does dilute it, but we want people to play,
Sure. No, I mean, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, like I also think that the difference between doing these automatic 3 or 4 tunings of difficulty for like these set difficulties for an NES game is just way easier than it is. Like, so like we can have a spot where it's like, now there are 3 of these enemies instead of 2, or this enemy has 2 hit points instead of 1. I know it's fundamentally the same in a game like Bloodborne or whatever, but the game is totally different, and it's just easier for us to do it, I think.
Well, yeah, there's such a meta in Bloodborne, not meta like the kids use it today, but there's like a 30,000 foot filter in Bloodborne of all these stats and what you upgrade when and how many you have to collect to get the upgrade, that it's much more difficult than just like, oh yeah, give him 5 more hit points. We'll be
right,
fine.
exactly. So for us, it's easier. Yeah, but yeah, we'll definitely, I think, like I just played through it yesterday. I mean, like the games that we have to start getting it in people's hands because we're less than 2 months out. But so stand by, and I'll talk.
I would love to play it. I mean, again, take it as somebody who's not great at games. Like, I play tons of games, but I'm not, the fact that I could beat Elden Ring, that I could beat Bloodborne, is a testament, I think, to how good those games give you a tool set that once you learn to use them, you have options. But I was playing that wonderful demo, that Berserker, the first whatever that came out last year. And I got to the boss and I was like, okay, fuck this game. There's no fucking way, or Neo. I played Neo 3 recently and I really liked it, but I was like, yeah, this is going to be too overwhelming for me. So if I'm your audience, I'll play it. I'd love to play it. I'm going to buy it anyway. But if you want my feedback, I'm happy to give it. That'd be great.
Cool. Oh yeah, definitely. We want to get it in people's hands. We're excited about it. Dustin, are you there? Well, I know you're there. I'm looking at you, but no one else can see you but me.
You ever seen his shirt make a phone call?
Hey, can we watch the trailer?
Ooh, we have a new trailer?
Yeah. We put one up today for Next Fest and announced the date of April 20th.
You console people do not understand what a join Next Fest is. I'm telling you guys.
We have gone at the advice of Ben Smith, who is doing the PR for our game. We have gone all in on Steam with this particular release. As we understand it, doing well on Steam first segues to console. Doing well on console first does not segue to Steam.
Yeah.
Getting wish lists on Steam are more replicable for sales than the platforms and all the rest. So today is the first time we've even acknowledged that the game is coming to other platforms.
Oh, okay. Same day or no? Not
same
day.
Day.
Okay. But yeah, Steam, again, I don't mean you guys. I mean like the audience watching. I'm sure there's a lot of just console guys watching. And I get it. PCs are expensive. Hopefully the next box won't be. Is it next? What are they calling it? The Valve Steam box, whatever the fuck they're calling it.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, Steam.
Hopefully that's not gonna. It probably will be, but prohibitively expensive or whatever. But man, to me, the best console this generation is Steam. And I'm not being silly. I know it's not a console, but the ecosystem of being in that world and the variety and the options and the community and it's so fucking great. And 3 times a year is Next Fest, which is thousands of demos, man. You could sit there and play demos all week. It's like I tell people it reminds me of being at E3 back in the day, before the press told you what was going to be there and you had to wait in line for everything. Like the first 5-6 years of E3, you would just walk around the show floor and it would be surprise after surprise after surprise. And your friends would be like, oh my God, did you see this game? It's like, no, did you see this game? That's what Next Fest is like. It's super fucking awesome. I love it.
Yeah, we've already gotten a lot of feedback today, which is good. And that's the other thing. And by the way, there's no doubt that Steam is the best storefront. Like there's zero doubt. Best platform, I would say no. I think the inmates run the asylum on Steam in a lot of different ways, and I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing. I think there needs to
be the inmates the developers?
No, they're the players.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, like I think that like there's really good shit about Steam, the libertarian nature of publishing, having these tools available for everyone, your forums, your all the rest, but people can also destroy your game on Steam. They can, I think the user review system is totally broken. I think that
really, how so?
Just because I think that though they tell you how many hours a person has played or whatever, you saw with High Guard, it's like that all just mixes into a number that's just an average of all of the.
But you can filter that, right? Which I know that the user's not going to
say that. That's not. Come on.
That's not the average. You have to be. Is that what you're saying? Like you can, but most people don't. They just see the first number.
Yeah, I think that it's like it's just like it's like the same thing as a Metacritic user score. It's like the Metacritic score itself is almost useless. It's like a Metacritic user score. Like so that kind of shit, or like just that like the way how abusive people are on the forums there towards the games and developers and all the rest. Like there's a lot of shit that's wrong with Steam. But I think from a discoverability, publishing standpoint, all the rest, I think it's obviously the optimum place.
I mean, look, it's nothing that Sarah Bond's not going to be able to fix. So I'm still pretty hyped.
Dustin, are we ready to go? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, shit, I had no idea.
Me neither.
Did you get to see it, or do I have to go over to YouTube?
I didn't even know you played it. Oh, you played it already. So.
Oh.
Well, sorry, Jaffe.
I'll watch it later. I'm gonna download the new version anyway. So. Yeah, well, we can't see what you guys see. I have the chat up, but I try not to look at it, and I certainly don't have the screen up. So
yeah, I have this. I just have it paused so I can see the chat if I need to pull anything from it. But yeah, I see Solid Python saying Colin couldn't secure that Switch 2 dev kit. We don't have a Switch 2 dev kit, and as I understand, no one has Switch 2 dev, or at least they've only the big partners. Not uncommon at all. Unfortunately, we'd love to be on Switch 2.
Is Switch 2 not as heavy with the indies like Switch 1 was? I know Switch 1.
I don't know. Like I think they were just hesitant to share kits with anyone, and then slowly they've been getting them out there, and I think they just might have a limited amount of them. I'm not that I want to be there. I'm not that eager. It seems like Switch 2 is. I don't want to say plateauing. That's not true at all. But like PS5 outsold Switch 2 last month, so it's not like this.
Oh, yeah.
And it's more PS5 is substantially more expensive. So I don't see like the waves there yet where I'm like, oh my God, we have to be there, but we have to break that door down in the next year or two, I would assume.
Well, it's exciting. I think this, like I've said this before, but I think this could be y'all's most commercial title. I think this is going to be a fun one for you guys to watch. Cause if the demo is reflective of the game, it's really cool. And so in that, then the question becomes, how do you signal, break through the noise?
Yeah. I'm hopeful for it. It's tough. Like our last 2 games I thought were very good but didn't sell well. We could really use a hit just to be able to, because people even ask about like, oh, what happened in the role-playing game? It's like the role-playing game's totally on the shelf until we figure, if we have to generate money, and frankly, if Saint Slayer does well, we're just going to do more of it. So that just pushes, like we already have ideas for more of it. So that just pushes this back. But I'm excited for people to see the story. I'm going to wonder what they think about it.
What is the overall, you think, playtime for most people?
Running through the game. I mean, you really can't run through the game because you're
Right.
So there are 4 touchstones for the game:
Okay.
Castlevania, DuckTales, Faxanadu, and Zelda 2.
Okay.
The Castlevania stuff I think is the most overt when you look at it, but it's probably actually the least important in the game. Like functionally in terms of the systems, it's much more like Zelda 2 or Faxanadu, where you're going to find permanent health upgrades, permanent magic upgrades, treasures that give you money, a storefront where you can buy things. So I think that you're going to have to play it a little bit more deliberately. So you're not going to be able to you'll be able to get really good at it and just play through it like you would a Castlevania game, and that would take you a half an hour or something like that. But really, the game is, if you're good, I mean, I think an average person might not even be able to beat it, and that unless you play it on normal or like easy.
Is there a, not, I don't mean the word in a negative sense. Is there a grind element though? Like when you're saying there's storefronts, can I go back and kind of chore up my character and build up my character if I'm having a hard time, or it's more linear than that?
It's more linear than that. Like you can't go backwards or go anywhere you want, but I guess you could go and regenerate enemies and grind them for money, I suppose, in certain areas. But
it's not. I don't want to say too much. Not like the main. That's not how you're supposed to really.
No, not really. Like you'll see, you guys will see. It's fun. Like there's a lot of replayability in terms of secrets, like things that you'll see on the screen that you like a puzzle that you'll fuck up and not be able to you'll be able to continue the game, but you won't be able to do anything about the puzzle you fucked up. Like next playthrough, you'll have to remember, don't destroy that box, or otherwise you can't get to that platform, then you can't get to that collectible.
Cool.
Fun. Yeah. So we're excited about it. I think
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I agree with you that I think if we hit right, it could be our biggest commercial hit. But again, it's just so crowded. Even Herbroxia 2 has sold 40,000 copies or something like that. It's like that's like a huge hit for us if we're able to, and that's a lot of that. Those are $5 or $6, $7 versions of the game, not the $10 version. So if we could reach that number with just the full $10 version of this game, I think that would be fucking sick for us.
Oh yeah,
that'd be huge.
I imagine so.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, because I've been thinking about the state of the industry, of course, not just Xbox and Bluepoint, but which I know we'll get into. But when you talk about the games that you certainly make, but you've been playing a lot lately, they do tend to be kind of retro games. It almost feels like you play the PlayStation games, you enjoy them, but those are almost like, well, yeah, but I also have sacred symbols and that's part of the job. But if you had your druthers, is it correct to say 9 times out of 10, you'd be playing either a new game that's designed with retro sensibilities or games from your youth?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, if I had to choose 2D or 3D, I'd choose 2D all day.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
No, and I was gonna say, I mean, obviously there are old school 3D games, and I love old school 3D games too. Like I love boomer shooters; it's like one of my favorite genres. But yeah, I just like old things, and I like old games. And honestly, if I had my druthers completely, and I think I've said this on the show in the past, is like I would probably get into really weird shit on PC, like just like I'm talking like the games that are like lifestyle games, like the things that I've always wanted to just see, like EVE Online, or like things where you could just waste time for a few weeks and be like, oh, this is not my thing at all. But like I don't have that kind of time. Like just even looking at the way Sons of Sparta destroyed my schedule, because it's like I have to play this game, so I don't want to make it seem like I don't like new games or look forward to them. Resident Evil comes out in a few days, and I'm amped as hell about that.
Me too.
But yeah, I prefer old games, and that's why I've said it. This about Lilymo is like people are like, oh, would you make this? I'm like, we want to make like 8 and 16-bit games. Period.
Right.
We have.
I saw your email to Hasbro. I think that would be amazing if you guys could get Snake Eyes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, I am positive I can make a cool G.I. Joe game. You just have to, and I would even, if I even got in the room with them, and maybe this would convince them to get in the room, is like, I'll fund it myself.
Right.
I don't need your money. I just like when we sell the game, you pay me back everything I invested, then we split, but I don't want your money. I just want your permission. I know I could do it. Like when you think about the Konami G.I. Joe game from the arcade, or like the 2 NES G.I. Joe games, those are the last good G.I. Joe games.
I mean, you could do it and then make it so it's like, okay, well, if we don't get the brand, we'll just do our own version.
Yeah, like Journey of Silius or whatever on NES. That was the Terminator game.
Well, yeah, or like when you go into like Rite Aid or something and they sell like the knockoff versions of like Hero Man or Army
Yeah, I
Power.
used to buy those once in a while. Did you buy
Yeah.
those when you were a kid, or maybe you were like?
I bought GI Joe only. By the time GI Joe came out, I was at that age where I couldn't quite vibe with playing with the toys, but I love the cartoon. But the last GI Joe I bought was the first series, which was Rock and Roll, and I bought his motorcycle.
Oh, sick.
And then I probably had a Snake Eyes statue on my desk at one point, but yeah, no, I saw those whenever I would go into Target, though. I would always go to the toy aisle because I just thought it was so cool to see all these, the knockoffs. And sometimes they would get the real stuff, but more
and they'd
often
be like really
not.
expensive, right? They'd be like, you get a GI Joe from 3 years ago, and it'd be twice as much as it was in Toys R Us.
Oh, I loved it.
I think one of the fake GI Joe ones was the core.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think they came with like 3 of them, and they were they were all bootleg. Like they were kind of. I'm sure some people know what we're talking about. They looked like GI Joes, but they were not right, and you could just tell if you knew anything about GI Joe.
Yeah, and they were kind of metal and the too many joints, and it was like what was great about GI Joe is it was like just articulate enough, and then some of these companies would like triple down, like what if we give the kids tons of joints, and then they look like accident victims with pins in their joints and stuff. It's like it's too many. I can see too much behind the scenes. It's hard to play with that fucking thing. Sure. But all those stories, like if you did you ever watch that series on Netflix, The Toys That Made Us?
Yeah. I watched the first season of that. I think I saw like the Star Wars
season
one.
was great. They had GI Joe in there.
Yeah,
right?
they did GI Joe too, which was cool.
Yeah, and He-Man was cool, and it's so interesting to hear why those decisions get made. Like He-Man, I have a book on the whole history of He-Man, and it's just like they were just like, we missed out on Star Wars and we need toys that are this size so we can play with other toys that are this size. And they had failed with a line and they said, okay, let's just remake that line, but repaint it. It's so weird how things that become entrenched in our childhood culture are just these benign business decisions that these guys were making. Like, oh, we need to do something with all these extra arms we have from the Big Jim line of GI that never sold. Okay, let's make GI Joes. And it's wild. It's wild, the stuff that you feel is magic. And they're just like, dude, I had to go get a colonoscopy and somebody needed to do something with the arm. So I checked that box and now we have GI Joe. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, there's a really wonderful website called yojo.com that has been around since the 90s, and it has details about like every GI Joe, like pictures and accessories and all the information. And like one of the things you learn as a kid, like you see the molds that they use and you're like, why are you reusing molds?
Right.
And then you realize like as a kid, you're like, just make another mold. Like why? So it's like, this one has the legs of this GI Joe from 3 years ago or whatever.
Right.
And then you learn like how complicated that shit was and how like breaking mold, like they used to share molds with each other at like different companies. And it's so toy making is so interesting, and it's very different now because everything's laser and 3D printed and all the rest. So
I got a taste of it. This is a prototype of a Mr. Grimm from Twisted Metal Black.
Oh, cool.
And these things started like giant maquettes, and then they got shrunk down to these, and they barely move and shit. And Sony ended up pulling the plug on these. There was like 4 of them and they just killed it. But it was like such a really neat process to walk through and see. Yeah, it's toys. I know it's obvious that toys is a business just like games, but when you really start meeting those people and learning their business, it's just like, it's just weird because toys seem so childlike and magical. And, peeking behind that curtain is something that I don't know if I'm glad I did it or not now, because it kind of kills some of the magic.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, and what was a great episode of that show you recommended on Netflix was the episode about Barbie. I thought was really good.
Yeah, Barbie was great.
Like tapping into that female market that it's so huge.
And then they did a wrestling one, right? They did one with the wrestling that might have been season 2, but it was a really good show.
Those figures were iconic too. And you know what's funny about He-Man is like, to me, He-Man's a little early for me. Like even my brother wasn't into He-Man. Whatever Dagan wasn't into, I wasn't into. So he was like Transformers, GI Joe. I was like, okay, that's what I like.
Okay.
And he liked Mask and all that shit later. But like the Star Wars figures from 77 to 85 are like, pretty shitty looking and comparable. Like we loved them, but whatever. And then the He-Man figures were like big and bulky and beautiful.
Strange looking.
Right. And it worked, but it did its own thing, but it never killed Star Wars. And then to me, the TMNT did the same thing with GI Joe, where they were like, oh yeah, but and everyone's like, yeah, we kind of like GI Joe anyway. But the TMNT toys are really cool too. And then they continued and they became a dynamo. I think the TMNT toys within 2 years were the third best selling toy in American history, which is
Did
fucking
those
crazy.
end up looking? Because I don't know if they came later, but the Ninja Turtle toys look like the He-Man toys, right? They have the
Right,
weird
exactly. They
upper,
were a little smaller, like a little
right,
squatter, but yeah, the
right.
same thing, like where they were bulky and big, and they looked like if that's the whole idea, I think, was like put it next to a GI Joe and tell me that this isn't cooler than that, you know?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
for
yeah,
me, I'm
yeah,
like, well, it isn't. But for a lot of people, they're
yeah.
like, yeah, this is definitely
I
cooler.
never. I mean, I was around for the Ninja Turtles. My nephews were into it. I remember one Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever it was. They got the van that shot pizzas. That you could put them in the van and then you drive around in the van and they had a button you pressed and pizzas shot out as a weapon. It was whatever. Oh, I know. I was an intern at New Line Cinema when Secret of the Ooze opened.
Oh,
And
cool.
the woman I worked for, who was really cute lady, nice lady, but she had to go to the opening event dressed as one of the Ninja Turtles. And they're like, you can't talk. There's no way a girl would be a Ninja Turtle, but you're the right size. You're the only one who fits the costume. And so she went and she did the whole thing at the opening, but that was a terrible movie, but people have fun. Kids like it,
Dude, I that's the second one, right?
first one, whatever the first one was
Oh,
called.
the first one is just TMNT, the movie.
Oh, Ooze was the second one. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
this is the first one I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I was gonna say the second one is I have very vivid memories of seeing it in the theater with Dagan. It's like a very nostalgic film.
Sure.
And we were talking because we just did TMNT 1 on Knockback, and we were talking about how they made the second one in a year. Like they literally came out a year apart. Like, can you believe that they like got it all spun up? Because they're like, oh my God, holy shit. Because like no one wanted to know, everyone thought it was gonna be a flop and it was gonna be
Right.
stupid as fuck.
Well, yeah, it's like K-pop Demon Hunters now, though, with at least the toys, right? The sequel's not going to be out for like 2.5 years now, and the toys, they're like, well, they finally showed the toys. I think there was International Toy Fair last week, which I still haven't dove into, but apparently they're like, yeah, we finally have K-pop Hunter toys coming in like 2027. I mean, that's how long this shit
Yeah,
takes. So
yeah,
the
man.
fact that they were able to spin it up that fast and recognize the demand for it, I think is pretty cool.
Right.
But
That's like getting it to 27 is like all hands on deck, and it still takes
that's
that
right.
long, which is so interesting. All right. Well, I want to get to some super chats, which we'll do to get some of those out of the way. But I also wanted to just acknowledge for everyone. So I had originally invited Jaffe on for next week. So this has happened to us twice in a row now, I believe, because
Industry's burning, baby.
right, exactly. So today I was going to stream a game, and I had messaged Jaffe. I'm like, "Are you available March 2nd or whatever it was?"
Yeah.
And then I think I sent that, and then I think everything started going crazy like right away. And I emailed you just a few hours later. I was like, "Wait, never mind. Can you do it today?" So I want to let everyone know, unless there's like some cataclysmic news that I want to talk to Jaffe about next week, I will stream Resident Evil 9 next week.
Ooh.
So dry your eyes for those that want gameplay. Pat them like this. You don't want to smear your makeup, and fear not. We'll be back for that next week. But I appreciate your flexibility, Jaffe, because that was
No, I always shine. Like I said, somebody on the internet, shine the LSM signal, and I'll be here. Just hit the
all
beam.
right. Let's get through these. We'll move as quickly as we can. We appreciate everyone's submissions, of course. And I've gotten a lot of feedback that a lot of streamers either don't read the super chats, don't acknowledge them, or don't acknowledge or read all of them. I think that's fucking weird. So I'm sorry that it's not a thing that people usually do, but I just can't abide by that. All right. What does that say? Yurtity? You like that, Dustin? You going to go on camera to smile?
I'm not even saying shit to Dustin today because people take it serious. And
yeah, they do.
I was on Dustin's show a couple of days ago. He was doing Sons of Sparta, and he's like, the problem with it is people will start beating me up about it. And lo and behold, somebody sends a super chat to Dustin, like, why are you so sad, Dustin? I'm like, okay, he's right. Never gonna say anything again.
I was
fucking around.
Does he have does he have resting bitch face? I guess he kind of
does.
Bitch face.
He's got resting depressed face.
Resting depression face.
Right.
You're absolutely right. See, I'm depressed, but I'm a happy clown right now.
Yeah, that's right.
You're
I'll
crying
on the inside.
later. Yeah. He says, my first platinum was Ask Creed 2 on PS3. Should I do it again for 100th or 101st? Which would be more fitting, the more fitting choice? Can't decide, please advise. I mean, if you're trying to do something for like the anniversary of it, 100 is obviously the number you're going for. If you're a PSN Profiles member, they even memorialize every, I think, 25 or 50 trophies. So it's fun to get them slotted so that when you go to your overall list, it's like the marquee games. That's why I did Castlevania Requiem for my my 200th platinum trophy. So Assassin's Creed 2, I believe it or not, I also platinumed Assassin's Creed 2 on PlayStation 3. It was my first Spite platinum. Not the last, but certainly the first. And as people that listen to Podcast Beyond back in the day will remember, I hated Assassin's Creed 2. And I was like, it's just, I don't like, why does everyone love this game so much? And people are like, you didn't play it right. You didn't play it properly. You didn't see it. And I'm like, and then I just came back the next week with the platinum trophy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, of course, no one was really impressed by that. It was just something I did and wasted a bunch of time doing that. Thank you for writing in. Are you an Assassin's Creed fan, Jaffe?
Black Flag, yes.
Black Flag. Oh, that's coming back apparently in the next month.
Well, I saw that they just gave the control of the property to some of the three of the people who were keys to that game. But I want to like Assassin's Creed, but I never really fell in love with it. And then it got into this thing where the lore was so with whatever that machine is and stuff. And I could just never vibe with it. I liked it. I appreciate it, but it just never connected. But Black Flag, I fucking loved, which never really felt like an Assassin's Creed game, which is probably why I loved it.
Yeah. You know what I kind of dug? I mean, I dug it for obvious reasons, was Assassin's Creed 3, which is where I stopped.
Yeah.
It wasn't great, but like they really did nail the setting. Was fucking sick, dude. And like it just begs for those that setting begs for cool shit. That's why that TV show Turn is so good. Not only because it takes place on the Long Island during the Revolution, but because it takes place during the Revolution. And I feel like we don't explore that subject matter enough. So I really and the ship, I liked the ship stuff in that game. Like just you would like send ships to like go do missions and like it was like this whole meta game. It was neat. I liked that a lot.
The new one, I was excited for Shadows because I liked the setting, but then I just heard it was almost as bloated as Valhalla, which I was like, it's just too bloated. But I am excited if they do come out with this one about the witch trials. I think that's a fucking untapped. The only thing I can even think of is there was the Banishers game that came out.
Oh yeah, recently, I played that.
Which I thought was great. A little too long, but I thought it was great. But I think that's a great setting for an Assassin's Creed game. So
the witch trials, you know, I grew up on Long Island and in New England, so it's huge there. Right. There's a weird arcaneness to that area. Mm-hmm. You could do a show or a movie or something, a game from two different perspectives. I think would be really interesting. One is like that they really were witches,
right?
And the other is that they really weren't. And those are both kind of compelling, you know, ideas for games. Like one about the psychosis of the moment, and one about it, like The Witch, the movie is like that's real, and that was fucking cool. But I like the idea too of it being like, no, actually, this is all bullshit. And look at like all these innocent women.
Oh, I know,
men, you know,
and they were just fucking crazy. They just lost their shit. It's very relatable.
It is.
Anyway, yeah.
RP Jordan wrote in and said, please give these $5 to Micah. Take it from the YouTube income and add a new categorical line on Micah's pay stub that states YouTube tips. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm keeping all of it. Thank you for writing in. Tacky Live says, Jaffe bullied Dustin off the stream.
I guess I did. It was, but it was an accidental bullying.
Yeah, no one knew.
You know, it was one of those things where it you know, if I could take credit for it, I would. But it was just meant as good old fashioned brotherly ribbon. Listen. And it was taken as you know, the real deal. I gotta watch my power. I guess I'm a real good bully.
Let me just okay, so I'm hopped down. I'm actually on the stream.
You're on now. Okay,
I'm on now.
I was enjoying this so much more.
Just for people to address it. Jaffe didn't bully me. I'm fine, but this is Colin and Jaffe's show. And it's distracting if I'm just sitting there. Jaffe can't keep his eyes off me. Clearly. And honestly, sometimes Colin can't either.
No, I love looking at you. That's one of my favorite parts of working.
Yeah.
I want this show to be as, you know, non-distracting as possible. I want it to be the Moriarty cross Jaffe experience. So Jaffe's not bullying me.
I see Matt M.F. James says more like Colin bullied him off the screen and said, stay hidden. Actually, quite the opposite.
No, I suggested this last week, actually.
Right. And I said, do whatever you want. That was that's which is usually my. Is it fair to say 9 out of 10 times? It's kind of like, let's say 4 out of 5 times, 8 out of 10.
Well, yeah.
The answer is do whatever you want.
That's pretty often. Yeah. That's pretty often.
Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Hey, can I ask real quick? Because the last time I talked to Dustin, he was doing his stream of Sons of Sparta, and somebody in the chat said, he says, "You're never going back to this game ever, are you, Dustin?" And I was watching you play. I'm like, he's never picking this fucking thing up again. Have you played it since the stream?
No, absolutely not. I haven't played it.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to going back to it. I wanted to play it for the stream and because so Colin and I could talk about it on Sacred, but I finished Dragon Quest, but I didn't want to play. I was like, I'm 2 balls deep in Dragon Quest, and now I'm getting Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
Oh, you've
Nice.
not played
Play that this
Ragebound yet?
week before Resident Evil.
Ooh, you're gonna.
Oh,
be happy.
Ragebound's so good, dude.
Yeah.
One of the great games
Dude.
of last year. Easy.
Physical copy on Amazon, slightly cheaper than the digital. I was like,
Oh, good.
you know what? I'll do that. Comes with a booklet, a sticker, I think. So that's coming at some point today.
I want to reiterate that I thought it was really fucking cool that Sega and Koei Tecmo did that bundle of Shinobi and Ninja Gaiden. And I think companies should do more of that kind of shit.
I did not know there's a physical bundle.
No, it was a digital thing where it was like the Ninja Pack and you can buy both games at the same time. And I thought that was really cool. Koei Tecmo is very obviously willing to work with anyone.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, so I thought that was really cool. So I have Shinobi. I've not played it. Well, I played the demo, but I did not play
beautiful.
the full game.
But you'll love Ragebound is just great. And again, I mean, you know, look, does it feel good to say I told you so? A little bit. Little bit that 64, 65 Metacritic feels a little bit like vindication. I told people. And they just didn't want to believe me. They thought I was a hater. I'm like, dude, I wasn't a hater. I love 2018.
I didn't doubt you.
I'm not saying you guys.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying the internet at large.
I think I said this on stream when you were listening, but I think your packaging is what enraged people, Jaffe.
Well, yeah, that's
the
called
medium is the message.
Theater. It's theater. What am I supposed to do? Go up there and say, well, in the news today, the Sun Sparta game may be a disappointment when it hits.
And you got the little picture right next to your head.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
The shot is panned over a little bit.
Yeah,
or the shot starts central and then the shot moves over just a little bit and the thing pops up. Just like.
Did you ever see Broadcast News?
The
movie.
Is that the one where the guy goes crazy?
No, that's Network.
Oh,
no.
Network. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, I've seen Network.
Okay.
Yeah. Is Broadcast News like a comedy?
It's a dramedy about kind of network news in its heyday, like before cable news came in and right when it was on the precipice of losing its grip on sort of the truth tellers. But it's got Holly Hunter and William Hurt. It's a great movie from like the late 80s, but there is a segment where a guy tries to do the news, but he's just a great reporter, but he's not a good on-air personality, like kind of like, you know, Dustin. And in that, what ends up happening, come on, Dustin, that was for you, baby. But what ends up happening, you know, he just starts like flop sweating everywhere and he starts banging into the set and shit's falling down. And it's great. It's really, I think you would enjoy it as a fan of news and history. It's a neat look back for sure.
Geller Froggy wrote in.
Oh yeah.
Said, how did you end up being a guest on Code Monkeys? Was it something Sony suggested you should do?
I don't even remember. It probably came to me directly through my email, but you know, I'm sure because I was a Sony employee at the time that I had to run it by them, if I remember, but it wasn't, you know, before Code Monkeys was a thing that people were like, oh, I loved Code Monkeys. It wasn't anything. So it was just like, hey, do you want to come do a voice on a cartoon? I don't know how that came to me. And I had to sign up with SAG. It was so weird because, you know, there are actors in that town at the time anyway, probably still to some extent, that were like, oh, I have to get my SAG card. And it's a big deal when you get a SAG card as an actor. And I just got one. I'm like, well, I don't have a SAG card, so I guess I can't do it. It's like, oh, we'll get you a SAG card. Suddenly I'm in SAG for a couple of years. I'm like, okay. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, but it was fun. It was fun to do, but I don't remember how it came to be.
Yeah, you can do like a certain amount of acting gigs before you have to join SAG, right? Like you have to do it at some point.
Or unless the show is a SAG signatory where they can only hire SAG actors, I think. And then you have some kind of, at least at the time, some way they can usher you in, even if you haven't met the criteria, so you can be on the show legally.
Because
Or
I
not
feel
legally.
like I could be making this up, but I feel like Greg back in the day ran into that problem when he started doing voice acting. That
I
like
could see that.
yeah, like where there you can do it a little bit, but like you have to join the union at some point. I don't know.
I don't know. I would imagine the WWF or E, whatever that I don't know if he still has a show with those guys. I don't imagine they're SAG.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't
So I
seem
don't think it probably hits them there, but you know.
The Groove 14 wrote in, said, "What's the deal with Matt Booty? What has he done that warrants a promotion? Even Sony demoted a guy like
Took
Hermen
good
Hulst."
pictures of something, I suppose.
Yeah, I want to talk about that later too.
Yeah,
We'll
me
get through
too.
some of these and then we'll start talking about the subject matter at hand, of course, but which is Hermen Hulst and what's going on with Bluepoint. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think you're right. Like, obviously, it's so funny to say that about people. Like, what the fuck does this guy have on these? You know, he knows where the bodies are buried and all that kind of shit. It's
Right.
like, yeah, maybe. Like, he might just be really charismatic, or like he might just have
Right.
the right allies or the right people believe him, or I don't
Yeah,
know.
or there's just stuff. All of these stories we're going to talk about, for the most part, you know, it's there's just stuff. There's data we don't have, right? So, like, there was a story I think from Tom Warren that came out on The Verge
Yeah, I
today.
haven't read it yet. We'll read it live here on the show.
Okay,
At some
so
point.
we'll get to that. But
Yeah.
the high level, what I was going to say is just like, it's so easy and fun, and I recommend it to, you know, Monday morning quarterback or backseat drive this stuff. But sometimes it's just shit you don't know that we aren't privy to. So like Matt Booty, for all we know, for the last 5 years, even though I've raked that guy over the coals
Yeah,
in
me
my
too.
videos, but it could be that he's been the guy forever saying this isn't going to work. We need to do this. And when they got rid of Phil and Sarah, maybe, you know, Satya or whoever was like, okay, you were right this whole time. Now's your time to actually do what you've been wanting to do for fun. Like, we don't have that data, right? So there's a million things it could be, but
It's a
I don't know.
It's a good point that he could be like the voice of reason. I kind of like that theory because it is kind of like an Occam's razor explanation. It's like, if should he have survived all this long, like what is it? And maybe it is that. Maybe he's behind the scenes being like, oh, well, I was right the whole time. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
Like
and
you know.
Sarah Bond, I was surprised to read, and I'll save it, but I was surprised to read what was reported about her because she never came off that way. They did a good job with her press, but I'll save it till we're ready.
Yeah, I saw it and I read like the highlights of it, but I have not read the piece yet. And then I'm seeing a lot of people saying it's like total scapegoating and stuff. So I would like to get into all of that. Death Metal in Your Face says, "What are your thoughts on the OpenAI CEO saying humans are more energy wasteful than AI? We're just ants to these people." Yeah, I think AI is what it is. It's an inexorable thing that's happening. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like as I've said before, I think we have to make things as difficult as possible for these companies while we still can. But I don't know.
There have been, the last week has been really interesting because there have been 2 AI. We might have talked about one when I was on, I don't know, but there's been another one. There have been 2 videos that have come out. They're both like 2 or 3 minutes. They're not like full-length movies, and they're not like Scorsese films or anything, but it's the first time I've ever seen AI from beginning to end. Someone's made something that I don't feel like, okay, I appreciate it. It's cool where AI is, but I don't want to fucking watch this. There have been 2 things that have come out this week. I'm like, that's really good. That's kind of cool. One was a Sailor Moon version of Through the Filter of Tarantino and Pulp Fiction. And I'm like, it was like a 3-minute trailer, is really good. And the other was this kind of super over the top, like 1980s cheese fest of this sort of Rambo-esque character coming to this ice planet and rescuing this woman. And it totally just, you know, I mean, it is that going to be an Oscar winner? No, but if somebody were to say, you know, here's a kids in 5 years, they'll be watching AI movies, just like it took Pixar to come along and make Toy Story. But before that, everybody was like, well, no one's going to want to sit through, you know, 90 minutes of this shit. Even Snow White in when 29, whenever it was, that was the first time Disney was the one who proved people were like, no one's going to want to watch this fucking animation for 90 minutes. And he's like, I think they will. And they did. So those 3 minutes have convinced me that I definitely think there is a full feature animated movie coming sooner than later. That's going to be like, the younger people will just grow up with it and not think twice about it.
The thing that makes me most excited about AI is getting all of the creative output from people that are not creative enough to make it without AI. It's going to be very exciting.
But that's everything. I mean, that's YouTube, right? How many people have turned on their cameras at the exact same time that maybe don't have the charisma, the experience, the journalism skills, or the positive, peppy attitude of a Dustin, and they are here and they're turning on the camera talking about games, right? I mean, everybody can. The barrier of entry is 0 now.
Yeah,
But that just
that's
means
true.
that the people have to get better at their craft or they wash out.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, it's like I said, it's happening. It's just I don't know why anyone would want to film from someone who has none of the natural talent or skill to make a film. That's like the question we have to ask
think
ourselves.
because well, okay. I mean, I'm not. I don't want to defend AI. Let's just take that because that's not really defending AI or not. But if a new set of tools, and by the way, people, I'm not really picking on Dustin at all. It's just that I can still see him. So I have that dynamic, and you guys are like, why does he keep talking about Dustin? Because I'm looking right at him.
He's gonna put himself away probably now.
Yeah, I got to put a little thing like when playing GoldenEye with the split screen. I got to put something over that to block it. But oh, don't look at me like that, you son of a bitch. But there you go. But about why would you want to watch a movie that way? I mean, think about though the number of people maybe who, to make a movie. It's like people ask me, Jaffe, why don't you want to make video games? And I always come back with, it's not that I don't necessarily want to make them, but I don't want to have to do the stuff it takes to fund one right now. It's really hard to raise the money. It's hard to work with a team, this, that, and the other. Well, that doesn't mean I don't have another great video game in me, right? That doesn't mean somebody out there who doesn't have the skills or the networking ability or the charisma to go out and raise 600 million to make a AAA game doesn't have something to offer. So to me, I think it's like, I may not, or you may not have the skills to go make a film with the current gatekeepers that own Warner Brothers or whatever, but suddenly now you can.
Yeah, but you're talking about two different things, in my opinion.
What am I talking about?
Because you're talking about like Warner Brothers is the gateway of a Warner is distribution, prestige, money, and all of that. But like people have been able to pick up a camera and they can prove that they can make great films by themselves. This is offloading that.
Yeah, but even that though, okay, so that was okay then that you could take a cell phone and make your own film? Wasn't that still like, doesn't your logic still apply? Which is, well, I don't want to watch a film from somebody with just a camera. Everybody's got a camera.
No, I just no, because I think that everyone has a camera, so now people can prove whether they can make films or not. Then they can use distribution platforms and all the rest. I just think it doesn't matter. It's like I just want to see what happens in the next few years.
No, me too. I mean, it's just I think it's I like I said, I liked the fact that I saw two things this week that made me go, oh, I'm genuinely interested. And by the way, one of them was made by a guy who had been in the film industry for 34 years, working on various different jobs behind the scenes. And so that was a guy who clearly had the talent and the experience in the film world. He just hadn't been given his shot. He hadn't been allowed to take his shot. And this allowed him to do it without getting an approval of someone. So, and if nothing else, we can agree on, think of all the kids that won't be molested now because the kids will be AI. I mean, it's rampant, man. I'm not one of these QAnon people. I heard this. I saw this quote. There was an interview that got on the internet of Corey Haim and Corey Feldman when they were doing Lost Boys.
Oh yeah, they have crazy stories.
And Haim, who's dead now from an overdose, said, "I realized that I was going to need knee pads for the rest of my career in Hollywood," implying that he was sucking dick on Lost Boys because the producers were making him do it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's obvious that there's like crazy crimes networks going on out there. Been watching a lot about like the Epstein files. Like I really haven't been paying attention to it like deeply. It's like, yeah, I know this exists. I haven't really, like for years, right? Like the purported nature of these files. So I've been trying to go in and like understand what's in them, understand what they say, even watch some of the contrary stuff. There's that journalist Michael Tracy who's like totally against the grain, where he's like, a lot of this shit is bullshit, like with the Epstein files, and like they're making like they're drawing conclusions that are not in there. I'm just trying to explore the whole gamut of,
and there's a lot of fake shit out there now that
I've been tricked about things too, so it's like whatever.
Did Dagan ever talk to you? I mean, you may have seen it yourself, but there was that show about Dan Schneider at Nickelodeon called Quiet on the Set. It was like a 3-part
I know it, but I have not seen it.
Yeah, you watch that and you're just like, holy fuck, man, that business is terrifying.
It's terrible. And then you wonder why all these child stars are fucked up. Duke Cloudhopper says, did Arrowhead dodge?
I have to tell you, I'm so sorry, Arrowhead or Duke. I had a friend, I'm just going to say it. The kid in Poltergeist who's still alive as a friend of mine in college. And I would always tease him in college and say the only reason that he wasn't molested as a child star was because he wasn't attractive enough. It pissed him off. He was great though. He was the one who got strangled by the clown under the bed and pulled.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's
sorry.
Cool.
Yeah.
Where was I?
You were talking about Arrowhead.
Duke Cloudhopper says, did Arrowhead dodge a bullet? Love you, Jaffe. I don't. Yes, first of all, probably, but I also don't think that Sony would have fucked with Arrowhead of all studios. You're really making yourself laugh about that joke.
It's such a not only is it a mean thing, but it's also such a poor understanding of the dynamics of rape and sexual assault. It's not about attractiveness, it's about power. So it's such a dumb statement. But I knew it was dumb even then, and I loved how mad he would get. He was so happy. But okay, Arrowhead. Arrowhead. I mean, what kind of bullet? What bullet are they're not owned by Sony, right?
No, he's saying that like Sony obviously. I am positive that I don't have inside information, but it's just obvious that Sony would have tried to buy them. They've made it clear that they don't want to work with Sony on their next game, so they're like willing to move on and fund their own game. So I think he's saying like, based on perceived decisions, did they dodge a bullet, considering that they would have to work under Hermen Hulst's PlayStation Studios? And the obvious answer is yes, though I think that Sony would have bought them and left them alone. I mean, because they're like a golden goose, so I don't think they would have had anything to worry about.
Well, Bluepoint seemed that way in a lot of ways as well. But the funny thing is about dodging the bullet, though. What I don't understand. I mean, again, if you're Bluepoint, and I don't know what's going to happen with that team, but sometimes it feels like people think just because Sony closes a studio that all the people die. Like they don't close the door and turn the gas on. Right? People get to go on with their lives. And so if I'm Bluepoint and people, it was poorly timed because I was saying, Phil Spencer should call them, because like 4 hours later, Phil Spencer was out. But it was like, if you're a decent sized publisher, assuming that studio was still the same quality of studio that had made Demon Souls and all the other stuff, they would have probably gotten 50 calls within an hour. And that may still be happening. It's just because Sony doesn't fund them doesn't mean they have to never work together to make games. But anyway,
so they do seem like one of the rare teams, because a lot of the teams that are getting the plugs pulled on them are teams that are not even announced yet, or their games aren't out yet.
Yeah.
You see a story about that almost every day. And I think I saw numbers saying that there are 4% fewer active jobs in the industry right now than there were last year. So, which is a pretty big erosion. 4% year over year is not good. Bluepoint's one of those, I think one of those few teams that might be able to, if they stayed together, not unlike Tango, attract attention from an outside publisher, even if they have to kind of maybe lay off a few people or right size a little bit. But they're not very big. They're like 80 or 85.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the subject matter at hand. I mean, this is surprising news. I'm very curious to see what you think of this, because the Bluepoint stuff, I just can't believe they're the ones. Like out of all of the teams Sony owns, I understand looking around and being like, we got to, in this environment or whatever. It's a little hard to understand because Sony's making an enormous amount of money, but nonetheless, off of PlayStation profit. But nonetheless, they look at it and say, like, we want more profit, so we need to cut one of these teams. It's like, you cut Bluepoint. Now, I understand the idea of them having nothing going, and so they're the furthest away from realizing a certain amount of consumer potential because their game is not even approved or has been pitched yet. But I just look around and I'm like, there's some teams in the family that could easily go. And I don't know that
Sure.
no offense. And I truly don't mean it as offense. Like, no one would miss a couple of these teams in their current constitution,
Well, that's the thing. That's what we don't know. You might know better given your contacts, but like, when Bluepoint got the call that they were shut down, were they the same pedigree of a team that shipped, Demon Souls PS5 launch, which remains one of the best exclusives on PS5, right? Or did a lot of people leave after the cancellation of the God of War thing, and between the fact that they were going to have to spend 2 years, building, rebuilding, and rehiring, and they didn't have a team, there could be a lot of things that we don't have that data. But do you, other than the CEO or one of the CEOs, maybe there were two, tweeting out that one of the biggest things he learned about the business was business is business, or you saw that tweet?
Yeah.
Short of that, we haven't really heard the why. Do you think the team, because a lot of people are discussing it like it's still that same great team, and if it is, the conversation goes in one direction as to why. If it's not, then it becomes more understandable.
Yeah, like I think there's there are a number of important questions here about it. First of all, I think one of the things we have to understand about Bluepoint is that they're not necessarily a creative studio. And I think they were trying to turn into that. They were founded by Retro's technical people. And the reason why they're so good at, engine work and porting and remakes, like that's their shit. Like that's kind of where they were. Now, I'm not saying they didn't have creativity and they didn't hire a shit ton of people, but I always felt like that was kind of their lean, which is why I think it's so strange that they were so thoroughly mismanaged into the idea that they should even be making a God of War game. That's my bigger question, is, and why I think it comes back to leadership and not so much them, is just give any of these creatives enough rope and they'll probably hang themselves. Someone's got to be there to watch the shop. Like, you bought them for a reason. And by the way, I feel like a lot of the quiet comes from, I mean, I'd have to look at the math, but it could be like no one's saying anything, and it could be that they're not fully vested yet. And that's still, and that might still be working because they were only purchased in 2021. That's what makes it so fucking weird.
Well, if they close them down, they'll never be fully vested. So why not? You mean the stocks? Even if they shut them down, they still have their stock options.
Yeah, like whatever. There might, and they don't shut down until March, so there might be things in there where like I'm wondering, like there might be money reasons why, because usually people speak a lot more. I agree. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. So if we have the conversation, then assuming Bluepoint, when they shut down, was still the Bluepoint we all know and love and respect. If we take it from that angle, there was that, and I don't know who Detective Seeds is. I think that's his name.
I've seen that guy.
And he was like talking about, Bluepoint was the one that pitched the God of War service game and stuff. And that's, I think you can lay at the feet of, I don't know what the timing is, Jim Ryan or Hermen Hulst, but the idea that studios were clearly trying to find something to keep them alive, and that particular studio was given the ability to try a game like that, I think that's a hell of a thing to bite off for a team that had no experience really with that. I mean, we don't know what they were making. Maybe it was as services as Demon Souls with the kind of semi online, but
yeah, it could have been like Ascension, where it was more, like a static game that was also online. Yeah.
But I look at it and I kind of just go, if you believe that Seeds guy, he said, they were trying to find a game that Sony would greenlight, and they had pitched Sony 3 different games and they had all been turned down. And as a developer working for Sony, not as an employee, we were there with Bartlett Jones, after Drawn to Death came out and they pulled the plug. They're like, okay, well, we'll do something else with you. Pitch us something, and you're just flop sweating. You're terrified. Like, we gotta find something. But when you look at Bluepoint, if I'm a guy in marketing, I'd be like, okay, well, if that was the real reason, and I don't know if it was, but if we take that narrative and say the real reason was they couldn't come up with anything that Sony greenlit, you can't tell me there's not like a marketing guy or an executive going, okay, well, have them remake this, or have them, have them reimagine this or that. I mean, there's a million things.
Oh my
they
God,
could
there's a
have done.
fucking billion things. It is very frustrating.
And it's like, well, why didn't you just do that? So that's why I'm saying it's easy to paint these executives as cartoon morons, and sometimes they are, but maybe there's more to this, because why wouldn't they just say, all right, here's 5 things you guys could do that we've vetted through marketing that they think they can market and sell. I mean, these aren't correct, but let's say there's Jumping Flash and there's Wild Arms. Not those, but you know what I'm saying? Like some things that are legacy, some things that are maybe a little bit more premium. Why wouldn't they do that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Like, to me, the Bluepoint acquisition was obvious and fed what I thought PlayStation was building in a dynamic team of role players that knew what they were supposed to be doing. They already had their their cleanup hitters and their leadoff hitters and all the rest with Sucker Punch and Naughty Dog. Like, they needed role players, and there were 4 acquisitions at the time where I was like, yeah, good. Which was Nix's. Bluepoint was one of them. Valkyrie, which is the internal services team, and at the time Savage, which became Neon Koi for mobile games. And I was like, yes, this is good. Like, don't ask any of these guys to make a mobile game. Hire the mobile guys from Apple, which is what they did, and let them do their thing. Or don't let anyone remake or remaster anything. Hire guys that are masters that we've worked with before many times on remaking and remastering a game. Bluepoint, just always have them remaking something. Always have them remastering something. Nix's, no one should be working on PC porting internally. These guys are masters at it. When your game's done, we'll identify the games we want to bring to PC. They'll take care of it. Like, Valkyrie was the one that I think was quietest and most interesting. And you would know all about this as being a director and designer for many years.
Valkyrie did up as well, right? Weren't they? They did a game, but they were mostly services. Is that
they are always contributing members to things. And they did one. It was a Guns Up or something.
Play initiative. Yeah,
I think that was theirs. But like, they were identified as being like, and to explain this to services to people, that you're always getting external teams to work on your games, right? Like, you're always contracting animation, art, whatever.
And sometimes that's actually outside of Sony, and sometimes it's groups within Sony.
Right, exactly. And this was the idea of being like, it's actually probably going to be cheaper for us to have like this roving team of like mercenaries, basically, that can go and work on things. I was like, that's a great idea. People that like get systemic, like internal institutional knowledge and can bring it from game to game to game and make things better. And it's a bummer that they just blew it. So in other words, like, and this is what bothers me, Jaffe, and I don't know if you have any insight into like what you think happened here. It's like, it's not that Bluepoint pitched a God of War multiplayer game that's weird, right? They're going to be bold and they want to do and try crazy shit. It's the idea that people didn't, Jim or Hermen and whoever at the time sat down and was like, no, we hired, like, you're not doing that. You're like, you're here for a reason. And I think that they were trying to be cute by half, because somehow Bluepoint got sucked in as a services team a la Valkyrie into God of War Ragnarok. They were like, oh, we kind of like this, or we got some institutional knowledge about God of War. And then they let that spin off, and it's like, they should have never been involved in that game at all. Like, that to me in and of itself was a mismanagement. Like, they should be head down on a fucking remake. What is wrong with like all of you people? Like, what don't you understand about, like, why did you even buy them? You didn't need to buy them. You could have contracted them to work on God of War. I thought you bought them because you were afraid others were going to come take them because you saw the talent in what they actually did.
Right.
It's so bonkers to me that they were even allowed to do that. That is such bad management and vision. And they're doing it over and over and over again. And by the way, Jaffe, I'll let you in. I'm sorry. I want to say this too. Naughty Dog admits that they canceled a team of like 400, right? Says, we were making a Last of Us online game and we realized that we would have to support it and it would subsume the entire team.
Right.
And then they let a team of 70 make a God of War multiplayer game. What did you
Right.
think was going to happen with that if that became a hit? You know, so these guys are dumb. It's a total. It's why I always say about the games as a services thing. It's like chasing games as a service is fucking obvious. Of course they should be doing that. They should be doing it aggressively. They are stupid in the way they're approaching it. It's mismanagement. It's misdirection. It's ridiculous, and how they botched the whole thing. And they're very lucky that the inertia of PlayStation is so strong that it doesn't matter. That's the funniest thing of all. Like, all of this doesn't really matter. You know, like, to the brand, like, it's just doing better than ever. So anyway, that's a lot of ranting. I'm sorry.
No. I'm trying to. Okay, so to me, my insight is this, and I see it in business, I see it in politics, I see it in humans, which is, you know, for all the people who lose their job because management is bad, you would think management wouldn't be so fucking terrified to lose their fucking job. And so, not to toot my own horn, but I was at Sony for 20 years and I never got laid off, but people got laid off all the time. You know, every couple of years there was a big layoff within PlayStation. Maybe not big for the press, like 5,000 people, but you know, in your studio, if 20 people get cut, that's 20 people out of 120. It's still a big deal, you know, whether we were ImageSoft or going up to PlayStation. And I never worried about it because I knew that I could be unpopular, but I always put the games and the audience first. And and this is going somewhere when it comes to Bluepoint, the idea of when we see things from the sidelines and go, assuming we have the right data, that's so stupid. Why would you do that? I think it's probably because people are scared to lose their job. So imagine you're Hermen Hulst and you've either helped create or you've inherited this service initiative. And suddenly for you to look good in the eyes of your boss, which is all that matters, whereas people like me just care about making hits and making good games, and we don't always win, but I never gave a shit what my bosses thought, ever. It was never I figured they'd be happy if the games did well. That's all I could think about when it came to their motivation. But if you're Hermen Hulst and you've inherited this initiative of service games and there's a team that says, we want to do this, that probably in your mind is a better gamble than, well, marketing has told us maybe if we remade Siphon Filter for modern audiences, they could probably sell that. But then you're just going to be into another one-off sale for $60 and, you know, it's 400 million and you're still need that service hit. And the service business is about throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I need my bosses to know that I'm in on this initiative. Okay, give them that. Like, that's the kind of thinking that permeates a lot of these people. It's fear-based.
Yeah.
It's not based on inspiration, because they don't want to get fired. And I'm like, how much money do you need? If you're, again, I don't know who to lay this at the feet of, but let's assume it is Hermen. Hermen probably, I don't know what his salary is. It's probably 850 to 1.5 million, somewhere in that range. And I'm not talking bonuses and stuff. I'm just talking his salary. Just a guess. I could be totally off base, but I'm just guessing.
It's probably high. I imagine it may even be higher than
okay,
that.
maybe even high. Yeah. Okay. And I'm like, dude, have you put stuff in savings? Do you have investments? You're good. You'll be fine. Take some fucking chances. Stop being a goddamn pussy and put your audience first. Try to leave a mark. As Jobs, as much of an asshole as Jobs was, said, you know, try to put a dent in the universe. You know, do something cool. And yeah, in that case, your wisdom would have stepped in and said, these aren't the guys for a service game. And it's not a bad legacy to leave behind. I revamped Siphon Filter with these guys and it became the next big IP. And somebody else will get the service thing right. Maybe it'll be Marathon. Maybe it'll be Arrowhead or whatever. So these are all just guesses. We don't really get to know what happened behind the scenes. But I do think that time and again, that fear from executives of just not wanting to fail and really needing a pat on the head, it would infuriate me. And it seems to have only gotten worse the bigger companies get. I find people like that very difficult to respect. That really just all they want to do is get an attaboy in a bonus and a promote. It's like, dude, you fucking make entertainment. Everything should come from that. All you should care about is that. And the chips will fall where the chips fall. You can always get a job somewhere else. That anyway, now I'm ranting, but that's what I
No,
thought.
it's good. Ranting is good. It's fun. I enjoy a
So
good rant. I mean, I am just I agree with what you're saying, and I understand. I want to say this from a human level is like you're talking about the fear, like they operate from a place of fear, and I
yeah.
get it. Like on a human level, it's like I get it. You do have a lot of money, but it's also like this job. No one gives a shit about their $20 or $25 an hour job or whatever because like necessarily because like I'll get another one or whatever and I'll go work somewhere else. It's like no, you're not going to stumble into another $1.7 million plus bonus, plus substantial, maybe even more than your salary a year bonus.
No, but you've been in it for a couple of years. Did you save anything?
Yeah, right. I understand that, but I'm just saying from that point of view, you see that a lot in sports with like the decisions that general managers make and coaches make, where it's like very protective of their position, and even though they have guaranteed contracts. And by the way, the funny thing is and this is the best part about talking about this is that Hermen has a contract probably. So even if he made like bad decisions, he doesn't work at will.
Right.
Like he probably has a 4 or 5 or 6 year deal or something. And it's like with that, so like to your point, with that kind of safety, I'd be like, oh my God, we're going balls to the wall, baby. Like we're going to try all sorts of fun and interesting things to go. But I also understand the perspective that they're not interested in Bluepoint grinding out $25 million profits every 5 years or something. But then you shouldn't have bought them because that's kind of the space they're in. And I guess I just thought that they were working towards for many years. I always talked about organic growth and how much it meant, and look at how bad things have gone for those that didn't grow organically. Look at Embracer; it's a fucking disaster, because it was just it's like, yeah, we'll buy whatever, or Xbox to a lesser degree. It's like nonsensical, like the hodgepodge of studios they have. But I thought Sony and this from being internal, like they were very deliberate, and they don't feel that way anymore, though the Bluepoint acquisition was deliberate. It was the one that went off the rails. To me, it's like you said, throwing the spaghetti against the wall for live service games should all be done by, no offense, but expendable second-party partners. And
it should be done cheap, and it should be done fast to see if you've got something. I played over the weekend this game from the guys in Imagine Dragons. They decided to make a video game called Last Flag. It's not bad. It's actually got some. It's interesting. You can play the beta right now, open beta over on Steam, but it is so slickly produced, and they've spent years and they've spent money on this thing, and it's like, stop, man. I could have told you within the first 6 months of playing this at a basic friend slop game if you should continue to invest in this. And right now it's just a little overcomplicated and long for its own good, right? This idea of BT, Sony, I don't know. Sometimes Sony needs a visionary.
Yeah,
they really fucking do. They need their Steve Jobs. They need somebody to come in and be like, enough of you fucking coward pussies that just want to keep your fucking jobs, that just want to keep your heads down, that don't want to piss off the PR people. Come in and fucking don't give a shit if you get fired. Come in and be like, I am a fucking game creator. I love this shit. And we are going to fucking try our best to blow the world up with our amazement shit. And then just fucking go and see what the fuck happens. Because they're just so cowardly and they're so stuck in their ways. Like, why would you spend... Like, how much does Fair Games cost at this point? How much have they spent on this game? Probably $100 million.
Yeah, I mean, easily 9 figures, easy, definitely.
Okay, so why didn't you just put out a game, the prototype on PlayStation or on Steam? Don't even call it a Sony game. Just do it under a pseudonym or something.
That's so interesting of a company doing something like that. Just
fucking put it out, and if it takes off, then you've got something. But my God, you guys are so fucking geriatric in your thinking. It's like, get a goddamn computer, play some Steam games, play some mobile phone games. The world has moved on, Sony, and you're being left behind because of this archaic thinking. It drives me batshit, dude. Fucking bullshit. So
it drives me crazy too, because I think they have Sony has a lot of latitude because people love the brand. So it goes to show you, like, first of all, the average person playing on PlayStation has no idea what fucking Concord even was, nonetheless, like what, and Firewalk and all of this, but there's a level of belief that they can deliver the goods, and they're squandering that goodwill. And I think that it's a mistake to keep people involved in the company that have obviously been, you would imagine, helming the ship, or at least one of the ships in your armada, in a very meaningful way. It is very hard for me. We were talking about Matt Booty earlier and how he was the voice of reason. There's this other side of it, of being like, let's say Hermen Hulst might be the voice of reason internally. I mean, that's hard to believe, but nonetheless, the people that are the irrational thinkers are the ones therefore underneath you. You're at the very top. So if it wasn't your own opinions and your own moves that were bad, it's your own delegation of responsibility that's bad. Either way, you lose. And it's just hard for me to believe that they're keeping him in place after all of this. Like, I know that it's easy to scapegoat Jim Ryan and how bad. I've said it before. I was wrong about Jim Ryan when he left me. I was like, because things looked pretty good at that time, where I'm like, and I think Jim Ryan gets a lot of shit for things that he should actually get credit for. Like, PlayStation 5's launch was pretty crazy good considering the global situation, and he's responsible for a lot of that. He knew what he was doing in certain ways, but his creative instincts, his decision making with catalog building and investment were bad, and obviously he paid the price for that, in my opinion. Right? I don't understand how the gaming guru at your company, the guy, not the businessman, but the guy who's like, I am the North Star of PlayStation Studios, after the last 4 or 5 years, it's like, you failed. If you didn't fail, then the people you put in place did. You invested in Firewalk. You invested in Concord. You invested in Haven. You invested in Fair Games. You got us involved with Bungie, the biggest boondoggle in Sony history, not PlayStation history, but Sony history in terms of acquisitions. Absolutely unnecessary amount of money. Imagine the money they could have spent, billions of dollars, on other things, other studios, other projects. You were the man here for all of this. You invested in Deviation, and that went pear-shaped. You
was
did,
Hermen the guy. Hermen was the guy that pushed Bungie. I thought that was Jim Ryan. That was Hermen.
Well, no, again, I want to be really clear. Think about what Strauss Zelnick says. I always bring it up about how, like, he doesn't know games. It's about, he relies on people that he trusts to let him know about things. He's not playing Grand Theft Auto and saying it's ready to go. He relies on his lieutenants, and Hermen Hulst was that guy. He must have been. Who the fuck other than him? Who could it have possibly been, if not the head of all of the teams? And you don't expect. It's like being married to a woman and being like, we're adopting like you buy Bluepoint, you buy Housemarque and all these things, and you're like, we're adopting children, but I didn't ask you about it first. Of course you fucking did. Like, of course, like, when you're like, we really want to invest. Listen, this really goes under, it's not underreported. It's because there's nothing to report. It's under noticed. Sony obviously believed in Concord. They bought the team a year before the game came out. The game was basically done at that point. Can you imagine how bonkers that decision making is? Can you believe that? And if I'm Nishino or anyone at the top, and I look at that and I'm like, you gotta go. And I just can't believe, like, it can't. Is it as simple as like an NFL team holding on to a coach because they don't want to pay him not to coach?
I think with Concord, look, I mean, I think there is kind of a sense of because the problem with Concord is people will look at it now and it's almost shorthand for it was just crap, and anyone could have seen it. And whether or not the IP was crap or not, I think it is very hard to look at, especially when you are sailing into the very choppy waters of service-based games, and go, we're not interested in a team that can actually execute at the level that Concord was executed. Whatever you say about Concord, it was a more than competent piece of actual execution. It played well. It was smooth. It had some neat mechanics to it. It wasn't anything I wanted to play more than, 20 minutes, And that's a big problem. And that's more of a design issue and a creative issue. But I can understand going, we need that in our arsenal for sure. What I was always surprised by is when Concord failed, they got rid of all of it. That to me was the boneheaded move versus going, okay, we're putting a creative in there. We're putting a marketing guy in there. You guys are clearly talented, but the days of you deciding what we're making in terms of the IP, that's done. But you're just going to get rid, you talk about institutionalized knowledge, you're going to get rid of all of that. That's goofy as shit to me. So, but it's also goofy as shit to not have been able to read the tea leaves and go, these are our characters. This is our vibe. This is our theme. I don't know if it's just I'm not even going to say that, but I can't, it's a tangent, but, I don't know if that was actually ballsy, and you can appreciate Hermen doing that, not because it failed, but because he's like, I'm going to swing for the fences. We need this, this arrow in our quiver. Certainly more so than the Bluepoint thing. The Bluepoint thing might make sense for Hermen, where you look at it and go, we got no games coming out. Marketing doesn't want to do any remasters. They're not making us enough money, or, as much as we as fans love Bluepoint, you're right. Maybe you just look at the acquisition of it and go, that was the dumb thing, because you couldn't think 20 feet down the road and go, we're not going to need these guys after this. But
well, yeah, because they didn't want to be outbid on projects in the future with other publishers that might be interested. And again, I think the Bluepoint acquisition, just like Housemarque, which happened at the same time, was really smart. But it's like, why did they leave Housemarque alone? It's so weird. Like, I actually, Returnal, I don't think sold as well as Demon Souls Remake even did. I love Returnal, but I'm saying, like, just even so, it's like, I like that as part of a greater strategy, a complete breakfast, like it's the toast on the plate. Like, I think, I just think it's like putting shit on the toast and then being like, oh, well, this isn't very good.
I get that. I get that. And some of it's politics. I mean, the fact is, we would always, when I was at Sony, we always hated it when there was like a Euro head, because the European studios would always get preferential treatment. And I don't think that was like, I hate America, or I hate North America. I think it was more, these are the people I know. Right. So when Phil Harrison was running it, it's like, oh my God, do we have to fucking listen about SingStar? Another 5 fucking hours about SingStar. I'm going to blow my fucking brains out. Or, all these teams getting these chances, and we're just begging for scraps, even though the European studios hadn't done anything. It's like Horizon. It's like, dude, nobody loves Horizon. A few people, I'm being hyperbolic. Of course, there are people who love it, but it ain't your top franchise. Why are you all in with fucking Horizon? But
well, I mean, it's
because he knows it, and he's biased, and he knows the people. And,
yeah, right. And Guerrilla's good, and Horizon's popular, but I think that they're overdue. A
good executive would be able to have some self-awareness and go, oh, I'm doing that thing. I have to now be the president for all, not just the red thing, right?
Totally.
But so you think he needs, I think he needs to go as well. I think one of the hard things about this, though, and we see it at Microsoft, we see it at Sony, is part of it is, like when you saw Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond leave or get kicked out, or whatever your take on it is, everybody's like, okay, good. Now we're going to go back to the way it should be. That's the danger, right? And that's why I was asking you earlier about you playing a lot of these, games that are more retro tinged or actual retro games, is that the industry moves forward so quickly that this idea that we're going to go back to the golden age of the 360 era, and now they're just going to be selling boxes and selling games for $69, and you'll have them on your shelf, and there's no more Game Pass, and there's no more multi-platform. It's like, that's not happening, because there's no money in it anymore. Sony's suffering from that. They're suffering from that. I'm sure you saw that report that came out last week about the game industry shrinking, the AAA industry shrinking.
Right. Yeah, I saw that.
And it's just like, guys, that's your childhood. And it's great to be a fan. And there will always be games that come along and kind of help scratch that itch at various price points. But that's not what the kids today care about. And the companies care about their audiences, and it ain't a bunch of 30 somethings that came up with the 360. Those days are over.
Well, I agree 100%, and I think it's fairly obvious, and I think you speak the same way about games, is like, when I talk about what the games industry is, or what I think Sony should do, or the strategies they should employ, it has nothing to do with me. Because if they were trying to make games for me, things would be very different than what they are right now. I am irrelevant. Like, I know people hate the games as a service stuff, but like, guys, just open your fucking eyes, man. I mean, like, I'm sorry, get over it. Like, it gets to a point where if you don't understand the direction things are going in, it doesn't mean you have to like it. Doesn't mean you can do your own thing to try to stop it if you want. There's nothing that's going to stop it. But it's to say, like, acknowledge reality on the ground. Yes. Like it is, like, I'm sorry, like, the way we play games is dying. It's not, and it'll always be around. Like, we'll always be able to buy games and play, and there's going to be games that come out and sell 20 million copies and huge hits and role-playing games and action games and shooters and all the rest. That's not going anywhere. It's just to say that you have to be present on the field where the game's actually being played. And at some point, you're going to walk onto the field with a ball and it's going to be empty, and there's going to be fucking some roaring stadium next to you, and you didn't even get a ticket. You have to be where the people are. And
you're so much better at on the fly metaphors. For me, I just couldn't get there that fast. It would take me a day. It would be like this pickle, and then the pickle comes in and says, "Where's the donut?" The stadium thing's brilliant. That works perfect.
Yeah, you're not even on the field. You're not even in it. Like, you want to be on the field.
But you're on the internet complaining like, this is what they should do.
Right.
Like, this is what I know. And these idiots. I'm like, dude, look at Roblox. And in fact, if you look at what this new CEO, or not CEO, but the new head of Xbox said, she, in her statement, which, you best believe it was crafted within an inch of its life by the PR team. She makes it clear about the audience's involvement in shaping. And, I think it's clear they're trying to build a more grown-up version of a Fortnite or a Roblox or whatever, because they know that's where the market is. And it's massive. I mean, the numbers Roblox puts up, I know that they have profitable quarters and non-profitable quarters, but if you just look at the user acquisition and you look at the daily active user and the concurrent, and you look at the time that people spend there, what are you going to do? Ignore that so you can go make another fucking, let's remake Wild Arms.
Yeah, it's delusional. It's totally delusional. It's not. It gets to a point, in my opinion, that, like, the conversation around games as a service or whatever, where, like, it comes off a little low intellect to keep arguing against the prevailing winds.
It comes off as very Smash JT.
Yeah, it's like if you honest to Christ don't understand why companies, especially in this age of inflation and really long dev cycles and major bets and risk, not wanting to carve out 10% profits on their 5 or 6 year investments, and would rather be in a space where the player bases are vibrant. Like, you simply don't understand business. It's not even about understanding games. Like, it's the way it is. And you can find, and there's always going to be Larian, Bethesda,
right?
There's always going to be, and CD Projekt, like, they're always going to come out with these banger, Rockstar, even though that's kind of a game as a service now. They're going to come out with these banger kind of games, and there's going to be games like my studio makes that sell tens of thousands of copies. There's going to be studios that sell, like, Chronos sold 500,000 copies. A fucking crime against humanity. That game should have sold millions of copies. But there's going to be these spaces that exist, but they're not important. It's hard for people to understand that.
Well, like, especially then you've got the Larian guys, or they go up on stage and talk about, you have to do it this way, and this is what happens when the publisher gets out of our way, and all the fans are like, yes, he's speaking the truth, finally. And it's like, dude, that's a hiccup. That, I'm like you're saying, that will exist, and you can and should support it, but don't pretend that this guy's in the know and all these other guys who are chasing the other things are like, they just don't get it. No, they get it. They just, they're hunting bigger game than Baldur's Gate 3. Sorry, but that's their job.
At a platform level, when you're a platform publisher, a first party, you kind of have an obligation to remain present in those major spaces. You're not a niche publisher. You're not fucking Kepler Interactive. Like you're a platform holder. So you have to, and people always, you and I say this all the time, they long for the PS3 days, and it's like, but none of you bought those games. Like, don't you understand? Like, it's like they didn't make any money. They would have kept Japan Studio open if they were super profitable, but it's not worth spending $5 million on a game over 2 years and having producers attached to it and all the rest. And then it's like, oh, we made $200,000.
And there is a point where I've even stubborn old argumentative me has gotten to the point where I've just learned I'm not going to connect with these people. But these people saying we long for the PS3 days, like there's a game right now. I don't know if it's on console yet as a demo, but on PC, which is called like Denshin Attack, which is where you're playing the train. You've seen this? And
No,
it's like, oh my God, dude, the demo's great. It is a joy. But it is Sega Dreamcast in its prime.
Oh yeah, Denshin Attack. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who made this fucking game, but it is the demo is loaded. It is great. It is so much fun. It is colorful. It is like Tony Hawk and Jet Set Radio and a racing game. And it's like, dude, they're making those fucking games. You just don't want to fucking play them. And so it's hard to know at some point how invested these guys are. Are they just pining for nostalgia is probably what it is. Because if you really care about the PS3 era and the PS2 and the PS1 era of experimental games, they're out there.
Mm-hmm.
They're out there all goddamn day. What about Fib Ribbon? I literally played a game the other day, a platformer where you drop letters using your keyboard, and it's a real life physics system. And based on the shape of the letter, you have to figure out what letters you need to deal with the platform challenges. So if you drop a V and turn it on its side, it becomes a ramp. If you drop an S, it will capture, water or something in the little curves of the S, right? These games are out there. You're just not looking, or you don't really care. You just want to go back to when life was easier, which I get.
I do believe that you and I think a lot of people, I think everyone at Last Stand, frankly, are rare in the coverage space in that we really do play a lot of games. And I think a lot of people, and I wouldn't even say that I play a lot of games. I do play a lot of games, but I play games a lot, which are two different things. Like I game a lot every day, and I'm in the space and I'm reading about it and I'm looking at trailers and I'm trying to find new things and I'm searching for stuff and going back and all the rest and taking notes. I have a compendium of the games that I've been playing this year, trying to take better notes so I can like search for them in the future. I think a lot of people talk about games and don't really play them, which is why I think a lot of people hide their trophies and achievements, why a lot of people, get less specific about certain things. And it's just a lot of bullshit. And so with the noise, it's hard to know how the normal person even feels.
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I guess the best way to put it, and we may have said this before, you may have said this before, but you play depth and I play breadth. I think
exactly.
Like, I play a shit ton I play everything, because my brain, I need novelty always, or I get bored. But between the two of us though, there's a genuine understanding, and the other guys, there's an understanding of what's out there. And so it does make the argument, there a lot of these people who pine for a return fall flat. And it does at least give me some sympathy for the Phil Spencers and the Hermen Hulst or whatever, because their industry is fundamentally shifting under their feet. And it has been, and it's incredibly expensive to play that game. And nobody knows where it's going to end up. Nobody, no one knows. And so it doesn't mean I forgive their stupid decisions. If you make too many of them, you're probably not right for the job and you should be asked to leave. But there is a point where you have to understand that just the past is not the playbook. And they don't seem to get that. And that's kind of frustrating sometimes, because then you're the moron for not getting, if they just went back and fucking remade Parasite Eve, everything would be great again. Okay.
That would be awesome. But that's going to sell 500,000 copies, like someone will make money on that, but not sufficient for a multinational corporation. And, it's why I think you're exactly right. You make such a good point about executives coming in and kind of like taking the ball. It's like you have to come in with leadership with things as they are, right? Which is why I love what you said about the new CEO of Xbox, where it's like, we're going to do this, and or suggesting people, well, I'm not even saying they're suggesting anything. People reading into the things that they're saying, being like, oh, maybe this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, they're not going to just go in a different direction now. If anything, this is the move that should have happened a couple of years ago so that there's a whole new group of people to blame, as opposed to the people that have been changing their minds and saying every which thing out of both sides of their mouth for many years because of
Wait, what do
changing
you mean
winds.
they're not going to go in a new direction? You think they're going to do what then? What do you think is going to happen?
With Xbox specifically?
Well, yeah.
More of what they're doing. I mean, I think that like they're, and I want to see this Verge piece. We should bring this up at some point.
But if that was the case, why have they gotten rid of these people? I mean, there's a lot of people, including your old buddy Greg, who's saying that Phil was not. This was a surprise. He was asked to leave. This was not.
I'm tying this in. What I'm saying is that the conditions are as they are. Like, it's not to say the decisions that got them to this point are good, or that the direction that they're going in is the direction that they really wanted to be going in. It's that it is what it is. So you need new shepherds. Like, in other words, they're not going to bring new people in and be like, now we're going back to exclusivity. Now we're going to sell a bunch of Xbox consoles. We're like it's like, that's not happening. Like, you made your choice. The decisions need to be made at this point. You can't go back a year or 2 years. That's why I think that like Sony specifically in PlayStation Studios, and I know I float this around and I think it's funny, is like, bring Shuhei back for 3 years. Yeah. And it's a caretaker. He's an older gentleman. He doesn't really like you. It's like when you hire a coach that's older and he's not the coach of the future. He's the coach of the now. It's like the culture is broken. We need something. We need someone to come in here and crack some skulls and make some decisions and set this course. And I think that's what.
To what? I mean, I love Shu, and I think getting rid of Shu and Sean and Alan and Connie, because they didn't play the game as politically as Hermen did, was a disaster. And they're reaping what they sow, and go fuck themselves, because they're especially the way they did it to some of those people. But that aside, though, I think all those people, if you brought back the old guard, and I know you're not saying bring them all back, but if you brought them back, they'd still have to contend with the fact that the industry has changed, and someone's got to have an idea. I mean, we could be getting to a point that the idea of, even a console maker is really kind of an antiquated idea. The way games are delivered, the way games are made, the way the industry in terms of the audience is so splintered. There was this piece it was a Twitter essay or whatever they call them these days, where, the guy was talking about the younger generation does not give a shit about graphics fidelity. They have come up in a different time. It doesn't impress them like it used to. Our generation, and a little younger and a little older. So you could bring the old guard back, but they're still going to have to go, what are games today? What does it mean to be in the games business today? Other than just riding this console thing till it burns out. Maybe there's money there, then that's what they're going to do. But like, I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think I don't, what I'm saying? It seems antiquated already.
Yeah, it does. And yet I also feel like we continuously, for the last, I would say, almost 20 years in the industry, are anticipating futures that still haven't come to fruition. And so I wonder, like, at what
they're starting to, though.
They
right?
are, because, but I think eventually you'll be right. In other words, so it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
So
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, no. So you bring back the old guard. Do you think if the old guard came back, like you said, Shu comes back, and Shu's doing this for the PS6 era, and maybe they promote Rhodey to Hermen's position. If they're lucky, they can lure Connie and Alan back. Alan ain't coming back, but you never fucking know. Whatever. You get people like that. Do you think same as it ever was works then? If they say, you know what, we'll try some live service, but 80% of our bread and butter is going to be in these $70 games that we sell, and that's who we are. That's who we've always been great at. Is that good enough for PS6 or
perhaps
Xbox?
I feel like it to the point of a console-less or a console de-emphasized future, which I think is inevitable. I think the one thing I think Sony is very aware of is that PlayStation must become more like Sony Pictures, and that it needs to become a container of valuable products or IP to pull from in the future. And PlayStation Studios should be a place to incubate those. I don't want small games out of PlayStation Studios anymore. There's no reason to have those games anymore. And it's the whole directive should be like, we make games that sell millions of copies. If we might not sell millions of copies, but if that's not kind of like what the direction is and the money we invest in them, like what's the purpose?
Well, if
And
they're building IP, right? I mean,
yeah, I
they're
guess
building the
sure. So you
smaller
could,
games with an eye towards building IP. Like they could have taken Sons of Sparta, which what I loved about it is they were taking a smaller gamble and they were doing something that was a little out of the ordinary. And they should have said, you know what? Our goal here, besides making a great game, which they didn't do, and a visually appealing game, which I don't think they did, is this Deimos character, which is the brother of Kratos. We want to make another IP character that's just as popular as Kratos, but in a different way. Go. And that was the goal. And they only spent 4 million, 8 million, 20 million, whatever. Probably they would have failed because that's a real tall order. But eventually they're going to get one, and it's going to be their farm league. I think it's a great thing to spend small with the goal of building IP.
interesting, because I just think that there's a time and resource component of spending small amounts of money though too, and churning I think that getting attention in this ecosystem is easier with bigger budgets, obviously, and you want to take bigger swings that can turn into multimedia projects and cross media projects. But yeah, small things can happen there too. But I just think you invest in those things externally. If I were coming in as like a caretaker, CEO of PlayStation Studios or whatever, I'd be like, well, I think that we need to figure out like what the catalog is going to be. We probably have to right size ourselves, and some of these games we're making are probably make no sense. There might even be some partners out there that make more sense, and we might see some projects that are early or halfway through development that we would want to invest in and try to stake a claim in for an IP from the IP perspective, whether it's things that I think Sony are seriously missing, like Western role-playing games.
Yeah.
That could so easily turn into a Netflix series or a movie, book series, like whatever. Like that shit kind of just speaks for itself. So, and then I would say like we're going to invest heavily in second party games as a service and try to find great partners in that space and throw lots and lots of money at it. Maybe even potentially more money at that stuff than we do our own internal first party games. And then obviously we find great third party partners. And people have been asking, I think, reasonably questions. This came up with Neo 3 actually specifically, where it's like, well, what does Sony even really get anymore from having these third party timed exclusives when they dominate the space so much? Like, could that money even be redirected into other projects? Because it is very PS2, PS3 style, but they still do it. And a bunch of those games, like that new Konami role-playing game is one of those games. Like there's a bunch of weird shit. Silent Hill is one of those games. So that's the way, I mean, that's a very broad thing. But one thing I wanted to ask you before I forget, because I've been meaning to ask you this, is you had said, and I think it's very fair-minded, that like maybe it's not Hermen, like who, it's got to be someone, right? I mean, like
how do you define it? Like, what is the problem, right? So, because people in the chat right now, like, you can never really criticize PlayStation to people who, like, it's like, but they're selling so many. What are you complaining about? It's like you have to have a little bit of a vision down the road. You have to kind of get a sense of where they're going. So, when you say if it's not Hermen, can you define what PlayStation's problem is? Because Bluepoint being shut down sucks for us in the know. But the average PlayStation buyer of software isn't going to miss it. They haven't had a game in production, full production, since their last game was canceled that most gamers didn't know about anyway.
Right. I think that Bluepoint is really the straw that broke the camel's back. There are just a lot of bad decisions or plays that have been made in the last few years that I think are culminating. And this is horrible PR for Sony. I don't know if you've noticed, Sony like won't even say anything on social media for days.
Well, yeah, because anything they say is going to, even if it's like, hey, here's a new hat you can download and whatever, here's a new Suns, it's going to be 50 hate speeches about Bluepoint.
Right. And they eventually are going to have to start posting about Resident Evil, and they're going to have to start getting back to business and all. It's just disruptive. And I look at it and I just want to remind everyone, like internally, they understand that something's off, I think, with Hermen Hulst, in that they demoted him. Like I'll remind everyone that he was a co-CEO of the whole brand and on equal standing with Nishino, and they made it so that he now reports to Nishino. That is a demotion. To me, that's already a sign that it's like, yeah, this guy isn't what we thought. And that's why I wonder, and I'm not even being facetious in any way. It's like other people could be making the decisions, and they might be, and they are probably in some way. We paid this guy a shit ton of money. We just signed him like 2 years ago. We're gonna have to pay him out. Like, just keep him there for a little while and let him take all the heat. I mean, when I think about PR, like that's the kind of conversation you sometimes candidly have. And I just wonder, you can't look at all the investments they've made and all there's in a creative business, you know this, like there got to be people that make creative calls. These are subjective calls. They're not balance sheet calls. They're not numbers. Someone eventually has to say like, this is good and this is bad.
Well,
And
okay, if you're Hermen Hulst right now, though, I mean, Bluepoint being shut down, I don't think outside of us who go, oh my God, they were so great at what they did, and we love the God of War remasters and we love Demon Souls. Most people don't give a shit, especially given that if Marathon connects, if Wolverine connects, Hermen Hulst is going to have all the credit in the bank he needs, because those are going to have been done to some extent with Marathon under his leadership. And those, though, if both of those are big hits this year, not to mention a nice tidy hit in Saros. I don't know if it's going to be a hit or not. I loved Returnal, but I get why it didn't sell that well. Doesn't all this go away?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, it goes back into swings and misses, and then getting the big grand slam that makes it all worthwhile. And even great baseball players, bat 300, 320. But like,
and it's closing down Bluepoint in the grand scheme of things. When you might have a Marathon service hit, you might have another big AAA with Wolverine, is closing Bluepoint to those not in the know, but more to, business level. Is that really a big deal?
No, I mean, I think it matters in that I think they have to they bought it just a few years ago. Like, it's not a thing you just bought and then we're like, yeah, we're done.
Did he buy it or did Jim Ryan buy it?
Well, yeah, Jim Ryan, it was literally a Jim Ryan, he was at the helm. But again, it goes back into making calls with the subjective judgment of those creatives around you that you're supposed to trust. And so I appreciate like the defense of him.
I'm not defending him. I don't like him, honestly. I don't know him, but I get the sense I wouldn't like him if I knew him. I'm just saying that it's, I think he's got some big at-bats coming up if we're staying with baseball. And he's, it's like what do you stack the first 4 or 5 with really good hitters? Is that usually
like your first batter is always the guy that gets on base. Your fourth batter is always the guy with power. That kind of thing.
So he's killing Bluepoint. Bluepoint was like deep into the whatever they call it, into the dugout or the bullpen or whatever. Not the bullpen, the dugout. That's wrong. What's the lineup of batters called?
That's the lineup.
Yeah, so they're deep, they're deep into the lineup. They're, so I don't think that's the miss. And especially since he didn't buy it. And I don't think Concord, since now, did he push for Concord? You're saying that was him.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he was. It's for many of these decisions, he either wasn't at the time of decision or even in the moment the CEO or like the head of like this co-CEO of PlayStation or whatever when he got promoted. But he was the head of the studios at the time that a lot of these studios
he knew about it. He should have said something.
Right, like
one of his people.
I don't know, man. It's just like it's surprising to me because we don't know. These things would come out on LinkedIn and stuff, even if they were names you didn't know, but you would presume. But it's like I guess my problem is it seems like no one's paid the price for anything, and some people might say, and I think reasonably so, like they're making more money than they've ever made. They're making like enormous amounts of money every quarter, comparable like PS3 era. They lost money during the PS3 era.
Yeah,
and everything's fine. They're selling consoles briskly. Grand Theft Auto is going to propel this thing into this. I think it's fairly clear that PS5 is going to pass PS4 sales, which is actually kind of crazy, all things considered. So they look at that and be like, yeah, things are good. But my whole thing is like, imagine how good it could be. Like at some point you have to like look and say, well, yeah, this is all true, and you absorbed all these losses. Like still, like it could have been better. You guys spent all this money on Bungie for no reason. Like Marathon's not going to make you your money back. It might be a big game. I think it's going to be bigger than people think. I think people think this game's going to die on the vine or something. I don't think that's true.
I don't think it's true either.
But like, it's not going to make you $3.5 billion.
Well,
Bad.
okay, so if in Horizon Hunter Gatherers, that's this year as well, or it's not 2026, is it?
Um, I don't. Did they confirm that? I don't think so.
I don't know. It may not be, but I'm just saying that I my biggest issue with Hermen Hulst is he seems to not have his ear to the ground when it comes to uh, Horizon, and perhaps the fact that they're taking way too long to see if their service-based games work. They that's a ridiculous way to do that business. Short of that, though, I don't really have a bone to pick with the guy, but I think if Wolverine comes out and doesn't deliver and Marathon comes out and doesn't deliver, then I think, yeah, those are the straws that would break the camel's back for me. I think closing Bluepoint is unfortunate. And even if we paint Bluepoint in the best of light, which is marketing could have come in if they couldn't pitch something that was, I think maybe the two biggest mistakes Hermen has made to me is looking at the talent in a Bluepoint and looking at the talent in the Concord team and going, yeah, just shut them down. Versus going, wait, no, these people can do amazing things. You've got to plug in the areas that they're weak. But this knowledge doesn't come cheap, and this cohesiveness of a team is not common. And you've got two of them that you've killed. I think that's probably something I would want to dig into and find out what's really there, because that seems a stupid decision.
Yeah, the firewalk thing doesn't bother me so much just because I think it's unrealistic to expect that team would have ever been able to launch a game in a fair environment, you know?
Yeah,
But
I think it's
poking them
Bluepoint and the Concord is Firewalk, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh, that one bothers me. I thought there's the Fire Sprite one, or the ones doing Twisted Metal, which
Oh yeah, the Fire Sprite. They're making the rumor about them was that they're making a horror game or something, right?
Okay, but no, the Concord one's ridiculous because that was. I mean, did you played it? I mean, I know you're not really into those kind of games.
I didn't play Concord.
Oh, you didn't even play the
No,
free beta or any of that
Nope.
shit? I mean, it was
No.
a very, very solid, well-made game, and those are hard games to make. And like I've said before, why don't you just keep that team and reskin it and make a PlayStation All-Stars hero shooter? You know, I mean, there's a lot of things you guys could have done versus like, no, fuck it, they're gone.
Yeah, I think they were eager to write that whole thing down.
Yeah, could be.
And I guess the point I'm making is that the going's good, the balance sheet's good.
Yeah.
They've made good investments too, and first party games have turned out like Yote. I think Wolverine's going to be great. I would just, if I were internally, or if I were, someone on the shoulder of the C-suite, I'd be like, but this guy over here, these guys, we lost billions of dollars because of them. Still, like, so for all the money we've made, it could be billions higher if we didn't invest all of this money in these stupid boondoggles and these really shitty acquisitions. It's not that Concord and Fair Games, or we don't know about Fair. I mean,
Fair
it doesn't
Games,
look
I
good for
think,
Fair Games.
yeah.
But it's not necessarily that the games are bad. It's that they had the judgment to buy the teams. I can't impress that enough on people. It's not that they invested in bad games. They thought those games were good. That's the whole point.
The Haven thing I can't speak to because the game wasn't really in development until, right? I mean, they were new. Haven,
well, they were. I mean, the game was well into development at that point because they announced
before Sony came on board, or Sony funded it to begin.
Yeah, Sony. So all those games existed independently, and then Sony came in and because Deviation was one of those games too. Those guys ended up are now Dark Outlaws, or a lot of those guys, and they're making whatever with Jason Blundell. But Sony made those seed investments in all of those games when they were, or they're not seed. They were round investments into those games, and then. But what I'm saying is that they went in and said, this game looks good, we'll buy you. This game looks good, we'll buy you. They were afraid of losing they thought those games were so good. They were under contract to deliver on those games, just like Arrowhead was. They thought those games were so good that they were going to lose that talent, and they were going to lose access to the team after that game. That's fucking crazy.
Well, with Haven, I agree with. At least maybe. I haven't seen it, but I think Haven, if Haven is a good piece of group of tech developers, I think they suffer from the same thing the Concord guys suffered from, is they need a creative, and they need a better marketing guy, and they need a producer that, because I think it's a way. I think the bigger problem is that they killed that Concord team. I agree with you that you should have looked at Concord and said, this ain't it. But I can understand why you would go, this is a talented team. I mean, I can't impress enough that look, I've made a hero shooter before, and I know that those games, when they do well, do really, really well. And I struggle to see how, when you see a team that's that talented, yeah, it was a dumb IP. Probably wasn't interesting enough of a game to invest what they invested, but I can see the value of going, that's a team we want. You buy talent. That's all that matters in this industry. And then you plug in the holes, right? You go back to baseball. You have your baseball team, but until you bring in that one or two, transfers or whatever, then it starts to gel, right? Because finally we've got the guy that can handle this part that was missing.
Yeah, totally.
But you don't want to throw everybody away just because you had a couple of bad seasons.
Right.
But
And I do think that quietly Sony did that with Deviation with Dark Outlaws or Dark Outlaw games, which is such a shitty name for it. But it's like a lot of those guys are the guys that worked on that game. I think they just were kind of like, oh, we don't want any of you guys anymore. We'll take everyone else.
Right.
And that may have happened with, again, I don't do the LinkedIn deep dives and shit anymore like I used to, but like,
yeah, it's hard to know what there's all kinds of things that the floorboards could have been rotten, and we just don't have that data, right?
Right. And I think Haven is interesting because Fair Games lost its director and its producer.
Yeah.
It's a really bad sign.
That's right.
But the studio hangs on, and I wonder if it's because of what you're saying, where like they have a foothold in Quebec. I've said this many times now. It's like that's a good place to be, you know, for game development. It's just a huge game development hub in the world, like one of the top 5. And they've never had a presence there, as you know. They've never had a Canadian team. So United Front, I think almost, I don't like, that would have been an interesting team to have bought back in the day, but and that would have been in British Columbia. But so I think that might be why the team still exists, and maybe they're figuring it out. But again, I don't know. The writing's on the wall with that game. I think I saw a journalist in the industry say on Twitter, which I thought was interesting, just very succinctly, like, Sony cannot release Fair Games.
As based on what
like it can't. And it's like, yeah, it can't. Like it's got to look radically different or be radically different. And that's hard. That's
it is. But I am with you 1,000%. What they showed. And that was always my thing. It's like, Jesus Christ, guys, there's a game Sega has right now. I think it was called Hyenas or something.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The shooter.
And that didn't even come out. I played the alpha of that. And that was kind of what Fair Game seems to be in terms of at least what they were pitching. And I'm like, why are you guys spending all this fucking money on this fucking game when you could see if it works within 6 months? I don't understand these people. I really don't. But, what can you do?
So what do you make?
Who would you shut down though if it wasn't Bluepoint? I mean, Media Molecule obviously is no longer.
Obviously.
But what are the other studios then that you think would Bend? Would you shut down?
Bend would be next, unfortunately. I mean, and this is what I'm talking about like the whole cover band theory of game development, where it's like Bend doesn't have anyone that like, or almost anyone. Like Christopher Reese is still there and a few guys, but it's like Garvin's gone, Eric Jensen's gone, like like all these guys that were seminal members of Bend for many, many years are long gone. So it's like and that's the way I feel about Media Molecule. I'm pretty sure everyone is gone except for one of the founders, and I think there are 6 of them. So it's like, do you really how many people that worked on Little Big Planet 2, which is the last AAA game they released, and that was 15 years ago, how many of them are still there? By the way, it's literally 15 years ago because it was January 2011. So
which one did Epstein like?
Little Big Planet 3, I think, which was Sumo Digital technically, so we don't want to blame them.
Right.
But
I cannot
believe Media Molecule exists still. Like I don't want them to go. Like I would love to see another game out of them. I'm just saying, if you're looking at the numbers and trying to like truncate things a little bit, it's like they're the obvious team.
I'm gonna come at this from obviously a very biased position, and also a very just my experience. That's all I can do anyway. I mean, I guess I can do more. I can put myself in someone else's shoes, but my position on this is there was a time when there was a lot of value in Mavericks, and frankly, people like me and people like Garvin,
right?
That stirred the pot, not because we were assholes, but because we just were kind of, we saw things a little bit different, and we weren't really interested in playing ball as much as we with the powers that be. And that was tolerated, and that was supported within reason. I mean, it wasn't like we were, abusive or anything like the fucking Ubisoft guys. And I don't mean anything like that, like the sexual stuff. I just mean in terms of having a vision and being very protective and driven and demanding. And I think Sony, I had a marketing guy tell me, oh, it was like 10 years ago. He's like, dude, you don't want to go back to Sony. It's so different now. It's not the Sony you left. Everyone's heads down. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Everybody wants to keep their fucking job. And in that, you get stagnation. You get fear-based decisions. And I think when you're talking about the cover band thing with Bend, I think I think Sons of Sparta, I know I got a lot of shit for it, and we talked about it a lot last week, but like I said, you see the reviews now, the user score, the Metacritic score, that would not have been allowed. Somebody, and probably me, and if not me, somebody else would have said, this ain't us. We're not putting this fucking thing out. It's just, where is that? Where's the fire in these people? Maybe you get so big you just can't maintain the fire because it becomes so much about it's supporting so many people's livelihoods that you can't help but be sucked into this fear-based philosophy of doing business. But it's really lame. I look at it, I just, people are like, why are you such an asshole about it, Jaffe? I'm like, because, I helped build that stuff, and I helped found Sony Santa Monica. I was one of the 4 people. It's like, because I know what it was. And I look at it now and it's a shell. I mean, I know Corey's doing his own thing and Eric's doing his own thing, but it's like, who let that fucking game go out as is? Should have fucking put a bullet in that fucking thing's head. It's bad for the brand. It's bad. You should have known better.
Yeah, I'm still working I beat it, but I'm platinuming it.
Yeah.
And I think that I'm over it now because I've ruined the game for myself now by playing so much of it. But I think
which is not what's supposed to happen.
No, but I want to see,
I played it enough that I hated it.
I want to see if there's like a secret ending or anything, and like I like to like you were saying earlier, I like to complete games and just see them for what they are, but it's definitely a very long game. It's like I'm like 35 hours in. But I will say that the game does get better before you go on the platinum hunt. The more you play it, I think the game does get better. But I think the score is about right. Like I was saying, if I was at IGN, I might have ultimately given it a 7 at highest, right, which is quote unquote good.
My beating on the game is not the fact that there's some core fundamental mechanics that are decent. I agree with you. I don't think it's it's not a 3DO Army Men game or something. I mean, it's a competently put together product, but for that pedigree, it's like you go into a fine dining establishment and they bring you, French fries from Burger King. And you're like, okay, the fries work. They are officially French fries, but I expect more when you're going to put God of War on it and it's going to come out of Santa Monica and it's this premiere thing. So I think that permeates. Same with Ben. Get somebody in there that, rocking the boat's not bad. Tumping over the boat's bad. That's why you need good management. Don't let the guys or girls who come in to rock the boat tump it over. But you know what? You got to rock the fucking boat sometimes.
Yeah, the wrong side of the power struggle won at Bend. It's too bad. Because I think things would have gone a lot differently for them if it was like Jeff Ross, Garvin, Eric Jensen, like all the people that were really involved in the success of Days Gone, especially. All right, Xbox.
Yeah.
What do you think about what's going on over there? I know people are curious about that too, so we should touch on that.
Yeah. Again, I let's first preface it, or I will preface it for me by saying, I don't know what I don't know, right? So there's a million things that could be happening over there that we're just looking in, nose pressed up against the glass. And that, I think that's important because a lot of times it becomes real easy for people to be like, they're so fucking stupid. And it's like, dude, you have no idea the politics at play, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't mean that the end result should be poor, but we don't know what happened. But if you look at the reporting, I guess you'd call it reporting from Greg, and then you look at the reporting from Warren with The Verge.
Oh yeah, Tom Warren. Yeah.
It's starting to sound more and more like this was not planned. Certainly with Sarah Bond, and if it was planned with Phil, it wasn't like Bob Iger leaving Disney, and there were, he had a year to prep this new person. It sounds like even Phil was kind of caught a little surprised. If Greg is right, I don't know, but I don't. for a lot of things you can say good or bad about Greg, I've never heard he's a guy who goes out with false stuff.
No, when I saw that he had said something, I actually totally believe the veracity of it. First of all, Greg is exceptionally well connected. He has been for many, many years. When I worked with him, he was eminently well connected. He talked to a lot of very famous people, a lot of very well connected people, much more than I did. And he's also not a news guy. So when he says something, it's not like he's like out there chasing clicks for, his new scoop. He's not like Jason Schreier, where that's like his bread and butter. So when he says something, I totally believe it. And
Right.
it is a little weird when you kind of look at some of the things. Like, I know Jez Corden had interviewed Phil Spencer last summer, I think, and Phil said he's not retiring anytime soon. Then
Right.
Phil says, like, in Phil's own timeline, in his letter, he says, well, I'm in the fall, I started talking to Satya about it. And it's like, so 3 months after you told Jez Corden you're not going to retire anytime soon.
Jez Corden isn't owed the truth. I mean, I told people we weren't making Twisted Metal, and we were.
That's true. But I don't know. I think that's kind of an interesting connection nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, that could also be another indication that it was a surprise, right? So what I think about it is that I have always been a Game Pass fan. I have always been a fan of Phil's vision. I struggled a lot with those guys because in the Redfall era, or when they just couldn't get their shit together, that they would release the Xbox with no first party games. Like, how do you do that? Right? How do you fucking fuck up your management that poorly? And I always said that because Phil's vision I thought was so good, and ultimately I think will be looked at as correct, that I can forgive that, but I couldn't forgive Matt Booty, right? Because I laid it at his feet as the manager, the head of the Xbox first party games. So at this point, I think the only thing you can really walk away with it is you go, they just got tired of losing money with it, or not growing, and everything's going into AI with these guys right now, and I understand why. And I think they were just like, okay, we have to be done now. Your Hail Mary was Call of Duty. That didn't move the needle that much. I think there was a reporter that said those exact words where I'm getting it from, but it's true. It was a good observation, which is like, if you can't move the needle with Call of Duty, and then Call of Duty sales this year are down because the quality's down. And we spent all that money, and not just the money on acquiring it, but the legal fees of having to defend the acquisition. And
then we have to sustain the studios.
Right. Somewhere and somewhere along the lines, as much as I love Game Pass, I got one fundamental thing wrong on Game Pass. I still, I always said if it fails, it fails, but it's been great. But that's why I think Game Pass, as we know it, is probably done. I think it'll remain like a PSN thing, like sort of some exclusives from time to time, but more of a legacy platform for people who want to play older games. I think for the time being, they're going to go back to just selling their games straight up on all the systems. I don't think they're going to suddenly start doing exclusives. That seems weird to me.
No,
they're going to put out. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what happened. And apparently Sarah Bond, according to Tom Henderson,
from Insider Gaming,
whoever did the thing in Verge, was incredibly unpopular.
Tom Warren is the Verge.
Yeah, incredibly unpopular and unliked and difficult to work with, and so they just kind of cleaned house. So I liked what Phil was trying to do. I like them as a publisher now. I like the cadence of their releases. I like that in a year we can get something really big and cool like Indiana Jones or Forza Horizon, and then we get something weird and wonderful like Keeper. I don't know if those days are over. I don't know if Double Fine's time at Microsoft is probably coming to an end. But yeah, I think it was a good run, and I really enjoyed what they did. And I don't think the Xbox fans that are expecting a return to the old days are going to be very happy. I don't think you put a person like this in that role if you just want to go back to the 360 glory days. Why would you do that?
No, it's a goofy choice, I think, in a way.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that woman, but And by the way, I do think it is true, because I know there's some controversy around it. I believe that you don't have to be a gamer to run a game company.
I agree.
I think you need to have, and again, I'll just remind, as we know, like, do you think Wilson at EA or Zelnick at Take-Two play fucking video games?
No, and some of the best executives, it's a duo, right? I think back to like Amy Pascal, and I forget the guy's name that ran Sony Pictures. She handled the creative, he handled the business. In this case, it could be that she's really great. Apparently, she's really good at user acquisition. She knows where the AI is going. She comes from that team, and maybe they're like, Matt Booty will handle that part. Matt Booty's going home and worried about his gamer score. You don't need her to worry about that.
Right.
I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, so I'm not judging it from that perspective, but it's just obvious that it's a Microsoft stooge, in my opinion. And she's obviously worked at a bunch of different places too, but it's someone that they can rely on for the vision in which they are pursuing now, which is saturation. And this is why, and you and I have said, I mean, God, how many times do we say this, Jaffe, over the years? It's like the direction has changed so badly, and it's going so badly comparable to where we know you thought you were going to be, because all that shit leaked during the FTC trials, like with all your numbers and your projections and your emails. And it's like, you failed. It's over. And a few years ago, I would have been like, you guys have to go. No, thanks for your hard work, but like, we can't have you now going and doing the PR rounds and talking out of both sides of your mouth. Every time Phil Spencer says something, it's like, you just said this.
Right.
Like, it happened for years, because they were saying the exact opposite of what, by the time the Activision deal happened, they were saying the exact opposite thing they were saying during the Bethesda acquisition. It's why, like, the Activision, if you're an Xbox fan and you lament the inevitable failure, like the long-term failure of the company to be a competitor to PlayStation and Nintendo, that Activision deal, I'm telling you, like, if that Activision deal didn't happen, this wouldn't be going the way, like,
well, yeah, because they would have not spent, how much was it again?
$70 billion. I mean, it was the biggest acquisition, I think, in the history of Microsoft until LinkedIn.
Yeah.
And I just feel like that was so obvious, where it's like, you just need new messengers. So I'm surprised. It's like when I keep using sports references, and we both do, but it's like when an NFL team is like, we're firing the coaching staff, but we're keeping the general manager. It's like, you probably should just start again with everyone, you know?
Yeah.
And again, take the ball where it is on the line it's on right now, not wish cast where you think the things are going. You have a direction. It's happened. Like, exclusives are done. Your hardware is de-emphasized. Like, you can't go back. It's over. So like, you have to.
But the real question is, do you think she is just a stooge, or do you think, because I'm looking, I wanted to look up her statement, right? And the thing that really struck me as worth parsing, I guess, is she had three things. She said, first, we're going to build our new Xbox on three pillars. Great games is one. The return of Xbox will recommit to our core of X, whatever the fuck that means. And then third is future of play. And it's the third that really strikes me as, if she's not a stooge, this is why she was brought in. She says, we are witnessing the reinvention of play. To meet the moment, we will invent new business models and new ways to play by leaning into what we already have, iconic teams, characters, and worlds people love. But we will not treat those worlds as static IP to milk and monetize. We will build a shared platform. And here's the words: a shared platform and tools that empower developers and players to create and share their own stories. As monetization and AI evolve and influence this future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. That last thing is just to run interference on the AI complainers.
Right.
But I think they're building Roblox. I think they want Roblox is what they want.
They want Roblox. It's important to note, and I know you said this earlier about Roblox. Roblox doesn't sometimes lose money. Roblox has never made a profit.
It did there were a couple quarters it did, I thought. But regardless, the norm is that they lose money.
They lose like $100 million a month.
Yeah.
Like, that's what's so crazy when I see these numbers and I'm like, look, 40 million people are playing Roblox right now. And I'm like, that's amazing. How are they not making money? How can that even be?
Know. I have no idea.
Like, how could you have 40 million people concurrent?
Yeah.
And
right,
like, we lost $100 million.
Understand what that means, concurrent. That doesn't mean 40 million over the month.
Right. That means
at any given moment, 40 million people on the planet have decided to log in and play this stupid fucking thing.
Right. It's like it's just so funny to me. Like that's so funny to me. It's like, wow, I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing, man. But you're right. Like there's obviously going to be this mass market saturation, but I did see something in the chat. I lost it. I think someone had said, oh, it's Stuart. He says, what does return of Xbox mean if she isn't going back? Going back to what? Like, I hate to say this. It's not to be mean, but the Xbox fan base is as it's constituted right now. You're not going to have new acquisitions anymore. Like, you're not going to court, like, don't you see that they've tried for many years now to court you with Game Pass and do all these kinds of things in the acquisition of studios and exclusives, and none of it worked. There's nothing to go back to. The Xbox fan base is a 30 to 40 million person strong group of people at most, and they're going to monetize the shit out of you, and that's awesome. But there's nothing to go back to. They squandered it. It's gone.
Don't worry. You'll get your Blinks the Time Cat plushie if that's what you're worried about. But no, here's what she says it means. And this is weird because she contradicts herself. I think in that statement, she says, we will celebrate our roots with a renewed commitment to Xbox, starting with console, which has shaped who we are. Okay. Well, how are you going to do that if in a couple of sentences later you say, as we expand across PC, mobile, and cloud, Xbox should feel seamless, instant, and worthy of communities we serve. We will break down barriers so developers can build once and reach players everywhere without compromise. Okay, so you're not doing exclusives, clearly. You're doubling down, though, on console, or you're starting with console. But how are you going to motivate me to buy your console?
It's nonsense. They're not.
Right. So that's the reason I didn't spend too much time on her second pillar was I don't know what she's saying. It contradicts itself unless she's saying, look, we're basically going to build the Steam box, but we're going to have our tech is going to be so much better that, yeah, you can play the new Halo on the Steam box. You can play it on PlayStation, but you're going to want to play it on the new Xbox console. Maybe it's a tech thing she's talking about, and that's what she means. I don't know. But it's a fun industry. I'm glad I'm not working in it. I'm just hovering around the people. You know, people always quote the Teddy Roosevelt thing, get in the arena. Fuck you. I've been in the arena, motherfucker.
Right, you don't have to stay in it.
I don't want to live there anymore. It's more fun in the cheap seats with the peanuts and the hot ladies selling liquor during the fucking halftime. Leave me alone.
I totally agree. But I think being in the arena at some point is fun, you know, because it gives you a lot of knowledge and insight that like it's worth a hit. Like someone's opinion on situations that they don't really understand or experience are kind of worth a hill of beans. Ultimately,
that's true. I mean, it's worth a lot if they frame it as like I always valued the audience response when it came from their very unique perspective, and I was framing it as such and seeing it as such. It's when they. And even us, I'm sure if you're Microsoft, on the off chance they listen to this, or Sony, I know some of the Sony execs still listen to this. I don't know if you're listening, Scott Rohde. Jesus Christ, Scott Rohde.
Yeah, it's probably there's definitely someone from Sony will listen to this. It'll probably be like a low rung PR person.
Let's talk to Scott for a minute. Scotty, my dear Scotty, who I've never had a bad thing, never a bad thought has entered my mind. Even when you told us we could not put Jesus on a dinosaur and Drawn to Death. And I thought that was just because you were religious. And I was like, God damn it. But okay, that's fair. You've always been one of my favorite people in the industry. It's time to get yours. I know you're thinking about retiring. No, people live a lot longer now. Your kids are in college. Enough. Reach for the fucking brass ring. Wouldn't Rhodey be great in Hermen's role?
Yeah, he would. I don't know why he's been so hesitant to be a more publicly facing
I don't
person.
know, but get your shit together. If you're scared, get therapy. If you're worried about it affecting your marriage, it will. But you know what? Buy the woman a yacht. She'll be fine. You're going to be great. Go on, Scott Rohde. Get yours.
Yeah, it's like you need a reliable tastemaker. And the one thing I would love to know most about PlayStation internally is right now is where their minds are at with their IP. Like who's managing the portfolio and saying and trying to figure out what the right revivals are and who the right partners are and courting the first parties to maybe look at old things again. Like I thought Sucker Punch was it was interesting where they kind of openly talked about maybe remastering Infamous. And I was like, I don't feel like that came out of nowhere. I feel like those conversations happen, you know?
Give that to Bluepoint. Good God. Why didn't you give Bluepoint Infamous?
Yeah, right? I know. Holy shit, it almost made you fucking choke to death. You were so excited about that.
Well, because I'm just thinking about it, and I'm just like, I had not thought about Infamous. Infamous could be, I never liked the fact that he was a superhero that didn't have a costume, but they could fix that. But short of that, I mean, that was money on the table. And I don't just mean nostalgia play. That game is still relevant and holds up enough that you could remaster that and it could be basically like you're reviving this IP. Oh, well, Sucker Punch wants it. Fuck you. Give him something else.
Yeah, I mean, I know that that's a thing, like where I think that they felt really slighted by Sly 4 in a way. And it seems like the internal studios that succeed now have a lot more control over their IP.
Yeah. Yeah. I sometimes think about the stupidity of that, by the way. Like I said, the idea that, well, we gave Bluepoint a chance to come up with something. Well, they didn't. So give them something. Figure it out.
Also, that's not what we bought them for. But nonetheless,
Yeah.
Like, keep your opinions to yourself.
Yeah,
Remake Wild Arms, assholes.
Right. That's right. That's right. But I don't know, man. I think though, seriously, it is, when the thing that sets the table for all of this is just looking at that report that came out about the industry seismically changing. And you look at some of these games that are going to be the next big hits that are premiering this week on Next Fest and stuff. And it's just like, it's just the people who are going to rule this industry in the next 5, 10, 20 years are going to be the ones that don't have this obsession with holding on to the past. And they recognize that things are changing and you get in front of it. But so many of these, certainly fans online, and I get it. I mean, that's not, I got to stop worrying about that. It's just sometimes I'm like, don't you see? And they don't see, they don't want to see. And it's like, Jaffe, you're screaming it in the wind, man. You're spitting in the wind at this point. So anyway.
All right, let's get into some. Dustin, are you there?
Let's call Shu.
Okay. Let's get to some more super chats here and try to get through some of these. We have a lot of them, I think.
Which is very kind. Thank you.
Yeah,
guys
thank you so much for that. Okay. The Assassin AK, I think we're on, Dustin. Do you see that one? Okay. He writes in and says, Colin, so in sports terms, this means Phil is a free agent. Would you be interested in Sony firing Hermen Hulst and hiring Phil Spencer? Are you crazy? Thank you for writing in.
No, I think Phil has a great vision for things, but I don't think in the Sony world that vision is needed. They've got their roadmap for now.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. You need new blood. And there's probably a lot of people internally that would be really good for the job. Simple Jack says, if Sony leadership is not capable of tastemaking, then why aren't industry professionals consulted more often by companies during IP development? I mean, they do consultations, but I think in first party, you're buying like the cow. Like you're not supposed to need anything else. Like they're supposed to figure it out. Once the game enters production, you get help from the outside to fix and finish things. But the
team, there's a million people that want to make their game. They don't need to go out and ask. The main consultation should be, and they do have the green light process. Sometimes I guess stupid shit slips through, but unless Hermen has destroyed the green light process, but they have a group of people that are marketing and PR and development and executive, and they go through possible games before they get a green light. So they kind of have that buffer in place. So they kind of they don't really need it.
Let's see. Lena Mikulik. Is that a who is that? Someone will know. North Starfish. Sounds sexual.
Is this a name or this is just a
this is the name. Lena Mikulik's North Starfish.
Good for you. Let that
something perverted. Something perverted. Concerns about Guerrilla given Bluepoint. Reports said majority of staff working on Hunter's Gathering. Reception seems timid at best. Layoffs possible. Not before the game comes out. I mean, if the game comes out and it's not popular or not good, then that's different. But they're not gonna lay.
Their bread and butter is not that anyway, right? They're still working on a mainline Horizon game, which I assume is going to be fine. The group making the Hunter Gatherer game may get shuffled around, but I don't think they're going to close Guerrilla. Right? I mean, aren't they making a mainline Horizon title?
I think what they were saying, I think I don't have any insight into it, but I think one of the stories said that like very much like what happened with Naughty Dog with The Last of Us and Uncharted is like a lot of people have now been pulled onto the multiplayer game to finish it, but like there is the other game going.
Yeah. I mean, I think that game looks like it could be fun. I
do
mean,
too.
you know, I'm willing to give it a shot.
I know people say to me, like, if it wasn't Horizon, you wouldn't care about it. And I'm like, wow, very insightful. Kenny,
Yeah. I don't like Horizon. I don't like Horizon. I care about it, but
Kenny Power 76 wrote in and said, "Did you guys see the total hit piece on Sarah Bond in The Verge today by Tom Warren? We were talking about this earlier. Tom got the timeline wrong and blamed Sarah for business decisions made by Phil Spencer and others years prior." I do have to read this piece. I won't do it on. I looked at it. It's long. I don't want to read it here. Like,
well, what I will say that
Yeah.
I was responding to was not none of that. It was the assessment that he had gotten from interviewing people that she was not well liked, she was difficult, and if you didn't agree with her vision, then you were out of either the company or the inner circle, and people were really glad to see her go. That doesn't mean that she wasn't an effective executive, by the way. It just means, you know, she wasn't liked, and that's what I got from the reporting, but I don't know about the timeline stuff.
To me, I mean, it's great to have extra detail, but for me, it was fairly obvious that she was persona non grata because I thought it was fairly well telegraphed for years that she was going to be the next CEO.
Right. I thought so.
Like that was, I thought that was like almost, I thought that was almost overtly said at some point, but maybe not. So when she was posting on LinkedIn,
right,
like
that
hours
morning
before, and I know that they've kind of like shrugged that off, and I'm like, no, I don't think so. Like,
what it also could have been is Spencer may have been planning, and then kind of like what just happened at Disney, right? There were two people in the running to take over for Iger. It was the guy who runs the park who got it, and it was the woman who ran some other division. It could have been Sarah and this woman who got it, and the board meeting that morning was them deciding it's going to be whatever her name is, Asha or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was enough for Sarah to go, okay, fuck it, I'm out. I've been here for 5 years. I've done whatever she's been there for. That could also be true. That's what I'm saying. We just don't know what happened.
Yeah, succession plans are not always clear cut. Like, I'm sure that it's clean sometimes, and like you said, it's not clean other times. And there's like dark horse candidates and mitigating factors. But I thought that was fairly obvious that she was all, and that's why I was surprised that Booty was like, when I saw Booty promoted, I'm like, oh, you think you would just cut all these guys and just be done, you know?
Right.
He's the last really, well, Aaron Greenberg's there, I guess, too. And but like, you think you would just cut the last vestiges of this.
They're gonna bring back, who was the guy that did the makeover? He used to be all kind of original Xbox. He was all schlubby and nerdy.
Oh,
was it Bobby somebody or and then he got he shaved his head. He got in shape.
Yeah,
he was wearing cool clothes.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking. Yeah, bring him back.
Yeah, no, Sarah goes and does the big makeover and walks in next week. She's like, "How you like me now?"
Seamus Blackley.
No. It was not Seamus. No.
Jay Allard.
Jay Allard. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, chat, for that. Yeah. Anyway, Aiden Gonzalez wrote in and said, "History with Colin. Why was crossing of the Delaware such a bold maneuver? P.S. Shout out Turn Washington Spies. Good show overshadowed by The Walking Dead." Yeah, it was a really good show. The laws of war at the time precluded nighttime guerrilla style raids in the winter. Everything about it was totally off. You know, the Viet Cong were very inspired by the guerrilla warfare of the American Revolution. And if you want to see a little bit more, though, a very filmic version of The Patriot's really fun, the movie, the Mel Gibson movie, because they show a lot of like the way we fought and how it was ungentlemanly, how we would do things like target officers and do things that were totally unheard of.
It's crazy for that existed for a while. That code of war, you know.
Yeah, it is. It's like it's war. Cyanide 1980 wrote in, said, "Jaffe Cakes, have you tried Crystal Theater of Idols yet? It's funny. I was just talking about this game yesterday. Micah had brought up Elijah Wood, and I'm like, oh, you know that I know Elijah Wood's brother pretty well, Zach Wood.
Yeah, who runs
and who worked at Santa Monica for many years. And I was saying, oh, I'm going to talk to Jaffe tomorrow. I have to bring that up. He'll definitely know Zach Wood.
Oh, I know. Yeah, Zach was a producer on Twisted Metal 2012.
Right, exactly. That's what I went.
We butted heads, but I liked him, and I've been very disappointed with his output as head of Blumhouse Games. I expected more.
Yeah, right. That's what I was going to say. Is he's now at Blumhouse, and I guess is this one of their games?
This is one of their games.
Right.
They put out Fear of the Spotlight, which I didn't like, and they put out something else about some Never Sleep or whatever it's called. I didn't like. I love the trailer when this was first revealed. What's it called? Theater of Blood.
Yeah, Theater of
And I
Theater of
love the
Idols.
high concept, but
Yeah.
I don't think it plays very well.
I think someone had, or Dustin. I mean, Dustin, were you the one that recommended it to me?
I checked it out, but I've already refunded it. I recommended it to you before I had played it because it does
good.
look amazing, but it just Jaffe's right. It doesn't play very well. It feels like it needs more time.
Yeah. All right. Cool. It did look cool. But yeah. Anyway, I was thinking, and yeah, I knew about the Twisted Metal thing. I was reminded about that, and then I wanted to talk to you about it because I was like, oh, let me bring up his Moby games because she's like, you never told me this. I'm like, yeah, I probably met Zach Wood like 50 times.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Okay. Yeah.
He was a really nice guy.
He
I remember
was.
the last game he did at Sony was, I was telling you, I was like, no one remembers this game. Was he
Sorcery?
produced? No, that was he did that, but that was the PlayStation Move game. His last game there was Bound. Do you remember that game?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
The dancing game.
Yeah,
that was a really cool game. I don't think anyone played it.
Yeah,
but that was his last game there. But I remember getting to know him pretty well when he was producer of Sound Shapes.
Yeah, he was always a good dude.
Yeah,
and I didn't even know who he was when I first met him. I met Elijah Wood playing Twisted Metal Black at E3 one year, and he was the first celebrity I ever knew that played our shit. And I was like, that's so fucking cool that dude's playing our fucking game. I just thought that was the coolest thing.
They look like brothers when you know.
Yes,
and you can totally. And it's like, oh, you like it would almost be a thing you would think like, oh, they're joking. He looks like Elijah Wood,
right?
You know, but it's like, no, that really is his brother.
It's clear, yeah.
Yeah. It's Towers wrote in and said, off topic, but the latest Sacred got me thinking, when did you know you want kids? Mid-20s, and I want to marry my girlfriend, but she wants kids in the future, and I worry about wanting and handling the responsibility. Jaffe, you're the perfect person to talk about with this.
So it never occurred to me in my life that I wouldn't have kids. I grew up with nieces and nephews. I've always had an affinity, I wasn't a babysitter, but I always liked playing with my nieces and nephews and driving them. I remember, they remember really well because they remind me a lot, but I'd put them in the back of my car when I was like 16 and we'd try to hit 88 miles an hour in the parking lot behind the movie theater I worked in, and I'm stunned when none of us died, but I always had fun with them. And so I always assumed that would be part of my life. And when I got married, my wife didn't want kids. And I'm like, okay, I didn't feel like I needed them, but I was like, all right, I'm down with that. I'd rather be married to you. I can live with that. And then she eventually grew into the idea, but I'm not the guy. Like, I love having kids. I had a great mom and dad. I mean, they were crazy, especially my mom, but they were very loving and supportive. And we did all kinds of things. Like every Saturday we'd get in my dad's truck and go to cool places. And I absolutely loved that experience as a kid. And I loved giving my kids a similar experience. And so I'm not the guy to ask because I've never been ambivalent on it. I was always like, oh, kids are fucking awesome. And they are what a joy, the best part of my life are these fuckers. And I don't mean that like I'm not romanticizing it like, oh, when I held my kid for the first, it was none of that. When I held my kid for the first time, God, she was first one had a sweet little cry, like, what? The second one's like a fucking banshee. It would, you're in love with them because they're your blood, but you don't really connect with them immediately. At least I didn't. But when I did relatively quickly after they were born, my God, I would give up everything just to have had that experience. What an absolute joy. So I'm probably not the guy to ask, right? Okay. No, I don't mean that disrespectfully to the comment. I'm just saying that I can't relate to the idea of I'm not sure, because I know it's a big responsibility. And I do think it's great that there are people that decide not to have kids, who say, this is not for us. I was talking about a couple last night. They're both lawyers. They have a lot of money because they've never had to raise kids and they've never had to pay for this, that, or the other. And now they're in their 60s and they have no regrets and they've just loved being together and sailing through life with the freedom that you get. And some people just aren't meant to have kids. And I think that's great too.
Thank you for answering. Yeah. Thank you for writing in, Stowers.
Well, Dustin's having a kid. Did you always want kids, Dustin?
I knew I always wanted to have kids. It was always just a matter of figuring out when. Just because I, throughout basically the entirety of my 20s, was so career focused. And for a lot of it, not that I was like super poor, but, I didn't feel comfortable quite yet financially. So I think in hindsight, wish I wouldn't have waited as long. Not that there's anything wrong with having kids in your 30s, but
how old are you? How old will you be when the baby comes?
I will be 32 still.
I was 32 when I had my first one.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we've known for a while. I think it was tough for me to get into the mindset just because I knew figuring out my career was going to take everything in me. And if I didn't focus on it and try to figure out how to get my shot, that I wouldn't be able to make it happen. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
In-game Productions wrote in and said, "Can't believe Jaffe bullied Dustin off the show."
Fuck you, motherfucker. I didn't. Maybe I did a little wink. I don't know. Hang on. Hey, Tech, can I be an asshole because I see you're watching the show? Would you please bring me a Diet Coke? I would appreciate it so much.
Chappie Chet wrote in and said, "Howdy, boys. I hope you're both doing well. Jaffe, do you have any stories or memories of downhill domination? It was one of my brothers and I's favorite games growing up. Have a great day."
That was really Scott's baby. Like, I was working on God of War when they were making that, and I don't think it did very well because it just, it just, it was a passion project. People who played it loved it. I sat my daughter, who was newborn, in my lap. Thank you very much. His girlfriend, Tech's girlfriend, she would sit in my lap and play. I would play Downhill Domination, and she would just watch the whole fucking thing. So it was a great game. I know a lot of people loved it. But it was never, Scott Campbell, who directed it and produced it, was so into mountain biking that I don't know if there was any pushback like, okay, but you need to make this a little more commercial. Maybe he was trying to get the extreme sports thing. I have no idea, but it didn't sell, but it was a much beloved game.
I'll be 32 when I have my first kid.
Okay. You need to find somebody who'll let you fuck them.
Your daughter.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Jesus.
So yeah.
Pesky Profligate wrote in, said, "Why do you think the Army Men franchise hasn't been brought back in some form, or at least mined for PlayStation Classics? It was relatively successful in its day, and it's currently owned by 2K. Army Men's kind of concurrent to a lot of the games that you were on the market you were making. Were you aware of that?
Oh my God, it was so gross because it was Trip Hawkins who had done 3DO as a hardware, and then he spun it off and said, let's just make software. And the only thing they ever had that kind of got any traction was Army Men. And they wouldn't stop. Army Men this, Army Men that. Every fucking 3 months was a new goddamn Army Men game.
I never played one, I don't think.
They got subsequently worse and worse and worse, right? They just were churning them out. And I remember there was an email he sent to the staff that leaked because they were on their last legs. And this detail really stuck with me. He was asked, this is how bad it was. He was asking employees to bring their own silverware in from home to the break room because they couldn't afford to keep buying plastic silverware for the whole staff. But I always liked the idea, which they clearly were inspired by Toy Story from, to make a game off a toy. I love that idea, and games have tried it since. But I did not think it was a very good game. They made horrible games. In fact, they put a game out that wasn't Army Men, but it had like a Japanese name, and it was like a kind of a 3D wander combat game. And I remember getting that and playing that specifically because it was reviewing so poorly. And I'm like, we were making God of War, and I would play a lot of bad games because I wanted to make sure we weren't making the mistakes that these games that we're getting shit on were making. That 3DO was kind of synonymous for being just a terrible fucking publisher, just junk. I think they had Battle Tanks, which was okay. I think that was theirs.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. They have Battle Tanks, and there was an N64 version of that game as well. Global Assault. Yeah, there is a shit ton of Army Men games. I'm looking at them now.
Yeah,
very funny. Yeah, I never played, and it reminds me of that movie at the same time, Toy Soldiers as well. Wasn't that what it was called? Or it was a movie about G.I. Joe like toys that came out.
Oh no, Small Soldiers.
Small Soldiers.
Yeah.
And
Phil Hartman thing is in it.
and Army Man thing's kind of in hindsight fairly clever because it's recognizable and they probably didn't have to license anything too.
Right.
So it's yeah. All right. Price Tag wrote in and said, hey, Colin, any chance you could use some of your pull to maybe get IGN to promote Saint Slayer in some way? I've always been curious how your relationship with them has been post-breakup. I'm not doing PR. Like, I don't do PR for our stuff, so I'm staying out of the way of all that. Like, we have a PR firm that's doing the PR for the game. As I understand it, it is on IGN. And my relationship with that, I mean, my relationship with the leadership at IGN is, and some of the people in the, there's not many people there anymore that I worked with, but I'm still very friendly with Pear, you know, Ryan McCaffrey is a good friend of mine, Damon, but really there's no one there anymore. I know a lot of people. In fact, I've said this before that I asked to use their podcast studio or something like when I was going to be in San Francisco. I reached out to Pear and I'm like, can I just like meet? Like, I don't remember the exact context of it, and like it was basically implied to me that like that would be a bad idea because the team doesn't like the new team doesn't like me.
Did Naomi Kyle smell good?
She's very nice. She's a very nice girl.
I've worked with her before. She is nice.
She's a very nice person. Yeah, so like that was a little weird. Like I remember that just because I was like, these people meant one fraction of 1% as much to IGN as I did. You're not going to let me use the fucking podcast studio?
Oh, hey, I know the feeling. It's like Sony. It's like Santa Monica. It's like, really? You're going to give me fucking attitude, bitch? The lights are on there because of about 4 of us, and I'm one of them. So sit down, bitch.
Like Ryan and Damon are like the vestiges of the old IGN, and everyone, like the top 25 editors of in IGN history would all be long gone with the exception of those two. Mr. K wrote in and said, Jaffe, as your mohel?
I think it's a Jewish term. He's convinced that I'm Jewish.
Oh, I may have taken a little too much off the top. Sorry about that.
Oh, he cuts penises. That's a rabbi who does
Moil.
Moil.
I've never seen it written.
Yeah.
Moil. Oh.
Of course.
Got it. Vesmolo wrote in and said, removing Japan Studios has nothing to do with revenue. It's about agenda and shareholders and changing behavior.
It has everything to do with revenue.
Also, I hear Game Pass is taking EBT.
That is such a dumb insult to Game Pass. People are like, you get Game Pass because you're poor. It's like, what? First off, here's a tip for people who don't have money but think they know how people who have money live. The people who actually have money, you don't know it because they don't fucking waste it on stupid shit. That's A. B.
Yeah, true enough.
Why would I go out and spend $60, $70, $50 on games that just come to me every couple of weeks? I don't understand these people. But anyway, what was their actual question? Was what?
Japan Studios had nothing to do with revenue. It's about agendas and shareholders and changing behavior. I don't know. Like, listen. After the Insomniac leak showed how much all of the games sell, I want you to look at me straight in the fucking face and tell me that had nothing to do with that. Please. Rob the Butcher says, howdy, boys. With the Xbox winding down hardware and the PS6 potentially delayed, what is Nintendo and Valve's role in the industry the next few years as we near 2030? Thank you for your donation. I think everyone's at the whim of the same economic forces and wins for components. You know, console gaming's in a really if you're a console manufacturer or a console platform holder, you're actually getting like a weird second wind because of component pricing in a way that gaming entry will always be more expensive on PC than it will be on console. And even if all costs go up, you're still the cheapest point to get in.
Streaming's the cheapest point.
You're right. That's true. But a lot of people are not doing that.
No, but you should.
But that is a good point.
You really should, by the way. If you're watching this and it's never occurred to you, do a test before you invest anything and see what you would get on a television with a Fire Stick streaming Game Pass or a television that can get NVIDIA GeForce Now on it. You'll spend $19 a month and you will get the absolute best quality graphics on the market. You will never have to upgrade. You won't own anything, but I don't give a shit about that. But if you are close to a data center and you have good internet, you won't even notice unless you're playing competitive combat, esports, but
2K
I mean,
XO or whatever it's called.
yeah, but I mean, I played what was the Journey to the West game, very combat heavy game. I played all of that streaming. Yeah, ramming speed again. What you have to understand is, he says streaming sucks, and this is the problem. It sucks for you, and I respect that. It's not for everybody yet. Not everybody lives close enough to a data center, and not everybody has great internet. But if you do, you could find yourself saving a lot of money and having a great time. That's all I'll say.
Fair enough. The Remington James with a very nice $100 write-in says, fellas, with Phil out at Xbox and leadership shifting, I'm unsure about the future. Been with Xbox since 2002, amassed a 182,000 gamer score, which is huge. And my library is there. Should I stay optimistic or jump platforms? Love the brand, but hate the direction. Weekly show, please. Thank you. Thank you for writing in. And for your very kind donation. This is tough because it seems like the writing's on the wall. I would be, I know, well, listen, I'll just tell you what I've discussed with my own wife, who, really is an Xbox gamer. She just doesn't play on Xbox almost at all anymore, because it's like, it's tough to want to invest in the platform that you really don't know. It seems like it's on a timeline now, and buying games there and all the rest, especially because she's a physical collector and all the rest. What do you think about this idea? I've floated this in the past, Jaffe. This would require Sony to be much cooler than they've ever been in the past. And I don't know exactly how. There would be technical hurdles and you could probably manipulate it pretty badly. I don't know. It would be cool if they were like, we will replicate your trophies from your, like, you have like there's a module on PlayStation.com. You have some sort of permission from your Xbox account. You upload it and it mirrors it. And it says, like, for all games that are on PSN that are also on Xbox. So obviously we won't be able to do all of it. It's like, you will bring your trophies over or something like that, or like do something
that's great. That's
do something to convince someone to come over, because it's tough to walk away from that shit. You'll never be able to do anything about that with your game catalog. That's why the PC game, like the Xbox Game Anywhere thing or whatever the hell it's called, Play Anywhere, it's like, that's a non-starter mostly, because it's like, well, why would you ever do that if you were a publisher, unless you're being paid to do it? So no one's going to say like, oh, you own your game on Xbox, we'll just give it to you on PlayStation. That's never going to be a problem. That's never going to happen. But you could do something about even saves, and I don't know. Like, I just feel like there's something to be done there, and it would be very aggressive and interesting, but it's probably technically not possible.
I mean, I like that idea. I do think it is possible to do the trophy thing, especially if it's a parody, with, the trophies on Xbox and the achievement, or trophies, achievements on Xbox. Again, for me though, I forget which executive said we don't believe in generations. That may have been Xbox. But was that an Xbox statement?
We don't believe in generations. Wasn't we?
I
know. I guess Jim Ryan was, we believe in generations, and then right.
Right. So for me, I will say, and again, I understand not everybody drinks from the same well, and that's fine. But once I really made Steam or the PC my main place I play, and I'm still playing on console. I was playing it this week with Yote. And I plan on getting a Steam box. But once I started making PC my main place, you don't really see generations anymore. Everything just works, right? And my experience was playing Dead Space 2, which I had never played when it came out, and it was on Steam for like $5, and I bought it, and it holds up to this day. It was one of the most fun survival horror shooter games I've ever played, and I played it like 4 years ago. And it wasn't like now, if you're a physical media collector, where you're like, oh, okay, this is for this system. It just is. It's just a game, just like a TV show. I don't have to have a different kind of TV to watch, an episode of a series from 1970. It just works. And I know a lot of people aren't used to that, so it feels very foreign. But I'm telling you, once you go into that ecosystem, you never all these arbitrary, false scarcity things that have been put in by design for competitive advantage, you realize just how antiquated that is. It's silly. So
yeah, I agree with you. First of all, everything trends towards this agnostic future.
Yeah,
but I think it's just the way things are now are a product of the way things had to be back in the day. You're not going to put hardware out without porting software and then building your own software and all that. And they haven't moved. and that's a problem.
Yeah.
KB MG3RU says, why do Sony's live service green lights, Concord, Horizon Hunters, Gummy Bears, and Fair Games all lean on bright neon, hyper-saturated color palettes? Where are the darker, grittier M-rated bets? Well, I mean, Helldivers is one of them.
Yeah.
It's the biggest one they've done. But I agree with you. Like, a lot of it is going towards that pastel, flashy. I mean, there's obvious reasons for that, because people love that shit. But they are doing darker stuff too. I think Marathon is dystopian.
Gummy Bears we haven't seen though, right? There hasn't
We've
been
seen
any
art
leaks.
from it. I mean, it's obvious that's what it's going to be based on its concept art. But
a lot of it's I assume the Horizon thing is cost, right? I mean, maybe no, because you're right, because we talked about this last week, because they had the assets, assuming they could translate.
Yeah, they could. Right, it's being built in Decima. I think like it would have been so easy for them to have done that.
Maybe they want to make it run on PS4, PS5, and low-end PCs just to spread the chances of more people playing.
That's a good point. Is that like the stylized look is often less intensive, and you can make it look really sharp, fewer textures, and yeah. So, Commander Shepard N7 wrote in and said, Jaffe, who's hotter, Tulsi Gabbard or AOC?
AOC.
Interesting.
But they're both attractive, you know.
Yeah, I think AOC's losing it a little bit, to be honest. I think Tulsi's always kind of look the same. The hair.
That's because she's got that rogue.
Yeah, the tail. It's very rogue. Exactly. It's very cool.
Yeah,
she looks like she looks like an enemy lieutenant in like a JRPG or something. You know,
she does. Yeah. No, I think AOC. What do you think?
I'll go Tulsi. I think. Yeah.
All right. So we can double date.
Sure. San Juan Grand Prix wrote in and said, hey, Jaffe, I told my fiance that I don't watch adult content videos online, but this is obviously a lie since I watch multiple times a week. Should I come clean and tell her the truth?
I mean, I don't care. But I mean, here's what I would say. I'm less concerned about you telling her the truth or not, and more concerned about you. This is his fiance.
Let's see. Sorry, I scrolled down. Yeah, fiance.
Heading into a marriage with someone that you can't trust to let them know what you're into, let alone sharing it with them as something that you both enjoy together. So if you're serious about this, I would say you have some conversations to have before you get married, not because you've done a bad thing, but because you want to be with someone that you're sexually compatible with. And if you're watching porn of, I don't know, little people porn that's focused on feet fetishes and diaper play, you want to make sure that she's at least going to be okay with that, let alone maybe she's into that, right? You don't sound like you know her all that well. That would be my concern. Yeah.
Got to be honest and open.
Yeah.
Caffeinated DC wrote in with 200 Imperial credits and says, SIE plays it safe, much like Ubisoft and Microsoft pursuing big, conservative, profit-driven bets. Would the creative and output choices differ if SIE were controlled from Japan instead? Love from India. Thank you for writing in. This is a common thing. I wonder what you think of this. You have a lot of insight into this. Like, do you think that a lot of Sony's change in first-party fortune in some way had gone from when they relocated the kind of power center to the US, which I think began during the PS4, like the beginning of the PS4 era, the late PS3 era?
Look, no, I think the business flows where the money is, and end of the day, and I think anybody who listens to me knows I have nothing but affection, respect, admiration for Becker, but he was putting out the quirky, strange Japanese things. And I think what ended up happening is when the market changed to the point that gamers were demanding a visual fidelity at a level that got costlier, it became much harder to, make those kinds of bets. And I think America did it better at that cost. If you look at the Uncharted's, the Infamouses, the Last of Us, the God of War remakes, I just think they understood the more global market, what they wanted to spend their money on. So the quirky shit, at the level that it cost to make, just wasn't cutting it. So I don't think that, I don't think going to Japan, I don't think that lesson was lost on them.
No. I think Scary Crystal says the Sony HQ is in Japan, just because I think obviously a lot of people are confused. PlayStation's run out of San Mateo, California.
Yeah.
PlayStation used to have 3 power centers with like a capital in Tokyo, but California and Europe were the other, and specifically the UK were the 2 power centers. And Jaffe knows this, he was there. And he was saying it earlier, Europe was extremely powerful during the PS1 and PS2 era because PlayStation did very, very well and still does very, very well in Europe. So PlayStation's power center was in Japan during the PS3 era. That started to change because I think as you were saying, a lot of the games started coming from the West. And that really began in the PS2 era with Insomniac and more, acutely Naughty Dog, which they purchased. But also like the American audience started to become much more important to them. And they realized their audience, they were losing to Nintendo at this time. And they recentered everything to San Mateo and de-emphasized Japan. So there's a presence of thousands of people that work at Sony in Japan. And Sony HQ as a company is in Japan.
Yeah.
But like Sony, PlayStation is run out of California. And I don't know that it really mattered. Like, you could see how important the American market was because people forget about this. PS4 came out in the US first. Like they launched it specifically in this market, like because they only had so many console allocations, and that was unheard of. The PS2 was launched in Japan first, way early, and so you could just tell everything was kind of moving over. I think that's been good for the brand. Internationalizing the brand has been good. They just shouldn't lose their Japanese heritage, and I don't think they have in terms of the weird, quirky shit that they do. And if anything, they can use a little more of that. But the Japan studio days are over. All right. Solid Duff says, some of you motherfuckers have a lot of money to burn. Thank you for that. Bacon Black wrote in and said, what up, gents? What's more important for you when you're playing a game? Story, combat, exploration? Thank you for your donation. Depends. I don't even always play a game to have like fun. I play a game to satiate a curiosity, to have an experience. I don't think Gone Home was fun. Like,
it was engaging though. I think the word, the people always accuse me that it's like, if it's engaging, I'm in. It can be slow. It can be very little, if no action, but if I'm engaged, that's all I care about. But I don't play games for story. I like when it's there, if it doesn't get in the way and if it adds, but I love to read. I love movies. To me, those of, not always, but more often than not, those are better delivery mechanisms for linear storytelling. But being in the world, if you call that story, then I think it depends on the game. Like this pirate game I'm playing right now, the story's like whatever, but it's about the core loop, the systems, and the exploration. So every game has a different reason that it exists, and I think you can't really. I don't judge games. I don't buy games or choose games to play based on that. Like this fucking thing, Genshin Attack, which I think is just people are going to adore if you play the demo. There's no exploration in that game. There is a story, but who gives a shit? That's just a jolt of adrenaline when you pick up the controller, like an old arcade game. So depends.
Pair of Shoes wrote in and said, for the love of God, can we somehow get Last Stand as a whole to funnel money to the Ritual Network to get Hiroki Totoki to start a campaign against Hermen Hulst? I love that the Ritual Network is becoming like a joke.
I don't know what that is.
The Ritual it's something to do with all right, so Bill the Rocket Boy claims that they were being sabotaged during Mind's Eye's development by an outside force. I think in a recent write-up, it was acknowledged that it's some like social media thing or some influencer network called the Ritual Network, and the claim was that they gave them like $1 million or something to like defame the game.
Why?
But the joke,
what end?
But I don't know. I have no idea. But the joke is, and I think it's so interesting, by the way, because a lot of that was like rumor and innuendo and like, leaks. And then they acknowledge it in a PR statement. They're being like, yeah, unfortunately, we feel like we've been basically sabotaged from the outside. But basically, Dustin and Chris were doing impressions of the Ritual Network as if it was Alex Jones. So Dustin, you there?
I'm here.
Can I put you on the spot?
For the Ritual Network?
Yeah. He's spending $1 million on the Ritual Network.
Putting $1 million. They're putting fat chicks in games for $1 million. Girls with pink hair.
And the Ritual Network. Cyanide 1980 wrote in and said, Dusty, get on
how
stream.
delusional do you have to be to think that's the reason your game failed. Have you seen your game, Leslie Benzies, whatever the fuck your name is? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yeah, it's weird, man. Like that's the greatest story about that game is he's no fool. Like he's the producer of Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
You know, like he doesn't know what a good game is versus a bad game.
Well,
It's
he
weird.
probably, again, I mean, you're as good as your team, and your team is as good as you. And ultimately, you can be the producer. But if you weren't the guy that was kind of, making the creative calls, and now you are, that doesn't mean you can pull that off. Or maybe the team couldn't pull off his vision, and he didn't, when I was at Sony, the resources I had available to me to fix things when they went wrong was much different, even though I was still being published by Sony, than when it's your own company. Right. And so it could have been that just because you have that talent, assuming he did, I don't know, your individual team wasn't the Rockstar guys, and you didn't have all that cushion you got from 2K, and now you had to make do with what you have. And I was not as successful as it at all when I did that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. Like I don't know. Oh, we have the wrong. Oh, I read this one earlier. I'm sorry. That's why I was confused about what we were even talking about there. Cyanide. I didn't go over your thing yet. I'm sorry. Dusty, get on stream, man. Give the people what they want, bruh. He won't do it. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, you are. You are good. Appreciate you. Vexius wrote in and said, "Hi guys, Colin. Since you have been on a Turok binge, it got me wondering: have you, by chance, played Turok Evolution? In my opinion, it's the best. I have not played Turok Evolution. I've only ever played 2 of the N64 Turok games. So there are 4 on N64, and then it continued, and I never played those.
The new one doesn't look good.
The new one, from a Saber.
I played the demo. It's too servicey co-op. Just let me give me a 1-player game. I don't want to play these with friends.
It's funny. Turok does have a multiplayer provenance. Like that they've made that N64 game Rage Wars, which was like totally multiplayer. But as I understand, like it's funny, man. It's funny how the way things change. Like, because I was a message board kid, and like I remember like I remember what people were saying about a lot of games at the time, and like how that changes over time. And I remember Turok being the newer Turoks being looked at as like bootleg because it wasn't Iguana anymore. Like Iguana became Acclaim Austin or something, and then they like went in a totally different direction, and Turok kind of fell apart. I don't know. Did you ever read the Turok comics?
I under duress, like if that's all they had, it was like that and Exo Man O' War, and it was this company that just published these.
It was Vantage, right?
I don't remember what they were called, but it was just like, really, that's all you've got, So no, I
love that fact, dude. I guarantee you 99% of people that played Turok had no idea that it was a comic book.
Oh yeah.
I didn't when I was a kid, and I didn't realize it was a comic from the 50s.
Oh, I didn't know it was that old.
Like it was originally, it ran from the 50s to the early 80s, and it was about like a Native American, like an actual bow and arrow, like native. And then it was revived by like Vantage, which was kind of like a third, an adultish graphic novel thing in the late 80s, early 90s as the Turok we know.
Oh, okay.
Which is oh, I'm sorry. I was saying Vantage, Valiant.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Valiant Comics.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I love that little fact because as a kid, like I guarantee none of us knew that. And when you read about it, because I was reading after I beat Turok 1 recently, I was reading about it, and I'm like, oh, like Acclaim had this whole thing lined up where they're like, they bought the comic IP, then they started publishing the comic in like the mid 90s. They had the game in development. Like they were trying to do this whole cross media thing, but it really only became about the game. And like when you say Turok, no one thinks of anything else but the game.
Yeah, no. I mean, if you're a hardcore comic guy like me, you know what it is, but yeah, for sure.
Hey 1426 wrote in and said, Colin is right about Sons of Sparta. That being said, it really is buggy. I lost 2 hours because it froze. Still like it more than the OG trilogy. Dude, when I was playing last night, I lost 3% of my play because the game froze, and I had saved the game, and I went back in. I just like, games crash. Like it's not the end of the world if it happens once in a blue moon, but I go back in and it's like, and I'm like, I'm in a different place. And I went into and I'm like, I was at 84%, and then it went back to 81%. And I was like, I had like the my heart dropped, but I was like, I've come so I took the half an hour or whatever because I'm just running around getting collectibles now. It's not the end of the world. I think I left it at 96% when I put it away at like 5 a.m. last night. So I'm going to wrap it up tonight, and then I'll pre-order Resident Evil and get that preloaded. Excited for that on Friday.
Is it comes out Tuesday?
Friday, I think, Resident Evil.
It's this Friday. Oh,
Yeah.
that's exciting. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sure the preload's ready to go on PlayStation. I'll get that going. I do think Sons of Sparta gets better the more you play it, but but as I said we did a spoiler cast. If people want to go on Patreon and check it out, if you're not already over there, you can do it. We did a review discussion on it. It's not in the top 25 Metroidvania games. Like, you know, it's like, it's fine. Like, it's fun. It takes getting used to, and it is very long. I will say that if you want like I do feel like at first I was like the $30 price point rubs me the wrong way. I don't think it's that egregious, but maybe $24.99 would have been a more appropriate price. But it's a big game. By Metroidvania standards, it's a big game. So check it out if you want, but I really would only recommend it to God of War like diehards or Metroidvania people. You'd probably want to check it out of curiosity. Long Islander 117 wrote in and said, why does Kratos hate pottery so much? He doesn't have any respect for the arts, it doesn't seem like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You think he hates the pottery? I mean, like harp players, he has a particular distaste for.
Right.
I mean, I think it's obvious why he likes to smash the pots. I mean, it was pure gameplay, right? We just needed stuff to smash, and that made sense. And we were sick of seeing crates in games, so it's like, yeah, pots will do, and they sound fun to break.
Yeah, we did the Castlevania candle flame torch
right
thing. Yeah, you need something to fuck up.
Yeah.
Epic Geezer wrote in and said, Colin, did you get up at the ass crack of dawn yesterday morning to watch that historic hockey game? I didn't. When I saw that it started at 8 in the morning, 5 your time, Jaffe, I was like, absolutely not.
That's the Canada America thing.
Yeah, it was. I did when I woke up to pee around 10 maybe or something, or 11 because the game was over by then. And I looked and I was like, oh, we won, and then I went back to bed. What a crushing series of defeats for Canada. Both of their team, our women's team is very good, but our men's team really shouldn't have won. Canada's team is better on paper for sure, but we'll take it.
Why am I seeing a bunch of skaters doing more of the fun shit? That's not for competition, right? But they just do it because, like, I saw two of the skaters that they were like Mortal Kombat. They were doing like a Mortal Kombat.
Oh, there's
routine.
like that. I think there's like there's ice dancing. And like, it's not just like traditional figure skating or anything like that anymore. So
they're still in competition, even though it's goofy like that.
Yeah, because it's like subjectively scored.
Okay.
Yeah. Downside Wave wrote in and said, for Dustin's diaper fund and not for the baby, if you know what I mean. Oh, got him, Dustin.
Thank you.
$100, he'll wear a diaper next episode on screen.
Hell yeah. Patrick
$500, he'll take a shit in it. Come on now.
Another 1,000, he'll ship it to you too.
Take that, Belle Delphine.
Patrick Bakey says, the way Jaffe brings out the fun and chaos and the whole LSM team is so fun. This is the best content. Pack a bowl and have a laugh with. Thank you. I'm enjoying it too.
You goddamn right.
And we'll have you back in the coming weeks, no doubt. And again, I appreciate your flexibility because again, we agreed to do it next week.
Dude, people ask me, it's like, why did you go back to do the Keemstar stuff too? I would much rather not have to have my own company. I hate it. I'd rather just travel around and just be on people's shows.
It's a lot, dude.
It's a lot. It's a totally different job. It's got nothing to do with what we're doing right now, right? It's its own headache. So
it's a lot.
I love it. I'm glad people like it.
I'm sympathetic. Carlos Enrique Sierra wrote in with 150 Imperial credits and says, Colin, using the picture of the Japanese soldier on lunatics declaring PlayStation's downfall because Xbox has a new president has been the highlight of my week. Hope you are well, gentlemen. I was telling Micah, like, that's my memes are take a penny, leave a penny trays. And we're always taking pennies, right? And every once in a while, I want to leave a penny. And me putting the little vocal box below that Japanese soldier that was in the Philippines until the 70s, whenever someone says something like very ridiculous, it's that's my contribution. So I'm glad that you enjoyed that. I've used it twice recently. I'm going to put it away for a little while now, but you're very free to use it on your own. And I encourage you to do it. Very high level history meme.
Colin, is Micah recording on Summon Sign?
Yeah, I'm degrading. Yeah.
tanked.
Yeah, sorry. Why don't you come back on the screen and I'll go off screen? Because we're just reading these now.
You would go off screen?
Yeah, so I don't look like shit, and then I can just be, you know what I mean? By the way, I had Micah was originally supposed to go at 1, and I asked them to delay 3 hours so that this wouldn't happen.
Oh, I mean,
But
you're still serviceable. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's interesting because it was working she went on 10 or 15 minutes ago. So it was working for a minute.
It's been a little weird for a little bit. But
Oh, okay.
I just haven't said anything. But you're fine. It's just you're gonna see people in chat be like, Colin looks bad.
I mean, I do look bad. I look bad even if I'm in 4K. Tuffy YJ wrote in and said, is there a way to pitch games to studios? I have a few dope game ideas, but I'm 45 and I'm not learning coding and crap to make them, but I know they'd hit. I don't think is it true? Like, I know most creatives wouldn't want to even hear from you because they're not going to use your game, but because like by principle, they don't want any of your ideas. They don't want any crossover, like any.
Well, there's the legal dangers.
Right. Like I've seen creatives encourage people like, do not send us anything. Like, do not pitch anything. Do not.
But beyond that, when you're talking about the creatives, they don't want them. They have their own ideas. They work for years to get into a position where they can make their games. And if you really do think your game idea, and again, I'm not one of these guys like ideas are cheap. They're not. Great commercial ideas are valuable. You'll find someone who will listen, but it's not a standard where you can set up a pitch at all the studios and go pitch an idea. If you have nothing else to show for it. And even then it's hard to get the funding. If it's a small enough game, you could vibe code it and just see if it's fun and build it as a prototype, but it's not really a thing. It's never been a thing. So
yeah, I would leave the game making to the game makers, and I don't even consider myself a game maker. Nothing would happen with me. Like I just put little stories and characters and things. Like I leave it all up to the people that really know it. Toy department wrote in.
If you're into it, you should try. You don't have to learn to code anymore. Get a subscription to Google Gemini or Claude and try to make some games just by vibe coding. See if you like it. You may hate it.
Well, the AI is making the game then, but yeah, fair enough.
Well, you're making it in the way a designer makes it, right? You're typing a document.
Yeah. Toy department, my friend Kenny Kopnick wrote in and said, howdy fellas, love to see these streams happening. I'm here for the Jaffening. Love the toy talk earlier. What was Jaffe's favorite toy when he was a young lad?
Oh, so many, but I guess when I was really young, it was the Mego superheroes, and it was the superhero line that predated superpowers, which I think were just called superheroes. But when I was like 10 and up, it was my 12-inch Boba Fett from Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, yeah.
It was like that big. Yeah, I love the shit out of that fucking thing.
Yeah, the 12-inch dolls were cool. They brought those back in the mid-90s, some of them, and I had Vader, and I think I had Boba Fett, but I had
Boba Fett was
the
best. That was awesome.
Yeah, Boba Fett's that was the dude. Oops, I lost where I was here in fan funding. By the way, since you wrote in, Kenny, everyone should go support your store in Ohio if they're in the area. He's a great toy dealer and a wonderful man. Isn't it? Yeah, right. I think it is. Parth 44 wrote in and said, does Sony give too much power to writers? I loved God of War Ragnarok, but how did playtesting not find the iron wood section too long? I know Jaffe has echoed something similar.
It's my understanding they do. When I was there, I took playtesting very serious. I'm not saying they didn't. Maybe the playtesters fucking loved it. I couldn't tell you. But it was expressed to me by somebody who would know. And Colin, if you ever remember, ask me, I'll tell you who it was off camera.
Okay.
That there was some turn somewhere where that became everything to them. And that ruled a lot of departments in terms of choices being made. And that was a section I brought up to this person and said, how the fuck did you guys leave that in there? Why didn't you just, and I came up with a couple of ways they could have fixed it. And they said, well, the story, it meant more to the story and they're ruled by the story. And by the way, in the chat, this guy Law says Jaffe took playtest seriously. That's when we got the Hades section in God of War 1. That was, I'm not even fucking with you. That is the section we did not test. It was towards the end of the game. We tested the shit out of it. And we thought by that point, we had it covered. We knew what worked and what didn't, and we just were out of time. So we said, fuck it, we're good. But trust me, that would not have been in there if I would have seen what it ended up being.
Fire Rock wrote in, said Bluepoint could have remade Infamous, Uncharted, the other God of Wars. How could they believe they wouldn't make any profit? Doesn't compute to me. Again, I don't think that they thought that they wouldn't make any profit. I don't think the profit was sufficient, and everyone's chasing this golden idea of having their game as a service. But when you really think about it through the lens, like I said earlier, of Naughty Dog's, cancellation of factions, you think about this and you're like, it makes even less sense. Like, what are you doing?
Tell me if this was a good idea or a stupid idea.
Yeah.
So you go to Bluepoint and you say, and I don't know what the narrative would be. So it would either be cheeky and intentionally silly because the idea is fundamentally silly, or it would be done right, like more serious. But it would be some narrative that sees a character going through remakes of lots of PlayStation games, right? So, but it would tie together in an overall art story. So they would remake the first 2 levels of Jumping Flash, and then that would spin into a section of Wild Arms, and that would spin into, a section of Bushido Blade or whatever, right? So you'd almost get like a sampler, but it would be presented as a singular story.
It's interesting. That's an interesting idea. Like almost like a WarioWare style thing, but with like a more linear,
but not retro. But it would still be the actual gameplay. Obviously updated.
Right. It's an interesting idea. I like that idea. Let's see. Titans One Fan 93 wrote in and said trade offer: Halo IP and Matt Booty for Hermen, Hulst, and Horizon IP. Hulst and I don't know why you keep calling him. You call him Brody twice. Hulst and Brody can't be fired.
I called him Brody.
No. He's saying the guy here in the write-ups. He's calling him Brody instead of
okay.
And I think he means Booty. Halo IP and Matt Brody. Yeah, I think that's what you mean. No, I don't want to get. Why would we want to get rid of Horizon? Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Each of those games still sold exceptionally well. Caffeinated DC wrote in with 200 Imperial credits and says, this might be a hot take, but I personally feel many Sony first-party games feel written and played similarly. Is there a variety problem? In my opinion, we need more diverse art styles, narratives, and gameplay. Sony definitely is a captive to the Naughty Dog style game. I think when they realized they had a hit with Uncharted, probably specifically, and maybe even the last one was made it worse. They're all chasing that filmic, serious, adult thing, and it's cool. I appreciate that, but a little more variety could work. And I actually don't even think it's the approach of the games as much as it's about the graphics and the art styles and going into things that are more stylized. And I would like to see more of that. They're captive to their own chase of realism. I mean, I think they would tell you that themselves.
Yeah.
Trish in Wonderland wrote in and said, Colin, did you like my sacred symbols tattoo I got? I don't know what you're talking about. And Jaffe, Twisted Metal means so much to me. You guys have no idea. Thank you.
Oh,
I know some people have a sacred symbols tattoo. So if you're one of those people, thank you. But yeah, it must mean something to you that people connect with your old work still.
It does. Yeah. The older I get, the more I really like hearing that. It makes me happy, and it makes me happy that the stuff we did, is somehow connected in their brain to good times. And I love that. That's cool.
TRC Media wrote in and said, Jaffe, is it true that you were the writer on a Three Ninjas tie-in video game? What was involved in doing a licensed game back in the early 90s? Did the IP owner have any involvement at all? You did work on that game, didn't you?
Yeah, but I was a tester and assistant producer on Three Ninjas Kickback, and I barely did anything. I took a meeting with the producers. I had a meeting with SAG, actually, because we were originally talking about the backgrounds, kind of like how Mortal Kombat digitized the actors. I wanted to digitize the backgrounds and have more of like a photoreal version of Japan and stuff and places they were fighting. And there were going to be actors in it. And I'm like, oh, do we have to get, because it's a SAG movie, but I didn't do too much on it. I certainly didn't write it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome Tatum 1976 wrote in and said, congrats to Lilymo for the release date news of Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege. 1 million copies easily. Colin, we need a damn physical. I have 1 million copies. I'd shit myself. We are going to do a physical version of the game, but it's not going to come anytime soon. We simply aren't. It's not possible. Like, we would have to go gold and then immediately get the discs printed, and then it's like there's a bunch of channels that you can't take advantage of if you're small in the self-published independent game. It's just not possible. So I would imagine we'll have a physical version out later in the year, and I wouldn't hang around for it because I don't know that for sure. I don't know like what the we'll have East Asia Soft co-publish it with us, and they use all of their contracts and stuff like that, and I don't know what that's going to look like. But yeah, it's in the cards. It's $10 digitally. I hope you guys don't wait around. I hope you would support it. Walk and Talk and Stephen Hawkins wrote in and said, my timeline might be off, but was acquiring Bluepoint another crying Jim move? Definitely was under Jim. Yeah. But again, things don't happen in a vacuum. And I would hope Jim Ryan would consult with people that played video games before he made any moves like that. FireRock277 wrote in and said, I wanted to say Media Molecule doesn't seem to be closed. The current creative director is from the LBP community and a few others too. I believe it's possible they could be cooking something special. I don't think anyone's saying that they're going to be closed. I think that they're a legitimate operation to eye as with a suspicious view, considering Dreams was a complete failure. I mean, I know people, some people like it or whatever. I mean, it was a complete bomb, absolute bomb. Yep. And Tearaway was cool, but that was made by like 15 people inside. That was like a spin-off project. I'm telling you.
And it was also on the Vita, which didn't set the house on fire.
Right, exactly. And they ported it to PS4 and no one cared about that. It's like Little Big Planet 2 was their last game. That was January 2011. It's crazy.
How big is the Media Molecule team right now? Do you know?
Probably less than 100, I would say. Let me see if I can find out. Media Molecule. They've always been small.
I somebody in this.
135. They're bigger than they were. I'm sorry.
135.
Yeah.
The stuff they see on Dreams is still as impressive. Yeah. The Crash Bandicoot somebody just put on Dreams is amazing. But again, the issue wasn't whoever was minding the store at the time, they really fucked themselves because they could have Roblox at this point. Mm-hmm. Grown-ups.
Yeah. They didn't. No one's disputing Dreams as a tool set.
Yeah.
It's a useless idea if you don't have any way to propagate products out of it. Otherwise, who gives a fuck? Yeah. Like, I don't understand like what people don't get about that. Like they should have been eyeballing constantly. If Dreams ever became what it was, where it's like, they should have been materially saying it in the beginning, like before even the beta, where it's like the whole idea is for you guys to dump time, energy into cool things that we're going to put on the PSN, like,
and PC, and you can make
whatever. We'll monetize. Like we want. It's a hunting. It's a grant. Like it's a fertile ground for you to poach things from. That's what's fucked up about Dreams. It's not it was like a half complete idea. It's like, yeah, really cool tool set. Oh, can you like export anything off of it? No. Oh, can you play it on PC? No. Oh, can you it's like, can I build something cool and maybe use it and build into a different engine or have some sort? No.
Can I plug a keyboard and control without the stupid move controllers? No.
Yeah, right.
It's again, this is that I don't understand who minds the store on these decisions. It's like, what the fuck are you people thinking?
Stupid idea.
Yeah.
I can't believe they've survived all this time. But I don't want anyone to lose their jobs. That's fine. I look at it and I'm like, it's a little strange. The Assassin AK says we definitely need Sacred Cross Duke again. We are working on that, and we'll have news for you soon. That will be a Sacred Symbols Plus episode probably in the coming weeks. Awesome Tatum said
for this next one, I need to go to the bathroom. Putting my camera on so you can see when I come back.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay. Awesome Tatum wrote in and said, Jaffe, the old man killing it as usual. Question: why can't we get Scott Rhodey? Why can't we get Scott Rhodey promoted? I'm sorry. Is he just comfortable where he's at? Seems he might have a better head on his shoulders. He seems like he's down with just staying in the trenches. I imagine is he good at the political game? I don't really know any of that kind of thing.
Great. Again, maybe he's not so great if he wanted more than he's got, but he's always been very good at it in terms of everybody loves him. very effective, very in the know. But yeah, it may be at that level he just doesn't want to be there. I don't know that. I mean, there's a lot of people who just don't want the headache, but
he does seem, maybe we're just, as PlayStation fans, like especially hardcore PlayStation fans, are overexposed to him because we know him and he's been this steady force in first party, and it is weird he kind of just stays as things move around him. And yeah, it's like, yeah, maybe it's your time, dude. You know, certainly I trust his instincts.
I haven't talked to him in a very long time. You've probably talked to him more recently than I have. So
not in years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know he used to listen to a lot of your stuff, so maybe he's listening.
Oh yeah, definitely. He definitely did.
Yeah.
It's funny how we met. Like, I always knew him, and like I've met him in different contexts, but like we didn't really talk deeply until 2013.
Okay.
And it was because you might remember IGN published, I was there at the time, I was ahead of the PlayStation side, so it was a big deal for me. Was like someone wrote an article about how The Last Guardian was canceled. I don't know if you remember this, and which was not true. And he like dragged the story on, like I promoted it or whatever. Like I didn't write it or whatever, and then he like tweeted back and was like, "This is complete, nonsense or whatever." And everyone kind of connected me with the story, even though I didn't write it. I just trusted that it was true because someone else wrote it, and we ended up having a behind the scenes conversation that year at E3 where I had kind of said, like, I kind of think it's fucked up that you dragged me like that. I didn't write the story, and I had like a meeting with PR at that time at like a rooftop bar at a hotel. It was like really weird shit because the story was so catastrophically wrong, and they were like really mad.
Right.
And yeah, I can't believe he wrote that story. But some people will probably remember that, but sucks.
But that's how you met him.
But yeah, that's how I became like more personally familiar with him. And then we would DM. And then when I would go to San Diego, because I would go there sometimes to go to San Diego studio, I would go in his office and see him and hang out with him, and we would talk. And that's why I told the story about how he asked me about Resistance, and like he's like, "What do you think? Should we bring Resistance back?" I'll never forget that. And that was years and years and years ago. Like it's not. That was 2000. I was like kind of funny when we had that conversation.
Right.
Pokechaw wrote in and said, "Welcome back, by the way, Dustin.
Thank you.
Are you all right?
Oh yeah, I just man, I had to pee so bad.
Was it a good stream?
Good stream, solid. Good amount of volume. No pain involved. Just nothing but pleasure, honestly.
By the way, Tommy Versetti says in the chat, quick, sorry I'm late, but Colin, what would it take for your new game to be on Xbox Play Anywhere? Money. Pokechaw says Sony should focus on making great games, then identifying a games as a service avenue within those games. Focusing on games as a service to start with is creatively bankrupt. I don't agree with that at all. And in fact, that feels to me like the PS3 era of forced multiplayer. You got to identify what your game is. Make it, right? Like you don't want to be broad. I guess you could do cool shit like Yote and Tsushima did. God of War.
Yeah. But none of those were ever. I mean, Legends was great to play, but it wasn't like it was some kind of mega hit that servers are still full and they're, nothing wrong with doing that, but you're not going to make a game service out of that kind of afterthought.
It is interesting that it was Tsushima. You would have to assume, right, did well enough to demand it again, right? Which is interesting. Maybe there's a stickiness to it, keeps people playing.
I don't know what the numbers are. I never hear people talking about it. I played it for a couple days and I never went back, but that's me with most multiplayer games. But I enjoyed it. It was really fun.
All right. Let's see. Lena Mikulik's North Starfish, again, I don't know what that means, says, is the Imagine Dragons video game better than Sons of Sparta? Is there an Imagine Dragons video game?
Yeah, I was telling you about it. The ones the two guys made and they overproduced it. It's called, I think it's called Last Flag is what it's called.
Right. Oh, I was thinking of like.
No, it's not with the. No, it's two guys in the band. Or I don't know much about the band. Like, I don't know if there's a leader of the band or.
I was like, that's going to make Chris melt down if he knows.
Yeah, but I think it's a better game. Again, though, if you're talking pure nuts and bolts, I don't think Ghost of Sparta is a bad game. I think there's some fundamental game design or testing problems with it, but I don't think it's very interesting. I think the Last Flag game is at least interesting, but it goes on too long, but it's good. Give it a try.
Petroit wrote in and said, wasn't Bluepoint the studio that their acquisition leaked in a welcome to the family type post? It's almost like they didn't want to claim them. Yeah, I remember that. That was funny. I forgot about that happened. And they were like, oh, Never mind. Risen Archive wrote in and said, Ari Occam's razor point on Booty. Remember, he was the guy who said we can spend Sony out of business. I think he's only there to stabilize the dev pipeline. It's important to remember, and he did run the Minecraft business, and it was incredibly successful. But he, as I understand, they bought that too. They absorbed that. So he is a good manager probably, and he does have some skill set. But
sure.
I just when I read that email of his, I mean, that is one of the most clownish things to say. That was and it showed even then that they realized their only chance was money because they didn't have the creative heft to do it. And I just continue to contend that Microsoft's not a creative company. So that's going to ultimately injure them. Say what you will about Sony, but they've been in the creative business since the late 70s. In terms of music and then movies and TV and all, and then games was last. They got into games last. So they are more of an inherently creative IP-driven company, and they're better able to shepherd IP and development studios, but obviously both of them are not doing very well right now with that. The Assassin AK wrote in and said, Take-Two and Rockstar should pick up some Bluepoint people to remaster GTA 4 and finally get it off PS3. So insane how it's still locked on PS3. For us, it is. You can play it on Xbox. Right now, as far as I understand, this must be a thing they're doing, right?
You mean making it for next gen?
Porting GTA 4. They did the trilogy. It was great. They had to fix it. They ended up buying the team that fixed it, so that's good. And GTA 4 must be in next. Like I just
it's similar with what Red Dead 2 hasn't been remastered, has it?
No, but that's less weird because it's at least available on the current gen consoles, right? Like Red Dead 1 was the weird one, but they did end up doing that, and they also had to fix that afterwards as well. But GTA 4 is excellent. Like I think that if it's too bad because if you weren't there, you really don't know. It sold a lot of copies, but it's not this ever-present game like San Andreas is, or 3, or Vice City, and certainly not 5. So it's kind of a bummer because it really is great. It's probably, I never beat 5, so I don't want to speak too out of school, but like story-driven wise, like not, so in other words, not like the mechanics of the world and all the silly things, but just the story and the characters were like the best in the series. I would have loved to see them bring it back. They don't need Bluepoint to do that. 75 Kamen wrote in and said, Bluepoint was closed because all the first-party studios wouldn't let them remake their games. Sony cornered Bluepoint and the only option was to close them. There might be some truth to the fact that like they pitched games that simply were off the table for them. Like if they went and were like, we want to redo Jak and Daxter, or we want to do Infamous. And the companies were like, no, we might do that in the future. That's shitty management. And I agree with you. Like, why would you even want to do that? Like your Sucker Punch, you want to work on an Infamous remaster? What are you, fucking out of your mind? Like you have all of the power in the world right now. Go make something new. So that's disappointing if that was true, but Sony still controls so much IP that there should have been something. Like Sony has hundreds of game IP that are second party games that they just own from others. Like, wouldn't it be like, and again, you don't want to get too crazy with it, but I think about it's like, what about like a Heavenly Sword remake or something, like trying to revive this old thing, or just do something pulled from The Getaway or something weird. I was saying even it would be interesting and weird to do like something really obscure where people wouldn't even necessarily know.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, like Ghost Hunter would have been an interesting, like something like that.
Yeah,
or
that
you know,
would have been cool. It wouldn't.
So
I mean, it wouldn't have. It might as well have been a new game, though. I mean, a remake Ghost Hunter,
right? Of course. But my point is that like, yeah, they might have been beholden to the first party behemoth studios to not work on their games, but that's a fraction of the games that were available to them.
But yeah, and it is also, I guess it's you win and you lose by it. This idea of, it's the story I always tell when Sony Santa Monica was like, we don't want you guys to do a move version of God of War because the graphics aren't as good on the move games. And I was just like, tough, fucking do it. It'll be a cash cow and you'll get the move into everybody's home. But they give these studios a lot of fucking control over this stuff, which is probably in a lot of ways why they're so good and so passionate. And at the same time, sometimes you need somebody to put their foot down and say, guys, I hear you, but that's a dumb decision. We're going to fucking do that. So I don't know, but I'm looking at the list of first party just to see what we might be missing. But yeah, If anything pops, I'll shout it out. But
yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I always bring up Colony Wars for some reason because I think that would be a really interesting thing to like a space horror kind of or like space politics kind of thing. Like there's, but again, you make the good point. Like some of the shit is so obscure that like you should just do it. Like new IP.
Yeah, that's true.
But that might be the problem with Killzone as well. I mean, I haven't really considered that. Like Guerrilla would presumably be like, no one can do anything with Killzone. And Insomniac with it, Resistance, and so who knows?
Captain Blasto.
They can do Phil Hartman AI voice.
That's right.
K-Nubs wrote in and said, third person over the shoulder Candy Crush and emotional journey of surviving the crush is what Sony would make from playing mobile games. Yeah, probably. It would probably be awesome too. Would you play that, Dustin?
Sure. Why not?
Matt Sanders wrote in and said, Microsoft couldn't let PlayStation have the worst gaming news of last week. I was thinking the same exact thing. But then if the Verge's story is true, it was supposed to be this week and it was leaking. And so they accelerated everything to be announced Friday. Because I agreed. I'm like, these motherfuckers can't stop themselves. You know, like it's so crazy. But the timing was just poor because I thought the same thing. In fact, if it was all buttoned up internally where it was really going to be kept secret, I would have gone to them and been like, we're pushing. Like let them stew in this for a little while. And then but yeah, of course the announcement came and the Verge's story, should it be true, and it probably is, says that they were going to go this week. Let's see. Caffeinated DC wrote in with 200 Imperial credits and says, in your guys' eyes, how much does the success of diverse, high-quality first-party games matter for Sony in the long run, given PlayStation's mainstream pull, a declining Xbox, and Nintendo being in their separate lane? It's important for the future. Just the future of Sony is IP.
Well, how do you define diverse? Do you mean diverse genre-wise, or do you mean like, free to play versus single player? Because I think you have to get into service based. You have to have success there if that's what you mean by diverse. But if you mean diverse like Ratchet and Clank games and MLB and I think so much of that business is changing that the idea of the box with the best games, I think games are going to be pretty much everywhere. And maybe it's the best technical box is going to win or the most affordable box. But the idea of, I don't know, it seems weird to me that it's like we need a platformer and we need this, it's like everybody's making everything at this point,
Right.
It kind of reminds me of those games where it was like, when people say, oh, Sony needs a shooter, right? A first person shooter. And I think somebody had said, might've been you. It's like, well, people are already making those better and Sony just puts it on their box, right? It's like, to what end, only if somebody rises up and comes up with exclusives, and it's not going to be Xbox because they've pretty much said that in this new CEO statement. It kind of causes Sony to go, they could just go third party, and be fine. I think. I mean, am I wrong on this?
No, not necessarily. I think that's what I was saying is that I think ultimately the long-term preparation is to just be an IP house and like a creative house because you're not going to control the means of consumption anymore. You'll be able to like ultimately there will be no console. Like I just think it's got to, or you'll maybe have local hardware, but it will be more agnostic or something. Like it's hard for me to believe that we'll play a PlayStation 7 in the same way we're playing. I would love to be wrong, by the way. Again, you have to think outside yourself. I would love to be wrong. I'd love to have consoles for the rest of my life, but I just don't think that's realistic. And I think Sony realizes this, and Sony realized this many decades ago because that's why they started buying music catalogs. They bought film rights. They bought Columbia Pictures. They bought CBS Music. They own the rights to don't they own Michael Jackson's catalog of music? Like they own like all sorts of shit. And I think they're going to ultimately get into the same vein with video games.
So would you want consoles to stick around? To me, that's like wanting a TV that can only see certain shows.
Well, I like console gaming. Like I like the experience of it. So I guess ultimately what I'm saying is that there could be this idea of an agnostic box, but I have no interest. I'm sitting here on my PC now and I don't want to play a game right now. Like I want to sit on the couch with a controller.
You're talking about the console physical thing plugged into your television set is what you're talking about.
Right, exactly. Like, and I don't think that will, I wouldn't mind if it was a PlayStation in the future. That's fine with me. I mean, like we said,
Got it.
PS5 is going to prove PS6's demand. It's about hitting that demand and the timing of that demand, just because PS5 will outsell PS4. I think ultimately when everything's counted in the years to come. But they're going to rely on IP and production of things that they will control. This is why I keep telling people that in the short to midterm, it's awesome that they're making an enormous amounts of money on games as a service from others. But that's risky business, dude. What they really want is to, first of all, there are examples of massive games that will never be on PlayStation, right? Like League of Legends. Their own MMO for Horizon is not going to be on PlayStation. They obviously have a vision for something that's wider than that. They bought a whole mobile studio that never made anything, but they have a vision for off-platform. Loom Doom wrote in and said, Colin and Jaffe, I am relatively new to LSM, or a new LSM fan, so I am curious, how did you two meet and become acquainted? When I was at IGN.
Yeah, I assume the first time our paths crossed was Twisted Metal 2012.
Twisted Metal, right. Yeah. And I went and played it. I met you for the first time in person during the production of that game. You wouldn't remember, but
I remember you came to San Diego.
Yeah. I came and I played the game with you and the QA team.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
If that was the first time we met. Yeah, I totally remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember you asking me if I had any weed.
No.
Yeah.
Did you?
No. But even at that time, I was a secret smoker. Like I didn't want, there came a time where I was like, whatever, I didn't care anymore, but I wanted to be like responsible and like not get in trouble and not be a bad impression for children or anything like that. And then,
right.
So, but no, I didn't. I remember that real well. And then, yeah, you and I became friendly from there. And then, yeah, I think we became friends like during this era, the Last Stand era.
Yeah. I remember when I came to LA once to do one of your fireside chats, I think was
right.
Yeah.
That was fun.
It's somebody's house or apartment or something.
Yeah, it was my place in Santa Monica.
Oh, that was your place? I didn't know it was your place. I was a friend's. Okay.
Petroit says, after Bluepoint, what is the next worst Sony studio loss? I mean, there's a lot of
the worst. What does that mean? The worst?
So like the worst, what was the worst loss
in
terms of like the teams that were shut down?
That have already been shut down.
Yeah. So, he's talking about like Big and Zipper and
I see
Cambridge and all. I think there's only a couple there's a few that like Liverpool definitely had like, Psygnosis had a massive history, and that's probably the biggest deal. Japan Studio kind of exists still.
Who did Drive Club?
Evolution.
Drive Club seems like that was a big hit.
Yeah, Motorstorm was pretty big too from them. But
again, they're struggling. Arcade racers struggle. There's this new one coming out. Have you seen this one? Is it called Screamer, or it's kind of the anime racer coming out in April that people have been going hands-on and saying it's one of the best arcade racers ever.
Yeah, March 26th. Milestone's making it. They make a lot of they make those ride games and MotoGP and stuff. So
okay, yeah, I watched the preview of it, and it's mechanically interesting. So it looks pretty cool. Well, no one named Jaffe Studios because Jaffe Studios were never bought by Sony. Trust me, I tried. The only reason I did it. Otherwise, I would have stayed at Santa Monica. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. You saw it's smart to try to make that play. I mean, it's funny. Like I remember Sony bought Big at the same time. I think that they bought Evolution and Gorilla, like all in the same time frame. Big ended up just being kind of a fart in the wind ultimately. It's interesting how they made, for people that don't know, they made the Pursuit Force games on PSP.
Cool, but
yeah, they were cool. They were supposed to be like a handheld specialist, and they did. It was funny. I was talking about Little Deviants with Shu. Well, Shu was on the show once, and he was talking about how like people trick you into like thinking that there's like more to a piece of hardware, like the functionality of it, than you thought. And I couldn't help but wonder if he was thinking of Big with Little Deviants, because that thing just used the Vita, and like it was the only thing that used the Vita as if it was made for it. Yeah. And it's like, these guys probably convinced him this was the way to go with the fucking back touchpad and the gyroscope and all this kind of shit.
God, and they wanted you to always use that shit. It's like, come on, man.
Dude, I'm pretty sure God of War Sons of Sparta makes you blow into the microphone at one point.
Oh, I did that first. Fuck them.
And I was like, that's weird. I will say this. I remember asking Shu about this, which was about Zipper. And I'm
Mhm.
like, knowing what you know now about what's important in game development, Zipper would be a pretty big studio for you guys to have if you left them alone, because they were the only ones making online games, and they were making
Yeah.
online games really early.
Yeah, and big ones too. What was the one they did that was like the 64 versus
Oh,
64?
Mag.
Mag. I mean, you know,
Massive action game.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was a first shot into that, but I mean, you know, you got to start somewhere, you know. So yeah, what did you say to that?
Yeah, he kind of, I think, agreed, because we were talking greater, like, he admits that, like, we were talking about Killzone and Resistance, and his whole thing was like, we kind of stopped making them because Call of Duty and Battlefield were, it's like, why bother? And I'm like, that
Right.
was kind of a mistake, wasn't it? And I think it's like, yeah, that was kind of, I don't think he said it in all those words, but I think he acknowledged, like, yeah, it probably was a mistake for us to abandon the first person shooter. Yeah, I think that might have been or third person. And they
Yep.
still to this day have, I mean, Shadowfall is the last,
Killzone, yeah.
well, that's the last shooter that they've released. That's 13 years ago.
Yeah.
They haven't released one since.
Well, some of that, though, like I said before, and speaking of Scott Rhodey, it was always understood that Scott liked third person. And since most of the games were coming from America, if you wanted a little edge to getting a green light, you would make it third person. I mean, it sucks how that works, but you know, that was sort of the news on the wind is, hey, Rhodey likes third person, doesn't like first person. So make it third person if you can get away with it. So
Argonaut Rises wrote in and said, do you guys think they'll keep the Xbox brand or move it to Microsoft Gaming? I struggle with the Xbox brand just because, like, does it really matter? Xbox, everyone knows what Xbox is, and yet it doesn't sound right if it's not a box. Like, what is Xbox if it's a service? It's just weird. Microsoft Gaming does sound more reasonable. Microsoft Gaming vertical.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is Xbox is, you know, I know it has fans and it has loyal people. It's just Xbox came around at a time when I was already fully entrenched in Sony. I was an adult, so I don't have the nostalgia play of Xbox. And it always strikes me as so funny when I meet people that really are all in on that brand, that I'm just left going, why? And I get Halo, but short of Halo, it's like, I'm not joking when I say, like, you know, Blink's the Time Cat or Crimson Skies. What is it you thought was so? And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying it is interesting. I'm always surprised when I meet people that really have a nostalgia affinity for the Xbox brand, because I can't name on one hand their products that I think were really, you know, zeitgeisty. It's like Halo, Forza, help. What else?
Gears. I mean, Gears, but that wasn't theirs.
Gears, a
I mean,
great
they
one.
bought
Yep,
Gears.
yep.
I mean, Gears was going to come to PlayStation before they locked it down. So
right. Somebody says Fable. I don't think Fable. I don't think. I mean, I
that's
like
in, like,
Fable.
the second tier of Xbox games.
Yeah.
I think some of those exist too, but
yeah, but they're not. But at the top, I think Gears. Like this guy's saying, BioShock.
Fusion Frenzy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
1 versus 100. BioShock and Mass Effect were Xbox exclusives, were they?
Yeah, they were.
Think of those
They were.
as,
But they're
they
not.
eventually,
They were. Well, that's what's so funny, Jaffe, when Phil Spencer started bitching, like, well, they spend money to keep games off our platform. I'm like, you did that all the time. Mass Effect 1 didn't come to PS3 for 5 years. BioShock,
oh, really? Okay.
Mass Effect 1 came to PS3 after Mass Effect 2 and 3.
Right.
BioShock 1 was a year late on PS3, though the PS3 edition had the BioShock 2 tease at the end of it, which was cool. So there was, like, something special in there.
Yeah, well, some people are talking about, those timed exclusives. And I think with history, those no longer feel exclusive to me, so I don't lump them in there. But sure, if you were coming up and the only place you got to play those, like, you know, some of the Skyrim or KOTOR or whatever, somebody says brute force. Was that the 3-player, 4-player? One's like a dinosaur and one's like a girl. Oh man. Terrible.
I can actually see, like, the key art in my head.
I can too. Walking down E3, the hallway, they really pushed that one year, and I was like, "This better be good." I'm like, "This is terrible," but anyway.
Let's see. Titans fan wrote in and said, here's how we stop the live service. Stop any kid who plays them. Best bet my nephew won't play Roblox, as MJ said. Fuck them kids. Nothing's going to stop this train, my friend. It's the new social experience.
Yeah.
And again, as we were saying earlier, if you guys weren't here, it's like there are more people playing Roblox concurrently than there are on the PSN at any given time. Like, it's by a significant margin. It's that's it. And again, we were making fun of it because I'm like, they still don't make any money, but they'll figure it out one day. They have a captive audience. Again, I'm offended by Roblox for one reason. It looks like fucking ass. That's the one thing that I'm offended by. It looks like a bootleg Lego game. And I cannot believe it.
It's getting better, but yeah, it just goes to show you though, and Nintendo's got this right too, although Nintendo does it with a lot more charm, it's the gameplay, man. It's the interactive experience that you can get all the other stuff from other mediums better. But I can play, if you're a kid, I can play with my friends and we can shoot the shit and have this really cool digital playground with all these cool pop culture references. That's I can't get that anywhere else. I can get that in Roblox or Fortnite, whatever.
It's just so crazy. Like they're shedding something like $3 or $4 million a day. Like what is monetize your shit better? Like what is going on with this? Or admit that it's not. Listen, Roblox doesn't work if you can't make money on it. You can keep doing this and dumping more and more and more and more and more money and be all impressed with it. But if you can't turn a profit on it, what's the purpose of this?
I assume do they? I don't know if they do ads. I don't know if like every 30 minutes you get an ad. I don't fucking know. You'd think they'd be trying stuff. I'm sure they are. But that said, though, like in the chat, Red X Shinobi says Roblox is in big trouble right now. Not financially. I mean, yes, they're losing money, but I mean, that's kind of, so was Netflix for the longest time. I agree. They'll figure it out. Now, if you're talking about the kiddie porn stuff, yeah, there's a real challenge there for sure.
They're being, it seems like they're being more aggressive. I mean, they have to be infinitely aggressive if they want to keep, the powers that be. The gaming industry has benefited a great deal in the United States, especially from the industry understanding what they need to do to keep the government out. And the ESRB is a product of that. A lot of this shit is a product of that. And so the threat of government interference in the industry should be enough to make sure. And by the way, if Roblox doesn't sort their shit out and they're the scapegoat for the government suddenly getting involved, that's gonna be a problem for them.
But is Roblox American? I didn't think they were an American company.
No, they're not. I'm saying in the United States, like the way they have to be, they do most of their business here. Not most. I would say if you fraction up, the biggest piece of the pie is here. No doubt. There's no doubt about that. Jose A. Taco. Oh, wait. I'm way off here. Jesus Christ. After BPT. Oh, Petroid says this BP stuff happening after one of the best state of plays in a long time is such a gut punch for PlayStation fans. One step forward, two steps back. I mean, I still think the state of play was great, and the Bluepoint closure is a bummer, but things are looking good. I think things are looking. It seems like they're hitting some sort of stride. I think with some.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if they hit with all those games, the first party games. It's going to be a great year if you only. I can't even imagine that anymore, though. That again, I'm not saying that like, oh, aren't you an elite? Fuck you, Jaffe, but. The idea of only having one place to play. But yeah, if you're really into your PlayStation, it was a great state of play. Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome. It was maybe the best one this generation, or the best presentation this generation. John Lisa 418 wrote in and said, Bob Iger was brought back to right the ship. Bringing Yoshida back is a no-brainer in a comparable situation. His eye for content is spectacular. It is good.
But Iger kind of left again. He didn't do so great the second time. But
no, he didn't. And I think that Shuhei is the first to admit that he didn't want to even be he knew where this was all going and he didn't want to be a part of it. So it's hard for me, unless they went to him and really capitulated with a mea culpa and we're like, you're right. Like we need to do more things, more the way you did it. And he does have a good eye, but he'll admit he missed, on things too. So
everybody misses. I missed Driver. They showed me Driver and I said, we're not publishing that. Don't do that. I mean, I wasn't the final decision, but I was certainly
you probably had a big influence on it.
I probably did, but I'm like, why? I was like, I said the guy chasing me's in the rear view mirror, and I want to be the guy chasing the guy. I don't want to be the guy being chased. Oh, good point, Jaffe. Good point, Jaffe. It's like, oopsie, sorry.
Marcus Hankins wrote in and said, do you honestly think that Xbox would ever go back on their multi-plat initiative, or is that copium from crazy Xbox fanboys? That's impossible for me to imagine. Like I think they've done so much their brand is so damaged. Like there is no Xbox to go back to. I don't understand. There's no, I don't want to say there's no future. There's a very unlikely chance that Xbox is like, we're going to make a piece of hardware and people are really, really going to take to it. Like that is just, there's no way. I don't believe that. So I don't think they're going back on it. Ken Pachi wrote in and said, why would Xbox pass on Sarah Bond and give Aisha the position? And why wouldn't Microsoft give Phil till after anniversary if what Greg said was true? I have to read more about this. I really don't know. If Sarah Bond wasn't well liked, that's a pretty important piece of the information that I'm sure is well known within the company if that's true. And you don't want to promote someone like that. But also if her direction, if she really is the one that was like help shepherding them direct their more agnostic play anywhere kind of shit, that was very unpopular with Xbox fans. And that was probably the necessary move and really undercut their ability to, remain relevant.
But
So
I mean, yeah, but what's funny is even if they hadn't done that, Sony I get, because PlayStation, when it's firing on all cylinders, is the, if not one of the top money makers for them. But Xbox has always been a little small thing for these guys. So to me, the idea that, okay, so you're going to get rid of Phil and Sarah, okay, and then you're going to bring somebody in who, in best case, will bring you back to the glory days of the 360 when the money you guys were making at a Microsoft level still wasn't really doing much for a company as big as Microsoft. So it's hard to imagine that she's just going to come back and do the same old shit, because even when they were ruling the roost, it was barely a drop in the ocean for those guys. Why would they just shut it down at that point? I mean, why keep investing in this? So I think it is copium that they're going to go back to the old ways. There's no,
they're not. I mean, there's just no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. I don't know why they would do that, especially now that they know for sure, right? There's no mystery behind how good it's going to be for them when Halo comes out on PlayStation. Forza was revived because of PlayStation.
7 million now, yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, it didn't need PlayStation to be big, but it's bigger than ever now. So they're not going to go back. Straight Shot says Koei Tecmo remaking Ninja Gaiden 2 with a UE5 container, or Virtuous Games remaking Oblivion alongside Metal Gear Solid 3 with the same method. Was Bluepoint shtick made obsolete by UE5? That's an interesting question. I don't know enough to know that. It seems like UE5 is definitely, Unreal Engine 5 is definitely this this catch-all industry consuming engine with a great deal of tools and middleware and all sorts of things compatible with it, and a big company that's investing in it. So it's going to be very attractive. And it could be that, they're not really needed anymore. But Sony's open to letting its company, Bend made Days Gone on UE4. It's not like they're not open to using an outside engine, which they would, as would have been unheard of years ago. But and for people that don't understand, they don't want to license engines. That's a big piece of the pie. It's money you don't have to spend and that's why Decima is so valuable. But anyway, Jose Ataka, we finally got back to you, said Shuhei Yoshida should have been in charge of PlayStation, in my opinion. Again, I just don't think he wanted to be in charge of what PlayStation was going to become. I think he made fun of it on one of our shows, saying I knew it was going to become about TV shows and movies. And it is hard to imagine Shuhei being into that. It is.
Whenever you see him now, and even when he was on my show, he seems much more happy and relaxed, and I know he's doing something with games, but I hope he finds a place like Devolver to run or something because I think he would be really fucking good at that. And I think he probably would enjoy it, I think he would be, I'm not going to say it, but let's just say there are some companies putting out games right now. I'm like, oh, she would not release those games that we were talking about earlier. He should be in that chair that we were talking about with some of the horror stuff, and I got nothing against the guy. I'm just kind of not Shu, but this fuck it, Zach Wood. I like Zach Wood, but you put Shu in that, he's going to give you some weird fucking horror games, because he's going to fucking find them and give you some weird shit like Tecmo's Deception and stuff. That's what you need for Blumhouse horror, not this milquetoast shit they've been putting out.
Zach Wood catching strays.
I like Zach Wood. I just think he's put out 3 bad games, and that's no bueno.
Cluckos wrote in and said, even with failed pitch projects, why not just port Demon's Souls to PC? That would surely sell a couple million copies and keep them afloat till the next thing. Makes no sense. I don't know why Demon's Souls never migrated over to PC. It is conspicuous. I don't know. Maybe it also has something to do with From. I don't think so. Their games are on PC. Mr. Gunn or Mr. GN 1212 says, "What do we think of the status of Bloodborne is now?" I don't think the status of Bloodborne has changed.
No,
I think Bloodborne, there must be something in the contracts that From has to have first right of refusal on the game. Like they're just, it must be. There's just no fucking way that there's anything else involved. Like they know. So I don't think anything's changed. And I think they can get From to do it. They just have to throw a lot of money at them. And I don't know. I don't think it's going to get any cheaper. So Bryant Michael wrote in and said, in her statement, she said cloud, PC, mobile, and console, the same as PlayStation. Why couldn't Xbox go back to exclusives? Well, we just touched on that. There was this whole idea that like there was going to be a flood of PlayStation games coming to Xbox, and I think that people realize now that that's not and was never true. Right? I mean, I still expect there little marathons coming to Xbox, and there could be more in the future, but it's not going both ways. Death Metal in Your Face says studios seeking acquisition should negotiate clauses guaranteeing resale instead of closure if the parent company decides to cut them loose. I don't think most would. First of all, if your studio's if you built a studio like Bluepoint and Sony comes in and says like, we're going to give you $50 million, right? Like you're not going to negotiate anything. You know, this is like your dream come true. There are some people in that position that would be great. And some teams do get out.
Yeah.
Microsoft, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that, I mean, the only real important thing to negotiate maybe is if you do get shut down, it doesn't come with like a clause that you can't compete for X number of months or years, because if Bluepoint wants to stick together, or at least the key people, I don't think, even though it's a very hard time to raise money in the industry right now, I don't think they would have a problem finding someone to fund something from those guys. They're too talented. So I don't think you need that. I think you need just to make sure they don't give you a non-compete if they close you.
I think perhaps, again, their closure doesn't happen until March, but they might be really being quiet too, because there are people sniffing around, and they are one of the teams that are viable, that they could find a home. And I hope that they do. Vitterverse wrote in and said, Blackley, so Seamus Blackley said, Xbox will be sunsetted under new CEO. Original co-founder expects, quote, her job is going to be as a palliative care doctor who slides Xbox gently into the night, end quote. This is according to Games Radar.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think that's what I was saying about you don't change direction. Like the direction is set. You have to have a new shepherd. And
so what are you doing with that? What's her name? Asma or
Asha? Yeah. I mean,
Asha,
she seems like a mercenary. Like she's worked.
What are you doing with that pillow, Asha? Nothing. There, Xbox.
She's a mercenary, like, which is cool. That's fine in business. She's worked at a bunch of different places. She never sticks around. This seems like to be another place where she'll be for a few years and then she'll go. Yeah. Ken Pachi said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was responding in the chat. Somebody says she's terrible for Xbox. I don't think we know that yet. How would you even know that? You know,
I mean, it's terrible for Xbox if you think they're going to do anything different.
I don't think Xbox Publishing or whatever they call it is going anywhere. They are the biggest publisher in the world, or one of the biggest publishers in the world. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think you're right about the the hardware stuff as you know it. Sure.
Death Shoot wrote in and said, sadly, consoles are for unks. Whole genres of games come and go before they even debut on console. Look at Friend Slop. A kid who wants to play with friends is pressured to get a PC, not a console. I don't disagree with this, but I'll reiterate that PCs are going to become more out of the grasp of normal people. Like did you read that piece where some people say like this won't be corrected for 10 years? Like where
because the shortage or the cost?
Yeah, like the various component shortages and all of the rest, and the inability to spool up new factories and all of the rest. Like PC gaming is always going to be appetizing for people with money. But if everything gets more expensive, the PC gets more expensive and the console gets more expensive, and the console is still cheaper. So the console will never be more expensive than the PC.
No. I think that's true. But I do agree with you whether you're but the kids will probably at that point go to mobile. They don't care. They will fucking play their shooters on this fucking thing. Don't ask me how they do it.
Yeah. Your fingers all over the fucking screen and shit. It's weird.
Lion again. I want somebody make a phone with a controller like the old Sony Xperia, and I'll be happy as shit. But so far, nothing.
Colin, you missed the last super chat too, by the way.
Oh, I did.
So,
what one was
Ken Pachi?
Oh, Ken Pachi says, also, thank you for what you said at the top of the show and you guys reading our super chats. I think it sucks that other shows don't just happen. Don't just happen to me recently. Yeah, I know.
Some do. I'm not familiar with what you're saying, but you hear it a lot. I stream, I watch streamers. I would never in my wildest dreams, like, why are you super chatting then? To what end? Why not just type a comment?
Yeah, I don't get it either. Otherwise, it's like, what's the point? And I think it gives us look at all the interesting things that people give us to talk about too.
Yeah.
One last Spartan wrote in and said, if the new CEO of Xbox was smart, they would buy Bluepoint and remake Connect Star Wars. Bringing back I'm Han Solo is the play. Trust me, bro. 67420. Thank you for writing in. Or 67. It's not 67. It's 67 apparently. I'm glad I don't have a child right now because I probably would have killed the child if I had to hear that over and over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah.
No, you'd love it. You'd love that they're developing their sense of humor. You'd love they're plugged into the zeitgeist. You'd love that, it's fun to watch them, because you probably did the same shit, right? You had your little memes of your generation.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of joyous to see them finding that stuff.
By the way, I saw Dustin and I have been talking about this, about viewer count and like numbers and how people stream. And one last Spartan in the chat says, if you have 30,000 viewers, you can't. Speaking about can't read your super chats. I totally agree. It's probably much more difficult in there, but we streamed for 2,500 today. We're down to about 2,000 now that we're reading super chats, which is totally fine. That puts us in like the 0.00001% of streaming. Like you can figure it out if you're streaming to a few thousand people. And if you're streaming to a few thousand people like we are, that's not very common. So I think people need to figure out I understand if you're streaming, like if you're,
but if you're streaming to 30, or if you're Burnt Peanut and you're streaming to 100,000 people, I get it. But at that point, why would you spend money on a super chat then?
Right, exactly.
I mean,
it's
maybe because you want the chat to see it. Okay, that's fair. But that would be the only reason. I wouldn't have an expectation then. I wouldn't spend any money, but sure.
Braden Roswell wrote in and said, what's your method to trophy hunting and not spoiling the game for yourself? Or when it comes to choices that don't fit in your headcanon? I feel like I need a little direction. Any tips would be great. Keep up the great work. It depends on the game. The first thing I look for with a game is like, are there missable trophies? And if there aren't, then I don't really look at anything else. You don't need to. And most games don't have missable trophies that I play. If there are missable trophies, then, you have to kind of get a little deeper into it. But a lot of these guides are pretty mindful of spoilers, whether using PSN profiles or power picks or something like that. So, but I always do the research. Are
missables hidden trophies?
No, missable trophies are like you can go too far in a game or make a choice or something where you can't get that trophy and you have to play it again. That's like the bane of everyone's existence.
Where do you stand with hidden trophies? I find them incredibly annoying. Like if it's hidden,
I don't always look at them. Again, if I see a game has no missable trophies, I don't look at anything, but you can just use the toggle to get trophies, like to show all the trophies.
It'll tell you what they are. Okay.
Yeah. Because you used to not be able to look no matter what. And you'd have to go on like PSN profiles or something to see the trophy because they would just have it exposed.
Got it.
And then there are some games where you have to manage things a little bit more. Like one of the things I love, like Chronos is a great example where it had a new game plus. So I didn't worry about anything. Because I was like, I'll just worry about everything in the
Chronos from Bloober Team.
Yeah, right.
Did you finish that game?
I platinumed it. Yeah, I beat it twice.
Oh, I love that game. And
it's so good, dude.
I got to the part with that. I think I'm close to the end where she's like, our flock, that boss, whatever it was, and
in the church, like
and
I know exactly.
And it's not that I didn't know how to do it, but I was going back and forth between playing it with keyboard and controller because I just couldn't move my hands fast enough to do what I needed to do in those sections, and I've never gotten past the goddamn thing. Is that close to the end though? I think it is, right?
Yeah, no, it's very close to the end because that's like the last spot, and then you go kind of like to the end game.
Yeah, it sucks. I need to go back and try again.
That game is so good, dude. Like that game is so underrated and underplayed. It's a shame. Like they sold 500,000 copies. That's pretty good, but they're Polish. It's cheap to make, but that game deserves. That was one of my favorite games of last year.
I mean, it was self-published too, so they,
they made a nice amount of money on it.
And,
Yeah, I hope they do a sequel. What I loved about it was that because they're obviously like a walking sim studio at heart, and it was the first time I ever played a game that truly melded walking simulation
Mhm.
with like survival horror or action, where there really were, instead of it being like the mansion in Resident Evil where you're walking around and it's horror and all the rest, there would be like moments where you were just walking to the next space or just exploring, and it was like cut
Right.
out for you. It was really cool. It was a cool idea.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought it was. Makes me wonder why they're going back now to Layers of Fear 3 versus doing a sequel to that. But
Probably bouncing back and forth, I would assume. Layers of Fear is pretty big. I don't get it personally.
I love the first one, hated the second. So
Yeah, I played the first one because they sponsored us at Kind of Funny back in the day. We did like a sponsored video for them for like,
oh, okay.
it was like a lot. Which is why I feel like it's so like thinking back. I don't want money from the industry. All right. Trent Miller wrote in and said, how about the name Joash? Oh, for Dustin's kid. It's a nice biblical name. And it's also good because he can yell, get Joash in here. Dustin?
It's not on the list. But I like the suggestion. Keep the suggestions coming.
It's cute that you have a list when I'm gonna make the final rendering.
This joke,
Hold
it just
the
keeps
baby up
getting
like this.
funnier.
Hold the baby up like this. And I'm gonna
like the Lion King.
Right,
I
and
love that idea.
I'm gonna scream the name 3 times.
I love
Name. And then everyone's gonna say it back 3 times. It's gonna be very exciting. Very exciting. Hollow Shotgun wrote in and said, with leadership changes at Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo in recent years, are we past the era of having iconic executives like Reggie, Kaz, etc., and are going to just have more ever-evolving suits going forward? I mean, maybe. You got to give it time for these things to marinate. Phil Spencer is really the last of that group, though. Sony hasn't had anyone like that in a long time, since Shuhei left, really.
Yeah.
So
I met people who actually thought Kevin Butler was a real executive. I cannot believe it.
That rules.
Believe it.
Well, I just love the whole story about how he like this. Isn't the scuttlebutt about that he did a commercial with the Wii in it?
Yeah.
And like Sony flipped out, and that was the end of that.
I'm like,
and it's like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
You know?
But people believed it. Maybe they flipped out. It's like, well, you should put it in his fucking contract if they didn't, that he couldn't do that. But maybe he just assumed that most people were smart enough to go, I'm not really an executive at Sony, guys, but okay.
I loved when they brought him out at E3. I thought that was so awesome. But what was funny about the Wii thing was it wasn't even a Nintendo commercial. It was like a commercial for like tires or something. And
That's right.
And but he was playing it or something, and that was the end of Kevin Butler.
I think you will always have charismatic executives. I just, I think there are always going to be them. They just may not be in the same spots. They go to places, like I said, studios. You need people with vision. Everybody else is just an empty suit. And I don't know right now if Sony doesn't really have that, in my opinion. I don't think they have anybody. I mean, maybe they've got people internally that we don't know, but I don't see, I couldn't think of anybody at Sony that I'm like, oh my God, that person is just driven by his own or her own internal demons and angels and doesn't give a fuck about anything other than making that come true. That's what you need. Everybody else is just an NPC when it comes to this stuff, in my opinion. So
Edward Cormier wrote in and said, Jaffe, which is the bigger offense? The fact that you can't play as Darkseid in Twisted Metal 3 or that Darktooth is unplayable in Twisted Metal 2? Google Gemini says the answer is Darktooth. So how dare you, sir?
Okay, so wait, who can you not play in 2?
So you can't play, or that Darktooth is unplayable in Twisted Metal 2. Darkseid unplayable.
Darktooth is unplayable because where would you put him? He only fits in one level because he's massive. I had nothing to do with Twisted Metal 3, so I'm going to blame that one. But Darktooth is basically Sweet Tooth with a different colored texture scaled up. I mean, there's no boss design. Yeah. It's just another car that has like 800 hit points and gets scaled up, and we made sure the level could handle him because he's so massive. Even to the point that when he can't chase you into the sewers, so we just have him go to the opening and shoot ricochet bombs into the sewers. I mean, we were out of time, man.
Vesmolo wrote in and said, have you guys noticed the trend of some people on YouTube calling out the collapse of the Western industry and corporations and then push Gacha and Tencent games? I don't know. I'm not that conspiratorial. The Western industry is in trouble just from a cost perspective, if anything.
The AAA console.
Yeah. It's like, it's just way, you'd be crazy to start a studio in California right now or Washington State. And Washington's a really, really popular place to go because they have no state income tax. So it's really easy to attract talent there. But you're competing with South Korean games, Chinese games, Vietnamese games, even games in Eastern European games. We were talking about Poland, Czech games, Ukrainian games, although not so much anymore. It's like, these are just Japanese games. I don't know if we talked about this, but I was like, people don't realize how little they make in Japan when I think it was Capcom gave like a universal raise to everyone that brought their money up to like the lowest you can get paid now is like $1,100 every 2 weeks or something. I'm like, dude, like you can't compete with this cost.
Yep.
You can't.
No.
You can't do it. So that's the problem. It's not the people here. The Americans make great games. It's that they're so expensive.
And right. As Layden points out all the time, the audience for them is at best stagnating. Certainly not growing. It's probably shrinking.
No, so. It is. Yeah, it does seem to be shrinking. Smaug 237 wrote in and said, "Sucks they shut down Bluepoint, one of my favorite studios. As a PlayStation gamer, what the fuck, Sony? Love what you all do, Colin and Jaffe. You guys are the best. Thank you."
Gracias, my dear Smaug.
Lubness wrote in with 70 Imperial credits and says, "Jaffe, what obstacle or challenge did you encounter making games that when you see in a game now, you respect the dev for seemingly overcoming?" That's an interesting question. I don't know if you can answer it on the fly, but do you understand it?
Well,
yeah.
I'm sure there's a million things, but what comes to mind is having the ability to consistently solve the various challenges that come up all the time. So I bring that up because, like, for example, when we made Drawn to Death needed somebody on the team that knew how to do shooter design and shooter code. None of us had ever made a competitive online shooter before, right? God of War needed amazing animators, and for a long time we were without them. And we had the resources and the tenacity that we just kept banging and banging and banging until we found Corey and Eric and Derek, who were all working at Paradox on Backyard Wrestling. And God knows why we thought they would be great, but coming off those games, but I don't remember the specifics. So I think my answer is, it's less about one specific, oh, you always made your platforming great, and more about being tenacious and having the energy to fight brand new battles all the time that stand in the way of the vision of the game being great. And those challenges change constantly. And that, I think, is just an exhausting proposition. So when people are able to put something out that's great, let alone something that's great and has a lot of content, that's a game that probably has been through the fucking ringer, and people have added years to their life just making it, in terms of multiplier than a single year is what I would say.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys can't hear the dog, right? Hopefully not. All right. Andrew Betteridge wrote in and said, "Can't stop thinking about my beloved Team Canada losing to the States in hockey. Congrats to Team USA." Jaffe, what is your connection to hockey, if any? You a hockey person at all, Jaffe? You have any connection to the sport?
No. I mean, I know there's that new game Under the Island where the girl has a hockey stick. We had the Birmingham Bulls, which was a farm league team in Birmingham. I don't dislike hockey. Like, if somebody said, "Jaffe, do you want to go to a hockey game or a soccer game?" I would go hockey 99% of the time.
Oh my God, of course.
I don't dislike it. It's just, it was never a sport. Like, to me, it's always basketball, baseball, and football are the ones that I can watch and are just sort of baked into the culture. Hockey's big, but it's never, for whatever reason, it just, like, I don't even know when the hockey season is. But yeah, I do remember this. You probably remember this too. There was an E3 that was in LA, and it was all happening. It was the last day of E3. The Lakers won the playoffs, and the Kings, were they the King?
The Kings in the finals, right? Where, like, playing the Devils.
And it was all the same night, and we were all downtown, and the whole fucking city was losing their shit.
I remember that.
It was cool. It was cool. But
I remember exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I would say
Lakers shit that during a lot of E3s too.
Yes.
There was like a riot, I remember, 2008 or 2009. I was at a Brazilian steakhouse, and
Okay.
it's very memorable. It's like so funny. We were like sitting along like this tinted window. You can kind of see out of it, but kind of can't. And then
Right.
like a cop just throws this dude against the window, like
Oh,
to arrest
wow.
him, and he's like, his face is just smushed against the window. We're all just kind of eating our
You
steaks.
guys
This
like,
was in
"What you eat?"
2009, maybe something like that.
Okay. Cool.
And it was some
Terrible.
Lakers thing, So, all right, Stuart wrote in and said, "Thank you for the Dalmatian. Thank you for the Dalmatian. So cute, Dalmatians. You know who I'm really, really? I've been watching a lot of the videos of Punch the Monkey. I
Oh,
feel
the little
bad for Punch the Monkey,
baby.
the
I
little baby.
know. I saw one
Why are
where
they letting
somebody
this happen
AI'd
to
a
him?
gun, gave him a gun, and he
Yeah,
just
let him-
started shooting people. That was great. Yeah, little baby. Little Punch the Monkey.
K Projections says, Jaffe, I'm excited for AI films. I made a video of people urinating in each other's mouths. My library screened it. Real film can't match that.
Yes, it can. I've seen that in real film. But yeah, I'm excited for them as well.
Andy Cap wrote in and said, Jaffe, did you play The Messenger? Great game. It is a great game.
I
you ever
did.
play The
I never
Messenger?
finished. It got a little too hard for me. There was something up in the clouds with the boss I couldn't figure out, but I liked it a lot. And then that's the same group that did Shovel Knight and Mina, right?
No. The Messenger.
Super
That
Yacht?
guy that you're thinking of, Cyber Shadow, which was published by them, but the
Okay.
Messenger is someone else.
Different group. Okay.
JRPG Central wrote in and said, long time, first time here. I was the guy at the 2015 PSX meet and greet who had you sign his copy of Chocolate Starfish for the bit. Love everything y'all do. Keep the Jaffe streams coming. Very funny. Very funny. I love
I
Limp
assume he's
Bizkit.
talking to you because I don't know what the
Yeah,
fuck he's
Chocolate
talking
Starfish is a Limp Bizkit record.
about. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for being here. Pedro Garcia wrote in and said, what are some things you enjoy doing on the PS3? I enjoyed editing my music and looking at people's recent trophies on their profile. I enjoyed getting it to stably run so that I can go through menu. I enjoyed syncing my trophies for an hour. That's what I love doing. Dude, you ever go back to use the PS3? It's so bad. It's so
I loved
bad.
the shopping experience on the
Oh, it was
PlayStation
perfect.
Network. It was a joy.
It was perfect.
Ugh, it's terrible.
I loved that if you had a package file to download a video or a game, you had to have twice as much space as the package file to download it because it would replicate itself and then delete itself afterwards. So
I loved
really good shit.
having a second job so I could afford it. And I worked at Sony, but I
right,
needed a
of course.
job, We
I
all sat in that audience. You must have been there too. I remember me and Shannon were sitting together when I guess it was Kaz, and he gave the price. And we were all just like, are you fucking shit? I mean, because we worked for Sony. We knew we were fucked. We're like, we're going out of business. This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard of in my goddamn fucking life.
Yeah, as they said since, it was like if it wasn't for like TVs and some other shit that going on, so PlayStation would have tanked Sony at that era, which is interesting. DJS Dylan Schneider says Gerber meat sticks.
Shut up, motherfucker.
What is that?
My brother, he's a very generous supporter and kind fellow over in my stuff. And my brother used to chase me around the house with meat sticks as a kid. The little baby food meat sticks. And they gross me out to this day. They look like little fat fingers that have been chopped up and put in a little nasty fluid. Ugh, disgusting.
Gross.
Yeah.
Chet Snooze Zero says, what percentage of video game development is artistic and what percentage is coding and grunt work? Do bug fixers make a lot of money? I want to patch video games for a living.
Jesus Christ. Just calm down, sir. Move a little fast. Let's see. It depends your job, right? I mean, it depends what you're doing. So if you're a coder, there's creativity. There's a lot of creativity in writing code, but you're not sitting there working on level design and mechanics that are metaphors for your narrative and stuff like that. But if you're a writer or a designer or a director, then it's a lot of creativity. As for fixing bugs, I mean, everybody fixes bugs. So it's not like there's a bug fixer job. I'm sure there are some studios probably, but towards the end, when you're trying to ship it or get to a milestone, every department gets a list of bugs that their department is responsible for fixing. So, it's if it's something inherent to the weapon system, that goes to the team that worked on the weapons. If it's, hey, we're getting 50 bugs from the QA team about some of the text has grammatical errors, that goes to the designers or writers that go into the text file and change it and upload it again. And so it just really depends what the bug is.
Starglade says, to Dustin, did you see that the new Yoko Taro directed Evangelion anime that was announced today? Initial thoughts?
Finally, something worth talking about on this stream.
Mm.
Jeez. Yes, I did see that. It's very, very interesting. I'm skeptical, just because I don't think we need any more Evangelion. But if you put a gun to my head and asked me who should write the next Evangelion anime, Yoko Taro would have been my number one dream pick. So,
Oh, interesting.
could
That's good.
be kind of interesting. To me, Evangelion is so deeply connected to its creator, Hideteki Anno. So having something that isn't made by him is just a complete unknown. So I would love for it to be great. There's a high chance it will be, but I just feel a little skeptical.
Lincoln Hawk writes in twice. The first thing he says is, have you seen Seamus Blackley's interview today? Xbox will be sunsetted under the new CEO. Her job is going to slide Xbox gently into the night. We did see that. We talked about it earlier. You probably hadn't submitted this at that point, so I'm sorry about that. You also say, David, apparently Corey's next game, Reveal 2026, will be an Atreus spin-off game in Egypt, according to the latest rumors. What's your opinion on this?
I like Corey's work. I think he's a better writer than I am. I think he's a very good game director. And I think Santa Monica is fantastic. So, and as much as I don't like the character of Atreus, I do think his move set was kind of interesting in Ragnarok. And I love Egypt as a setting. So I do not like Atreus. I'd like to think Corey is going to make some changes to that character, because I don't think many people like Atreus. I could be wrong on this, but I don't get the sense that he was received and has been received as like, dude, that motherfucker's badass. You know, most people are like,
Yeah.
So I think they're going to have to do some work on him to make him a really appealing leading character. But I'd love to see Corey get away from God of War. I'm sure maybe he wanted to. It'd be nice to see him try something just from his just very beginning, from his own, like what he could do with a brand new IP, because that we haven't seen yet. And I know that he says this will feel like a new IP, and I'm sure it will, because it is a new character. But so I'm excited. I love 2018. Thought it was great. So yeah, I'm in. But I would be lying if I said I wasn't bummed that it wasn't something totally brand new. I'd love to see him do something. You know, Sony has no survival horror games as far as I can remember. I'd love to see him go, let's make our Resident Evil, or let's make our, you know, whatever, something like Silent Hill. I think he would be great with that.
Talfin wrote in, said Dreams should have been multi-platform, same as Little Big Planet. GT7 not on PC seems odd. Are they scared of not selling 16 million PS5s because people would rather play on PC? I don't know. Like Little Big Planet, I have no opinion. I mean, that was long before the PC era. Dreams probably should have been multi-platform. Just came out too early for that as well. So it's like what ifs. I don't know. Dreams is just ill-conceived. Paco Flipper wrote in and said, Colin, what happened with the Alyssa Mercante Sacred Symbols Plus episode? We haven't heard from her, I don't think.
Oh my God. Have you been watching that trial stuff from the court?
No, I haven't really been paying attention to it. No.
This
she told
guy,
me when I was invited her on the show, and we went back and forth, she said she couldn't speak about that stuff, which is fine with me. I don't really give a shit. So
good for her, because because apparently there's been stuff where this Smash guy has said stuff that the court hasn't liked, and they were supposed to submit documentation for discovery and stuff like this, and they keep missing their deadlines apparently. And Smash is talking about it on his chat, and they're taking, or on his streams, and they're taking that and putting it into the complaint letters. And it's like, dude, I mean, I hate the guy. I hope he totally loses I don't want him to lose anything, but I hope he gets egg on his face for sure. But I'm like, dude, somebody needs to tell you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
man.
it's quite easy to just be quiet.
Well, because the court is noticing, and they're mentioning it in there when the judge writes notes. Like, what the fuck, dude? What's happening with you guys? It's crazy. It's crazy.
All right. But yeah, what's going on with her? I invited her. We went back and forth. I don't know. I'm not going to beg. Boots8562 wrote in and said, what IP gets the next DualSense controller limited edition treatment? Saros isn't getting one, right? Maybe Tokon? Although people don't really play with controllers, right? So that would be kind of weird. Certainly Wolverine will get one.
Oh, Wolverine would be a nice looking one. That'd be cool.
Brogers wrote in, said, Colin, when are you
Hunter
going to finish?
Gatherer Horizon would be all neon and bright yellow and purple and sparkly.
They probably will do one for that too.
I'd buy that. I like.
Year.
I'm a kid of the '80s. I like all the day glow neon shit. But anyway,
Boots says, "What? Oh no, I'm sorry." Broger says, "Colin, when are you going to finish Alan Wake 2? I gotta finish it at some point. I don't know." Tom H says, "Yo, love you guys. Love you too. Thank you, kind for being here. Thank you for your donation."
I'm gonna date with you. I love you so much.
The busboy one says something in Spanish. You can put it on the screen. I'm afraid to say it though because I don't know it. I don't know Spanish. Does it say something horrible? Probably not. But you got to speak English. I only speak English. Pedro Garcia says, I was so mad when GTA 4 had their DLC on Xbox at first. I was so happy when I saw in a magazine that it was going to be released on PS3. That's another example of Microsoft getting the timed exclusives on all the DLC for that. And for Fallout as well, for Fallout 3. Back in the day.
Chris in the chat popped up. Chris Raygun. He said
hey,
no, LOL.
To what?
To the Spanish.
Oh, okay.
It says the door, people are saying the door is open.
Oh, my door? Yeah.
The door is open. I don't know.
So I closed it.
What it says.
My dog walked in and opened the door. Maybe that's what they mean.
AAD Adipie wrote with 179 Imperial credits and says, now that Metal Gear Solid 4 is free, I want Dante's Inferno next. I wonder if EA cares about Dante's Inferno. I don't know if they care.
I've been seeing it all over the timeline lately, but I was on Xbox Game Pass and it left before I finished it, but I fucking loved that fucking game, man. It was great. I'd love to play that again.
Wretch9478 says Bluepoint was never acquired for remasters or remakes. They said so in a WAPO article in 2021 that they wanted an investment to expand into original content. It's too bad. But if that was the whole deal, I don't know. I just don't know why you would acquire the team to make original content. That is the stupidest thing in the world. They made one original game ever. It was Blast Factor on PS3. Otherwise, they were known for this one thing and they were good at it. Lou Bega says, either of you know of any unannounced Sony first party? I know what a couple teams are like doing loosely, but I don't know about the IP or anything like that. Yeah.
I might, but nothing comes to mind. I'm probably not, but maybe, but nothing comes to mind.
Adipie wrote in again with 179 Imperial credits and says, will Fizzant be a weapon to surpass Metal Gear? I think Fizzant has the possibility of being very big, actually. But
I mean, I don't know what it is.
They really are going to start getting into it apparently this year. Like really start like actually, doing motion capture and stuff, which indicates that a lot of it's written. And
I hope it's his apology for Death Stranding 1 and 2. And I don't mean that to be a dick. I'm kind of joking and being inflammatory, but I thought when he was coming on board with Sony, he was going to make something more commercial. And because this is like about a secret agent or something, right?
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be like Metal Gear in some way.
Yeah, so that, even though I know, and again, I'm only teasing because I know Death Stranding is really an interesting, I
love Death Stranding personally.
Yeah, and what I played, I liked, but I do like the idea of Kojima doing something that's more, with a headspace towards, okay, let's make something a bit more accessible and commercial. I think that's exciting. I can't wait. Oh my God, I have to tell you, by the way, did you play, speaking of Konami and Metal Gear, did you play the demo for Darwin's Paradox?
Oh, no, I didn't. I think Micah might have played it, but I didn't play it.
Did she like it? I don't know. Oh, it is so good. It's like Metal Gear with an octopus meets Inside or Limbo.
It looks
that
like
kind
Inside.
Of game.
Yeah.
It is really fun, and the production value is crazy. I don't know who's making it. It's Konami, but I don't know who's developing it. It's and I don't know if it's on console, but if it is,
it is on console.
You should play it. It's really good if you like those kind of games.
Shawnee Quest, it doesn't look very cute. I will say that. And I like that Konami's investing. It's like a weird random thing.
It is very weird. And then when you play it and go, they spent money on this. This is really well produced and it's good.
It came out of that, like, I don't know if you remember, like some years ago, Konami was kind of making it known that they were like looking to publish things. And this is, I think, one of the first things that was coming out of that. Shawnee Quest says, shout out to Phil Spencer. All he ever needed to do was release a working Halo 3 remaster, and this could have all been avoided. Well, that will come eventually. We'll play it on PlayStation. Thank you for writing in. Lou Beggar wrote in and said, so sad on Bluepoint, but I wonder if there was a lack of creative vision at Bluepoint. Gavin Moore, Demon Souls, and Puppeteer lead wasn't there anymore. Yeah, I don't I don't even
Oh.
know the personnel stuff there. Gavin Moore was great.
Yeah. Puppeteer was great, man.
No, Puppeteer's awesome. Who played that recently that never played? Oh, it was Brad, I think, played it recently. And I was like,
What do you
oh,
think?
yeah, dude, Puppeteer is fucking sick.
Yep.
Glassdoor Gamer wrote in and said, Jaffe, not everyone wants to deal with PC gaming, just like some of us take Macs over PCs. You might like Steam, but it's not for everyone. I don't know what that was in reference to.
Well, I mean, I was talking about streaming being great, but you can't really talk. I mean, I got to grow up and get over it, but you can't share opinions with people, with some people. It's like, I'm not saying I'm going to, run for president and tear up the Constitution and say everybody has to play games through streaming. Don't do it. I don't give a shit. But when but then I inevitably get hit with like, no, you're going to have latency. It's physically impossible not to have latency. You're just wrong. And I'm like, well, first of all, you're going to have latency even if you're plugged into the machine. Okay. It's a question of, do you notice it or not? And the answer is most people don't notice it if you are close to a data center and have good internet. So if you don't want to fucking stream, don't stream. But the business in general has shown time and time and time again that low barrier of entry and cheap cost is what 99% of the audience wants. And if you can say, turn on your TV and hit a button and you're playing a great game, most people don't care about, oh, but it's not perfection visual fidelity. Some people do, and I respect that, but most people don't give a shit.
Lou Bega says, with the new Sony CEO, Hermen's tenure almost done. So you're talking about Kenji Tanaka, who's the new CEO of Sony as of last fall, I guess. He could be still figuring everything out. I mean, PlayStation's the biggest part of Sony, and he might be going hunting soon. I don't know, but I don't get that vibe, and I don't know enough about Sony's corporate structure to really be able to say. Tom Fraz wrote in and said, Jaffe is my favorite far left libtard. Can you give me your hottest take that would make my grandparents roll in their graves? Love you guys. This is great.
Oh, I don't know your fucking grandparents. Were they fucking Jew-hating Nazis? What do you need from me, buddy? Okay, that would make them roll in their graves. Probably I would say that their generation, a lot of people died for lies and propaganda about the greatness of America. And when the rubber meets the road, it's more about the money than it is about freedom. And in that, a lot of their contemporaries are probably dead because they went to war under false pretenses. How about that? Does that work enough for you, you smug son of a bitch?
Spinning. User DJ with a bunch of letters and numbers says, have you kept up with the marathon marketing? The short film from last year was so compelling. What are the odds we get some kind of single player game from the IP? Unlikely. Yeah. That's not what Bungie does. I mean, that would be cool, but I don't think that's going to move the needle, or nor is it worth an investment. You could play Destiny by yourself, technically. I guess you could play Marathon by yourself too. I would assume. I think it would be probably really difficult. Joseph Soda wrote it and said, Xbox Anywhere was Sarah Bond's plan. This is an Xbox ad, was her idea, and offended many internally. People internally are relieved that Sarah Bond has gone via The Verge. Yes, we talked about this already. Joseph, thank you. Appreciate you. Hope you're well. Future, I lost it. Oh God, where did it go? Future Millionaire wrote in and said, not the type to glaze anyone, but I have become a big fan of Real Radic. The young man knows his Sony. Glad to see him pop up here and on Spawnwave. Yeah, he's great.
Oh yeah, I know that guy.
He's a really great
guy. I don't
guy.
know him, but I see him online a lot, and he comes into streams.
He's a good Canadian, and he knows his PlayStation. Definitely, very impressive.
Maybe it's Victor Lucas in disguise.
It could be Victor Lucas in disguise.
Yeah.
Bench Frog wrote in and said, not sure if mentioned, but when will season 2 of Elden Ring start? I don't know. We have to figure out. We have to get everyone together.
Did you not fall in love with it?
It will happen, Dustin. Stop being like that.
I want to talk to you real quickly about that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, please. No,
okay, so Elden Ring you played and you didn't like it, or you did?
I played it when it came out. I wasn't good at it, and I was fine. I understood why people like it, but I just was having a hard time with it. So then last year we went back to it on the stream, and I started playing it, and I got further than I did last time. I want to keep going with it. It's just people have to understand Brad records on Mondays, and this would interfere with that. So like I have to record Summon Sign with him to facilitate on Fridays to facilitate him being on the stream. It's not so simple. You know?
And what about, have you played Bloodborne? Did you play that one?
I played Bloodborne. Yeah, I played it. That was the one I played most extensively. So
I love both of those. I think they're great. I think they're fucking great.
They're very cool. Very cool. I'm just not very good at them.
Yeah.
Jay the Fig says, is the PC build still in the works for Colin, and will you stream the build? I had to buy a broken PC just to get affordable RAM and SSD for my build. Dustin, you and I were talking about this recently, that I need you to come here soon. And we got to assess what I'll do for my computer, because it still works. I mean, it's fine, but it is 6 years old, you know.
In terms of what you use it for and for streaming, I personally, I mean, I haven't used it or evaluated. I personally don't think you need to make any changes to it. It has good RAM. The video card, you're not playing games on it. So, and it has a nice gaming GPU in it. So I think it's mainly a matter of configuring it for streaming purposes while I am away.
Monday Busk wrote in and said, you don't have to name names, but what is the shadiest dealings you had ever seen at an E3 or similar trade show? Jaffe might have better stories than me. Like, I never saw anything shady. I had some, often like people would drink way too much and do, like, there are definitely crazy stories that I know, like IGN lore.
Yeah, I mean,
lit up and stuff, but nothing.
I wouldn't say this is crazy. I'm sorry, were you finished?
No, I'm good, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But I remembered it, and I can only imagine what women feel like in these cases, because you hear it happens to a lot of women. But I was doing press, and there was a journalist, I guess you can call him that. I'll tell you his name offline if you want to know.
Sure.
Colin, I'm sure you've
Please.
crossed paths. And I never really liked the guy to begin with. I thought he was creepy and shit. And he was doing interviews in his hotel room, which I'm like, okay, I don't really care. So I went up there and did an interview, and I was sitting on the bed, and he just came over for the whole interview and just sat right next to me on the bed. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He didn't do anything after that. I'm just get the fuck, dude, it's a suite.
Yeah.
Sit in the fucking other room. I'm right here.
Sit in the cup
you
chair.
Fucking loony bird.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well said, Dustin.
Right. Yeah. So that wasn't so much like crazy so much as it was, I'm like, okay, I can't imagine, because you hear about women, you know, like Harvey Weinstein or Louis C.K. or whatever come to my hotel room. You know, I'm a dude. I could have taken this guy easy if anything went south, but I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? It was so weird. So weird.
That's funny. Yeah. The E3 was an interesting vibe for sure. A lot of hard work.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was not Adam Sessler. No, most people don't. Sounds like little Jason Schreier. No, it wasn't anybody you guys would know.
Yeah,
you guys
doesn't sound like it. I know Pig wrote in and said, donating just to say thank you for Super Knockback. I'm loving every second of it. You're very welcome. We revived Knockback. We published an episode this past weekend for TMNT, the 1990 movie, which is why it's so funny that you brought it up earlier in the episode, Jaffe. And Dagan and I, with the help of Lockmore, we're doing special video edits now where we're using like footage from the movie and trying to make it like more watchable. So go check it out on Patreon if you'd like. Hey, 1426 says, Colin, most of the best players of fighting games play on controller or hitbox. Joystick is actually becoming less and less popular. That's interesting. I've never liked playing on the joystick, and I was always felt alienated when I would say that. I love playing on a controller, so that's good to know. Lincoln Hawk says, Colin and David, Sony opened yet another studio in California with Dark Outlaw. That's 8 in total with Visual Arts and SIE HQ. Why not more in Japan? More Japanese studios would be good. I don't know that I'd want a Japanese shooter would be cool, but they're looking for a shooter. California is a good place to be. Remember, you need to be where you can recruit talent, especially if you want them to work in person. So, and I don't think any of Sony's studios are distributed. So you got to be where the people are, unfortunately. Daddy T says, I bet Hermen knew Tommy was the sniper. Glad you got that in there. Thank you. And finally, I think, is this the last one?
This is the last one.
So it's over. Calling it. Isaac Ransom says, longtime listener, love you all, Jaffe. I know your thoughts on the newer God of War. What are your thoughts on God of War 3?
I loved it. That was excellent. Just one wonderful fucking game. Fantastic.
Cool. All right, we've been going for a long time, so it's
no fucking sense. But you know,
yeah.
Hope was in the box. Give me a fucking break.
Hope,
dumb. But short of that, it was great.
Hope. All right, well, that was fun. I appreciate you today, Jaffe. Thank you for taking the time to be with us.
Hell yeah, I love it. You guys know that. Anytime I'm around. Fun. Thank you guys for watching, hanging out with us.
Yeah, we'll have you back in the coming weeks, no doubt. Dustin, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
No problem. I'm in the dark void right now. I just turned my light off because it was so bright. And I'm like, well, I'm not on camera.
Hey, you don't need it. You don't need it.
You ever ask your AI what it does, like your assistant, when you're not talking to it?
My AI assistant?
Like, I'm not going to say the name, Alexa.
Oh, I got rid of those a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
I have the Apple one, but she's really, really dumb.
Yeah, Siri's
She's
terrible.
only good at putting a record on, really, and that's about it.
Next time I'm on, we need to talk about AI assistants, man. I got to show you some cool shit that's out there.
We'll do a more non-gaming one maybe next time. That'll be fun.
Right, whenever.
We can have Randy call back.
He's in the Discord. Really, I think I really cut that guy.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
I mean, I'm like, dude, you called into a video game stream asking for advice about your fucking marriage. I don't know you. I'm fucking around. It's entertainment. Don't take it so serious.
Yeah, take it
and
easy.
don't call into a fucking video game show, ask if you should leave your kids or like, what do you want from me? Jesus fucking Christ, Randy.
I know. Yeah. Everyone take it easy out there. We appreciate you. We hope you have a great week. Be well, be safe. Enjoy the show if you've missed some of it or you want to watch it later and here on YouTube and VOD. Come join us on Patreon for early ad-free access to everything. Patreon.com/laststandmedia, laststandmedia.store for merch. That's it. We'll see you next time. Bye.